Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. A beautiful morning here at the Circuit of the Americas. And as you can see, high above the tower, well, we're almost equal to it at the moment. The famous tower that is the Circuit of the Americas, or certainly makes its identity around turns 16, 17, and 18. And as you can see, cars coming out for our first race of the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. And this will be our IGT Enduro race. And if you're not familiar with the SVRA IGT Championship, it's been part of SVRA for quite a few years now, and this is sort of a rarity for SVRA, which obviously is all vintage, but we join in with the SGT Championship to make sure that we cover all bases. And this is basically a championship of Porsches and Ferraris with the other car thrown in. We've got a Ferrari 488, mostly Porsches, mostly Porsche Cayennes and GT3s. But looking forward to this and what should be a very interesting day. It's a little bit cloudy this morning as we look high above this famous circuit. And what a place this has turned out to be. Almost 500,000 people here for the Formula One a few weeks ago. Quite an impressive sight, to say the least. And we look forward to what should be a slightly different. Most of the grandstand's not full this weekend, but I can assure you, with over 500 cars representing the paddock, is absolutely packed. In fact, some of the vintage cars are having to prepare their cars in the car park itself, simply because we just don't have room in the paddock for all of them. It's a massive, massive entry for this weekend. In fact, it's probably one of the biggest of the year. And a great way to finish off the year here as we look down the famous back straight here at the Circuit of the Americas. Quite a lot of repaving went on in the last couple of years, mainly due to the bumps, which are a natural part of the race, of the surface around this area, not just the racetrack. They did a hell of a job when they built the circuit back in 2012 of digging very deep down. But if you've ever been here, you'll know that the track itself is prone to bumps and weathering, and they have done quite a lot of resurfacing in the last year, specifically for MotoGP, but as well for Formula One, and that has certainly smoothed things out as we go through what's called the stadium section. For this weekend, it will be the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Stadium section, and then back out onto under the famous tower for this triple apex designed on the, if you like, reverse of the Turkish triple apex in Formula One. So all of the corners here at the Circuit of the Americas have some semblance of some of the most iconic tracks in the world. Beautiful sight as we look down on the amphitheatre. Some great bands have played there over the years. I'll be joined once again by Ben Sissel, and we're hoping that Ken Fengler has time. We never know with Ken. He's running this lot, and if they cause a problem, then he's out sorting problems out, putting fires out. If there are no problems, he'll come and join us and talk to us. Ben, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. Looking there at Jimmy Adams going back and forth, and not sure if that's Jimmy Adams or Casey Mears in the car with them, but that is so cool. Congratulations, Jimmy, for bringing Casey. And Casey, what an honor it is to have you out here with us. So let's go through what we have as the starting lineup here. This could have changed a little bit, but we've got Ryan Yardley, who did really well with us in the F3, F4 championship this weekend, is out there in position 1 in the 177. Benoit Bergeron, unfortunately, isn't here, but we miss Benoit in this group. David Tuati, number 68. Looks like David Tuati is actually starting out front. Evan Stamer, Jody Miller, Jimmy Adams, Casey Mears, Brady Bierman, Covey Shield is in the 7th, John Blazard in 8th, Javier Ripple in 9th, Marcel Fan in 10th, Juan Fan in 11th, and Marcel Fan has been really battling it out with Tom Pank in the championship this year. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Scott Blind in the number 12th, James Hammond in 13th in the 176, Mark Matisse in the number 77. It's a look for Mark Matisse to move up if he's out there. I'm not seeing him right at this second. Francisco de Jesus in a 2018 Porsche GT3. Albert Lukasik and Stephen McAleer in 16th. Nicholas Groombridge in 17th. Nicholas had a great running with us a few weeks ago in Chattanooga, so it's cool to have him here. Charles Barnes in 18th. Jeff Mosing in 19th. Colin Cohen and Jason Hart in a 2009 Maserati MC GT4. Colin Cohen from the Lone Star State. Thomas Kupczynski and Eric Filgueres in a 2019 Porsche Cayman. Stephen Burns and Renee Molina in 22nd. Joe Rizzo 23rd. Jorge Madruga in 24th. David Willens in the 981 in 25th. Maria Mija and Zach Anderson in a Cayman. Here is our in-car right here that we're looking at from Isringhausen. Jeff Isringhausen in the 787. I believe he's actually in his dad's car. He was having trouble with his car, and his dad said, take my car. Kevin Maxim, Chris Rogers, Court Smith in 28th. Judith Lukasik and Stephen McAleer. Ariel Offgang, and then Jeff Isringhausen at 31st, and Thomas Bigany. They're rounding out the back. So, Jonathan, we've got a great group of cars, mostly Porsches in this. Unfortunately, our friend Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods isn't here, but I'm sure he's watching from Daytona. So, Juan, I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. We're having a great weekend here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Jonathan, I'm going to give it to you to give us the start.
Well, as you can see, they're coming round 18 and into 19, starting to form up, starting to gather together. It's a massive field, so if you're in the mid-pack, you want to try to get everything close together, get that concertina effect of getting everybody close together. So when we go green, then everybody's got a chance of accelerating away, and they are doing a good job of doing line astern, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, as they head towards the start finish and up that 133 feet hill that is Big Red. Or for this weekend, it will be the Mission Foods Turn 1, and away they go towards the Mission Foods Turn 1, and a good clean start by everybody as they head up the hill. But will it shake out as they come to the famous apex at Turn 1? Plenty of room to go offline, and they have done that so that everybody shuttles through. There's plenty of room on the outside to make sure that you don't have to clatter into the man on the inside, and away they go. And already a good lead starting to be formed as the battle starts to ensue now between the midfield pack as they start to spread out through the S's and up the hill. A 50-minute enduro race with a pit stop as mandatory.
And look there at the number 144 trying to make his way through. That's Judith Lukasik and Stephen McAleer in that Stuttgart coming up through the pack, through our Bell Helmets S's here. And those Bell Helmet markers that you see out there are going to be our out of bounds for today's Trans Am race. So if any of the Trans Am drivers hits it, we got a pass coming, Jonathan.
Yep, up the inside. And I'm trying to work out what happened to Yardley, because he was in the 177, had qualified in pole position, but I can't seem to find him anywhere. We'll wait for the timing screens to light up when they do. But right now, they're heading down the back straight, and already a strong lead.
David Tuati taking the lead into our big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Stadium complex. And that's the number 3 of Jody Miller. That's a different car that we're used to seeing Jody Miller in.
And he's just got overtaken by the 62, I think. It's foggy out there this morning. I'm trying to look at me pictures.
Yeah, me as well. I'm trying to figure out the number on the side of that car. But if you're watching this from YouTube, make sure you go to SpeedTour TV, leave some comments. You might know who's driving that car. And give us some comments of what we're looking at here. Leave us some feedback if you're rooting for certain drivers, or if you have some insight into these races, please join us.
It is Marcel Fayen in second place, Jody Miller third, Jimmy Adams and Casey Mears, that's in fourth place, the 3-4-3. But crossing the line in first place is the 68 of David Tuati.
Yeah, that's Marcel Fayen, really good racer. Been with us, I think, at every year and up in the top of the points. And this is not every other race we're doing here this weekend is the end. This is you would call it the penultimate in the round. We go to Daytona with International GT for a fantastic season finisher in early December. And look at these beautiful S's. This is my favorite part of the circuit here at your home track, Jonathan.
Yeah, and as you can see, they are perhaps taking a bit more liberties than the Formula One cars are allowed. But like you say, they're within those bell helmet signage, so that's good enough for them. But yeah, I've just spotted where Ryan Yardley is. He's down in 22nd place, so there must have been some sort of problem, because he did qualify right up there. An important race for Ryan Yardley, as you mentioned, the young Kiwi from Christchurch. I know him very well from racing in New Zealand in TRS and in the 86 Championship. I'm sure his dad Malcolm and his sister Olivia are watching right now, and I hope you're all well down there in Kiwi land. Be down there soon. But we'll keep up to date with Ryan, because he's a long way down, but he should come through this field bit by bit. And it's Tuati, Fayen and Miller at the moment. Casey Mears, the two representatives. Some cars have one representative, some have two. There's Fayen in the 17, that's a Ferrari. The 488 Ferrari in all black in the 17.
Yeah, that's Juan Fayen, I believe Marcel's father there. Beautiful Ferrari. So he'll be racing in the Maranello Cup, the leader in the Maranello Cup right now in this race.
Yeah, just to explain the rules, if you're new to IGT, we have 3 races each weekend. This is the third and final race of this weekend, and as you say, one more race to go, or one more weekend to go in Daytona. But they have to do a mandatory pit stop, and they have to take that mandatory pit stop within the 50-minute race. And look at this, is heating up nicely. Look at this. A drag race to the uphill section now.
Yeah, Fayen looking on the outside of David Tuati as they come into our Mission Foods turn 1. Beautiful shots. It is a little bit foggy outside, overcast, and beautiful green light pictures here. And look at Fayen just trying to get around Tuati. Now this should be single file basically from here till about turn 10.
He's trying to force into a mistake, isn't he?
Yeah.
Tuati, very, very experienced, and they are equally matched in car ability, and so it's down to the driver at this point, but really is very close indeed. And these two pulling away from third place Miller at the moment, and you see them going up towards turn 10 now. A beautiful shot from the drone really gives you an idea of how these S's work up the hill, and it's a long way from turn 2 to turn 10. And here comes the overtake, and Fayen at turn 11. Does he get it? No, I think he's lost out on that. It was a good idea, but that's what can happen. It's a classic overtake place here, turn 11, or the Bobby Epstein corner as it's now being called, Bobby Pin, hairpin, and they named it after the owner of the Circuit of the Americas, Bobby Epstein, and that was at the Formula One race weekend, but didn't pull it off, did Fayen there, but another chance at 12. He's not close enough though, so he lost a lot of time there with that move at 11, and now he's got to rebuild, but he did so last time through the stadium section, and they're coming up to turn 13 now.
Yeah, and you were asking about the rules. So this is an hour-long enduro. They did their 2 sprint races yesterday. The timing and scoring, the grid is set from sprint race 1 from yesterday. So that's how they did the grid here. And we can see Fayen working his way up through the grid pretty quickly. This is an hour-long enduro with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. Some of the drivers will come in for refueling. Some of the drivers will come in for a driver change. But right now, it looks like everything is going well.
Yeah, I'm looking for some other...
Yeah, I was actually talking to Ashley, and she was clearing up some things. So the driver owner has to start the race in IGT. So Casey Mears might come into that Jimmy Adams car here once he pits. Now, strategically, obviously, they're waiting for a double yellow to happen before they want to pit, or at least halfway through the race. But we are now monitoring our SpeedTour TV here on YouTube. We've got some people, Real Drivers Club is saying go TLM. So we have some in Tuwadi power. So everybody's rooting for that leader right there, David Tuwadi.
I'm keeping an eye on some midfield battles. Ryan Yardley already up to 13th position. I'm keeping an eye on him. I still don't know why he had to start or why he didn't end up at the sharp end because he did so well in qualifying. It's a big day for Ryan because he's trying to make it here in the States and doing a really good job, but this is a great opportunity.
There's a pass for the lead.
Pass. Now, does he make it this time? Same move, same place, but this time he's gathered it all together and takes the lead of the race. Fan leads in the 03.
They come down into turn 12. Dave Tuwadi takes it right back, gets the draft behind fans. So this might be an hour-long race between these two drivers just trying to figure out what they're doing here.
Well, they've got to be careful because if they keep fighting as hard as this, third place Jody Miller could easily catch them. And as you mentioned, Casey Mears behind him. He's going to change. This is awesome.
Side by side.
Into 15. Yeah, I'm also keeping an eye on another good friend of ours here in Austin anyway, for those that live in Austin, Jeff Mosing, very famous name, and Jeff has been part of IMSA, and he's a local hero, if you like, but he's currently in 14th position, doesn't always do the IGTs, but he's a dab hand in a Porsche, and he is pedaling the 56 at the moment down in, 14th position.
Yeah, and there's Jimmy Adams there with Featherlight Coaches racing this weekend with Casey Mears, usually racing with us with Mike Skinner. So it's cool to have Casey Mears out here with us. It's a beautiful car. And then we've got a great pack just behind them with Evan Stamer. And then I'm getting some comments here. We've got a lot of Ryan Yardley fans that are rooting for him. And Ryan Yardley, if you know anything about him, a lot of talent. So expect him to be slowly moving up, methodically moving up the order. And with this race, sometimes pit strategy can win or lose the race for you, like we've seen many times.
I tell you what, they should be cheering him on too. He's up to 9th position now. So in that silver Porsche GT3, number 177, we'll keep an eye out for him. Just 5 laps gone, and he was down in 22nd at the start of this for some reason. Haven't found that reason out, but as you can see on your board now, up to 9th place, behind Groombridge, Mathis, Colby Shield in 6th place, Ripoll in 5th, Fian in the 17th, the first of the other Fian, if you will, in the 17th.
Well, I'm actually hearing from our experts here leaving comments that Yardley was hit in the previous race, so that might be why he had to start back there, because it's based on your finishing order.
I saw him this morning, actually, and he was on the phone, and we were just arriving. I didn't get a chance to actually talk to him about race 2, which I missed yesterday, so that's the reason. And so thank you for that intel. Who sent you that?
Stacy Potts, I believe. So there was a shot there, Yardley in the 177.
Well, he's pedaling hard, that's for sure. No question about it. Like I said, a single-seater expert in the FR Americas Championship. He was in the top 4 throughout most of the seasons, had a win and several podiums, and had a good season, to be fair. He works with the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport team, and for the last couple of years, since he left New Zealand, he's been helping out some of the youngsters, and we've got one of them, Ralph Shaheen, from Austin, coming down to the Toyota Series this year, and Ryan's been playing a part in helping him learn his craft. Look at this, 3-way battle.
And that's Jeff Mosing getting by Mark Matisse there too. Just followed Yardley right through there, and it looks like Yardley and Mosing are going to have a good battle as they come in here to turn 19. Yeah,
like I said, Mosing is a well-known proponent of this circuit. An Austin home, born and bred. He has a great collection of cars. Been very privileged to have got to know him over the years. And he races, generally speaking, he races in IMSA. Somebody going very wide at 19 there. 20, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, Andretti, excuse me.
Yeah.
The last turn here now renamed Andretti just recently, and really pleased that Mario was here to celebrate that. Mario Andretti, the first man to turn a wheel properly in anger here at the Circuit of the Americas, and he had to do it in his Lotus 78, of course. On board and up the hill, you see it from on board just how steep it is. It's officially 133 feet, but there's a dip halfway up where you literally lose sight of the skyline, and it was designed perfectly to really challenge the braking as they come under the bridge for turn 3. Now you see the S's. You've just got to get it, and it tightens up right in the middle, right here, so it doesn't flow like you'd expect it to. Now it starts to open up again and flows a little bit more, but then you start to climb uphill from this point on. From this next right-hander, you're starting to climb uphill. Now you see it from on board. You see it here on the 181. And from now on in, it's blind crest after blind crest, including this very big blind crest here at turn 10. Hitting the marks there, hit the apex, and flat out down towards 11. Hard on the anchors under the bridge, and then into turn 11. And we saw that from the onboard of the 181 of Jeff Ingerhouse.
Okay, so there's Mark Matisse coming in. I'm not sure who his co-driver is, if he has one, but sometimes it's been Mike Skeen in the past.
Well, Mike's pretty busy doing Trans Am this weekend, but we'll see.
Getting some great shots here at the grid. So they're about almost halfway through this race. So there's Mark Matisse out of the car. So I don't know if
that looks like a retirement rather than a pit change. I mean, Mark Matisse, he's driving this on his own this weekend in the 77. So that looks like he's got a problem, and it is early for a pit stop. So the battles continue all the way through this huge field in IGT. Stuttgart Cup and Maranello Cup in full flow. Barnes trying to hold off Adams as Adams comes up the inside in the 3-4-3 and makes the overtake. Nicely done at turn 1 and then diving into turn 2. Still very close though. Miller, Nathan Bird, Casey Mears, Fan, Ripoll, Yardley up to 6 now, and Mosing's going with him. We've got a great race going on here. Yardley, what a job he's doing. Having been hit yesterday and starting all the way at the back, has managed already to get up to 6th place, and Mosing's gone with him. Good battle also for 3rd place between the 3-4-3 of Casey Mears and the number 17 of Fayan.
Yeah, it looks like Fayan has dropped to 4th, and Jody Miller has taken the lead over Nathan Bird, David Tuati. And if anybody is on pit lane watching this, please leave a comment. Tell us who's in the car. Is it David Tuati or Nathan Bird? And there's Evan Stamer's car, the ruckus there, coming into the pits. Number 45. Well, no, that could be Scott Blind.
I love the paint scheme on the car and the helmet. No, yeah, that is Scott Blind in the number 45. Qualified 11th. Here's another good battle. And there is Yardley with Mosing right behind him. Yeah, he's a good kid, Ryan Yardley, and really taking this opportunity in America. Kiwi born and bred from Christchurch, came through the ranks and has done pretty much all the Formula racing. We wonder where we get these Kiwis. But there's plenty of them. You say Kiwis can't fly, but if it turns to motor racing, they all do. And he's going to have some pressure from Mosing, because Mosing is a handy fella when it comes round to the Circuit of the Americas, and he knows to get his way around here. But I think the pair of them are actually using each other to move through the pack. And so far, it's been a really, really good run.
And this is a really difficult track here, Circuit of the Americas. So having home track advantage here really comes through, because there's so many little idiosyncrasies that you just can't figure out in a weekend. You've got to have a lot of laps here to figure this out. But now we're on board right there with the Goldcrest Motorsports camera of Isringhausen. And Ken Fangler has now joined us in the booth. So Ken, help us sort some things out. What are you seeing so far in this race?
Well, I see a better race than we had yesterday afternoon. That's what I see. We certainly we're happy this is off and underway. We have a couple little things and some spins and some people settle into this 60-minute race and off and running. I'm very glad to see, we had some issues yesterday. which we took care of. We have a couple of drivers that we had that are sitting out today's race based on their decision making in yesterday's sprint race.
Oh, you were playing schoolmaster then, huh?
Yeah, and, very unfortunate. We all here for a good time, and we're about that, and having fun and having competitive and not crashing cars. And it only takes one, we've kind of singled out the ones, it's going to be pretty costly. I mean, not only missing a race, but one driver is probably going to miss the championship due to, that. And can't say we didn't warn them because, they were on probation. And so be it. It's not fair to the other drivers. As I said, it's not about you. It's about 35 drivers on the grid. It's about everyone as a group. And so far, so good. I'm happy with this race and got to see the guys get some laps in and get settled in. And, the weather's good. It's cool. Don't have sun shining in your eyes. And the in-car camera stuff looks fantastic.
Yeah, and we've had a good battle between Jeff Mosing and Ryan Yardley, both of them making their way through the field. And we got information that Yardley was involved in one of those incidents yesterday, but he's making his way brilliantly through. And this is a bit of an exceptional run for him because he's not usually a regular in IGT. Yeah, no, we have a number of new customers here, and both Jeff Mosing, this is his home track. Yeah, of course. We were talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. And a number of our regular drivers saying, "Who is this guy, and where did he come from?" Well, he came from here, and and that's
he's well known in American racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Ryan Yardley, unfortunately, he was our pole sitter, and yesterday, and he was the victim, of that first turn incident. But hats off to the Top Racing. They got that car back together. As I said, Top Racing, RS1, Quirt Racing, all had cars that were victims in that particular race, and they all got their cars back and running for this morning. We finished up at 6:15 yesterday, and we're on at 8 o'clock, so really kudos to those teams that worked hard through the night and put those cars and patched them together, and they're out there running today. So hats off to those crews.
Which is a great battle here. Charles Barnes in 26th position, but they've been glued together. Finally got some air by the looks of things between each other. 32 minutes to go. Miller still out front. Nathan Bird and Fian in third position. Then Mears, Yardley, who we just mentioned, and Mosing in fifth and sixth. Benitez in seventh. Ripoll in eighth position. Colby Shield ninth, and Hamann 10th. We were explaining the rules, but am I right in saying that basically they've all got to do a pit stop before the 15-minute mark at the end of the race?
Yeah, so at the 40-minute mark, so to speak, they've got to be in pit lane, right, and do their mandatory 5-minute stop, which were, thanks to Janet and the timing and scoring crew, are very accurate on scoring, and we have them once in a while catch them out, trying to gain a few seconds or a position and in the pits, and that doesn't work with us. So it works well. It gives the if we got co-drivers going in, and many of these have coaches. Right, matter of fact, right now I know the 03 car is Benitez. Is not Fayen. Originally they would say it was Fayen, but that's Angel in that car. And so if there's co-drivers, it gives them a chance to get in, and it makes it interesting. The pit stop element just adds that racing element, into you'll see our podiums. A lot of times the enduro podiums look a lot different than the sprint podiums, just due to some luck, some track positioning, what happens during the race, whether there's a double yellow or not, and it's all part of racing, and I think it makes it more interesting.
Well, this is fantastic right now. We're watching this battle, and it's for third place, and it's like I said, this sort of freight train, this two-man freight train of Yardley and Mosing is getting ever closer to Fian, the Ferrari, as he comes out of 20, and the lights are blazing as they are telling him to flash the lights and say, hey, we're coming through. Yardley trying to intimidate, looks to the inside. Ryan Yardley goes through and makes the move. Classic Turn 1 work at a Circuit of the Americas. Well done to the man from Christchurch. He gets past the Ferrari, and that puts a slight gap between him and Mosing, who's been shadowing him for the last 10 laps or so.
Yeah, he basically set the pick. Not only did he make the pass, but then he put a car between them, kind of setting that pick like we see in basketball. And now Mosing basically has to be single file till about turn 10 here, following the Ferrari.
Yeah, that was smart. You can see he's getting frustrated. That was smart driving by Yardley. Made the pick, as you quite rightly point out, at 1. And you say, until 11, there's really not a decent place to overtake. It's been done. I've seen people go around the outside and do crazy moves, but you've got to gather it all together. And even 11. Now, this is where Mosing should come up the inside, and he does look for it, but he can't quite pull it off this time. And under braking, he almost bangs into the back of the Ferrari. Now he's going to lose drive. actually, he might not lose too much. That wasn't as dirty as I thought it was, and he has got past. And I say dirty in terms of being smooth, not on the driving side of it. Now we get to start to see Jimmy Adams' car come in.
I got word that there was a pit stop, and I saw the car, number 77, Mark Matias, one of our front runners as far as the championship, came in. I saw him come in rather early, and as I understand, I think Mike Skeen is getting in the car. Anyway, we saw, well, everybody wondered whether Mike was here, and I saw him at his usual thing, riding on a scooter or a golf cart around the Trans Am paddock. And so I'm not sure who's in the car. We probably will be able to tell by the lap times quickly. Quickly.
Once Mike Skeen's behind the wheel, it usually is pretty fast. Well, Mosin did. I didn't think he was going to pull that move off at 11. It looked as though he messed it up a little bit, but he did a brilliant job. And now look at him go, and he's trying to catch back up with Yardley now, who made the move early on. As we go back to our leader, Nathan Bird.
And that's a new car for Jody Miller. I'm not familiar with this car.
I was taken back because I expected to see one of two blue cars, golf blue cars, but he purchased that car, beautiful 992, but not in this usual golf blue livery. So I was kind of like, I didn't even realize until after the probably 2 practice sessions that was Jody's car. So running well with that car, obviously.
Now, Jonathan, Jake Attard is asking, is this the commentator from Macau that he's hearing?
Could be. Well, I don't know. Does he like the guy from Macau or not?
Yeah, he's a big fan.
Oh, well, no. Then yes, it is. I'm his twin brother.
Nice. Yeah, Jonathan Green, you've been commentating at that race for how long?
You mean Mr. Mayhem?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
How long have you been doing the Macau race?
Well, I did it for a good 30 years. I haven't done it for a couple because of COVID and all the rest of it, but I've enjoyed that event. Used to live in Hong Kong, and been very much a part of that history, which is amazing. An event that goes back to 1954, believe it or not, and includes the World Cup of GTs. So that's very relevant to watching this race. Yeah,
and there's the Nathan Bird, David Tuwadi car coming up on lap traffic. We did see him coming into the pits. I believe that's Scott Blind just there ahead in that very bright car, even brighter than Thomas Pank's car.
Yeah, really.
He even out-brighted David Tuwadi, which he is not going to like that.
No, he's the young gun, so to speak. So, yeah, doing very, very well. And Jonathan, you're a local guy here, but since the Grand Prix, the F1 race was just here, I had word for the rumor that one of our competitors, Juan Fan, out of Miami, was actually one of the commentators for one of the broadcast systems here at F1. So how about that? We sent a Miami guy over here to Texas to see you guys.
I love that. Yeah, I didn't see him here in our booth because we were doing the track commentary, but I love to hear that.
Yes,
obviously we had the whole world here of media.
Right.
Good to see him.
And I will say it was in his native tongue. It was in Spanish.
That's why he was in my booth. Yeah, that makes total sense. Oh, good for him. Yeah, I've actually saw the Austrian commentator, Ferdinand Habsburg. He was here. We were having a chat with him. I had Marcus Ericsson, the Indy 500 winner, coming to talk to us, and Pietro Fittipaldi. I thank both of them for joining us in the booth. But yeah, it was a great weekend. By the way, I learned something that weekend too. The actual official delta for Formula One in terms of a pit stop is just over 20 seconds. So it's a short in and out of the pits compared to some of the other tracks that Formula One go to. And of course that plays into this weekend and this endurance race by the fact that they have to come in. But they come in at just before 20, and the delta is quite short actually, even though the pit lane is long.
I'm seeing something flapping on the front end, right at the nose, where what you would call the hood.
There's a toe strap there. The red toe strap, is that what you're looking at?
It's the body panel on the very front. And here comes a pit stop.
I see.
Now our commentary booth is just to the left here. You'll see there. That just down there. We can't see a thing because of those concrete
You'll see me waving.
Bollards.
Yes, I'm waving. Yeah.
But now you see what I'm talking about. Massive pit lane, 34 pits, thanks to Kevin Schwantz, who designed it.
Now he has to be down to 40 miles an hour to come in, and then it's a 5-minute pit stop from that first timing line that you saw to the last timing line. So sometimes you'll see them come in and slow way down on their way out because they're maybe 2 or 3 seconds from hitting that line. And if they are at 4:59, they get penalized, don't they?
Yeah.
And Ken, what, if anything, can they do?
And also, if they go out and they realize they're too fast or too not and within the pit limit time and they slow down to try and make that up, they will be penalized. We had a couple of cars, I think at VIR it was, but I know this season we have had to do that where we have penalized, they've been from race control slowing down and holding up other competitors behind them and getting out of the pits.
And besides a quick windshield clean, what else can they do? Check. I'm looking at tires being checked, but
they're
what else?
They're checking tire pressures. You know, that's nice about the stop. It becomes leisurely. It's not chaotic. It's done safely. That's the idea behind the 5-minute stop. It's just it adds an element into the racing scenario. But the big thing is they can do it safely, and you know they can do anything that needs to be done to the car.
And we may add that not everybody has a second driver per se. In fact, very few do. And so you'll just see them sit and wait for the full 5 minutes.
We can see both the TLM cars just came in. They come in. See how close they got to the wall, and then they pull out like that. So they have an easy pull out as we look at Nathan Bird just about to get into the car there with David Tuwati getting out. It looks like Jody Miller's getting out. So does that mean Pippa Mann's going
Looks
in?
like Pippa's getting in.
Yeah.
So we've got
tell
Pippa
by the
Mann, Casey Mears. We've got some pretty big legends out here now.
Yeah, I think that's Jody decided I'm this close to the front and said let's go with it. Yeah.
Did we decide whether Mike Skeen was racing or not? I bet he is. He's here this weekend racing Trans Am.
Do you see this sign right here that he's holding up there? I can't say it on air, but that's a pretty funny sign.
Okay.
It says, "Don't hit anything."
Yeah, I should wear a shirt like that.
Yeah.
Jeff Isinghausen is the onboard that we're on at the moment, watching proceedings here in this pit stop. Yeah,
and so, per the rules, they're not refueling. A lot of these cars don't have to refuel. If they were refueling, they'd have to be in full fire suits, a helmet, and gloves. But since they're not, since they're just checking, basically cleaning the windows and detailing the car as he's just sitting there. Look at how relaxed the driver is. Looks like the car is running really well. And the Stuttgart Cup came, and you can see the coach telling him some things, walking him through, telling him probably his tire pressures. And it's just a very relaxed stop, which really makes for a lot of strategy. Jake is saying a 5-minute pit stop, very unique. But that's why we do it, Jake. We do it also in the vintage ranks. We don't want anybody to hurry up because this is all about safety. We want to make sure that the drivers get in, they get buckled in. You could see Pippa Mann having like a seat filler to bring in because she's not quite as tall as Jody Miller, her co-driver, and we want to make sure all that goes off without a hitch, totally safe, that they're buckled in and relaxed a little bit as they go back out. But we've seen so many Enduros decided by this pit stop.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, where it comes into play, how it plays out, works, and that's the strategy part of things, and a little bit of luck, as we know. If the double yellow comes out when the pit stop's coming in, its position on the track is everything of when you get in. So a lot of more elements, and it involves the team more, the team manager, and it's just more fun. It presents something other than just another flat-out sprint race that we add these elements into an enduro race.
And I've had some comments that people were saying they were looking at the COTA website and didn't see this event, but tickets are still available. They're very reasonable. You can go to speedtour.net to get tickets and come on out. Today is both of the Trans Am races and all of the Vintage Racing National Championship races. We are going to broadcast every single race today except for the last Enduro. So make sure you come out. We're going to be crowning a lot of Vintage Racing National Champions as they come around the Bell Helmet S's. And like I said, those Bell Helmet signs are going to be the out-of-bounds markers in our Trans Am race. So when we see, and I say when, we see Trans Am drivers hit those, they're going to be penalized with a drive-through penalty.
And that was a quick shot again of Jeff Mosing pedaling his way as they've done the pit stop now down in 11th. Ian Yardley still glued together, 10th and 11th now overall. Juan Fayen in the 17 and 12th. And leading at the moment as we shuttle through the pit stops, Nicholas Groombridge in the 124, the blue Porsche GT3 Cup car. And there's the 17 I just mentioned.
Gets that pass back on Yardley. Looks like a little bit of front end damage there on the Tuwati's
that was
bird
from
car.
the initial. Yeah, they got tangled up with the 03 car.
And she's just walking Nathan Bird. Now, Nathan Bird, we've seen him in this car several times this season. He's very familiar with it. Really fantastic driver. I think he's driven every weekend this year except for maybe 2 or 3, just trying to get as much seat time as he can. I think he's a champion in many different forms, but mostly a single-seater racer. So now he's out here in these GT cars having a blast. As he pulls out,
Yardley all over the back of Fayan again as they battle out for 10th and 11th position at the moment. Mosing right there with them, and the slow procession up the hill. This must feel like agony going up that hill.
right there at that line, that's where they can get back on the gas. That's the end of the timing line. And I wonder, they cannot pass each other until they get past that blend line, as you see Pippa Mann settling down back there. But I wonder if Nathan Bird doesn't really like Pippa Mann being right side by side coming out.
She
That's got to be a little bit intimidating.
She doesn't get to go out too often, so she's finally getting a run. She'll be pleased.
Yeah, all of a sudden they kind of woke up. It was kind of, they were.
And there's Matisse. So that could be Mike Skeen. So we could have Nathan Bird, Pippa Mann, and Mike Skeen out there battling it out here in a couple laps.
Yeah.
Man, that new Jody Miller car, that is a mean-looking car.
Nowhere to overtake through those S's. He's trying everything and every which way to get by, but he can't quite do it.
Well, that's Pippa in the silver car in that number 3. So watch for that to really move up.
Lost a little bit of ground as they head down towards 10. She's not close enough to make a move at this point.
Yeah, you see that little flapping right there on that body panel?
Yeah,
it doesn't look bad, but it's just something moving around.
So down the back straight they go again here. 18 minutes to go in our IGT Enduro Race 3. Groombridge, Blizzard is it pronounced? Hamann, of course, who's done a bit of Trans Am this week, this year as well, in third at the moment, but of course is a regular in IGT ahead of Jason Hart. De Jesus in 5th place, and then Nathan Bird 6th. Pippa Mann has been the focus at the moment in the number 3, in that number 3 silver Porsche that we're watching right now, chasing hard now on the 68, and we believe Nathan's been replaced with, who's in the 68 now?
That is Nathan
Twatty.
Okay. Yeah, he replaced David Twatty. And Ken, I've got a comment here from Bill Riddell. You have come a long way, IGT. Great racing.
There you go.
Our founder, Bill Riddell, and great friend and great partner. And Bill, who would ever thought that we'd get to this point? Yeah, so we were, as we kid, we were an overnight success. It just wasn't last night. Yeah. As we enter into, this is year 9. Next year we'll celebrate our 10th year of operation for International GT.
I mean, in all seriousness, this is a great battle. You've got to be really pleased, Ken. I've watched this grow in my small time of being in front of IGT, and the fields have always been strong, but the battles and the names have just, the notoriety of this championship has grown year on year.
Yeah, it's we are proud, and it's it doesn't always work perfectly. We try, we have to readjust, let's say, or refocus some folks every once in a while. But this type of racing that we're watching right here, it doesn't get any better than this in any level. It should, but the thing about it, the focus is fun. You know, we give a bunch of trophies away, and
hats off for you for laying down the law, because I don't want to keep harping on about it, but it is a good point. To keep it fun, to keep it alive, and to keep people coming back, you need to put things in place that says you can't do certain things, and if you do, you're going to get warned, and if you do it again, you're going to. That's it.
And it's not easy. We have, we appreciate all our teams, our drivers, all our support as customers and friends. But it's very hard, but you have to keep that rule of law, so to speak, in place. Especially after VIR, we went from the best times to the worst times. And I told at the drivers' meeting, I said I had good people.
Mike Skeen coming up right behind Nathan Bird, had to make evasive maneuvers.
He had to throw out the umbrella and the parachute at the back there.
He had that was using all the track and way more.
And he passes the former Indy car racer Pippa Mann, who has to give up that. I don't know how he got past there, but this is Skeen on a run. Mike Skeen, one of the best drivers in the United States currently, and he'll be in action in Trans Am, but he's putting down some real rubber here at COTA.
Making a pass here, coming through that carousel section. Mike Skeen over Nathan Bird. And I think, we were watching Nathan Bird kind of snaking across, trying to break the draft, and seeing Mike Skeen in his mirror, and I think he's going to I think Nathan Bird's going to make that move to live to fight another day after seeing Mike Skeet come up so close behind him.
Yeah, certainly car-wise, too. We've got some differences in cars here. And of the three, Nathan's in the smaller caliber, so to speak. All right, he's got a 22, and the other two cars are 45 calibers. 9 millimeters is what they're running with, and he's there with a 22. But he's being very respectful, and that's a good thing here in Texas, right?
I was going to say, nicely Texas chosen.
That's a Texas slogan.
Get your gun analogy going.
I'm from Florida, and he's sticking to his guns, so to speak.
There you go.
But a good battle, good racing. And they trade places, and they'll have a good chat about it, and a good natter up on the, as you might say, Jonathan, good natter up on the podium when this is all over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a good natter to be had by all. So Pipperman and Mosing. Mosing now in 6th place, Pipperman in 5th, but she's lost out to Bo Skeen, who's up to 3rd place, but he's just got by Nathan Bird as we have another look at Pippa trying to close down the 68 of Nathan Bird.
And back to what we were talking about, I feel like Bill and Riddell and Ken, when I started with you guys years ago, it's like you might have stolen a theme from politics to make racing fun again. You need to make some red hats to say that, because it just seems like that is the spirit of International GT. Is some of the best racing, some of the most competitive drivers, but they have such a great time with each other out on the track and then away from the track.
I'm looking at the in-car camera there at Goldcrest, Jeff Isringhausen Jr. We had both Isringhausens here entered, but this is the junior. He's in Dad's car. And the reason that is Dad took up ill, went home. The transmission packed up on Junior's car, so it left him with a usable car and a usable driver. And a good young driver, first time with International GT, both father and son, which we have a number of, as you know, which we really enjoy having that. But great to have father, son, and siblings and parents in the series. And it gives us pleasure because it gives them to know that they got the confidence in the series, that it's a place they can come run and have fun. And that's what it's about.
Yep, in that 3.8 Cayman GT4 Club Sport car, currently in 16th position in that 181 as we stay on board.
We haven't talked about the Cayman class. A couple things about it. We have a big Cayman class, very competitive. Okay, we had the and running for the championship. Joe Rizzo's in the hunt. Maria Mejia's in the hunt, and joined by a number of newcomers. And we're very happy to have that. We have over 40 cars, and we're not far off of closing out Daytona registration, and half the field is Caymans at Daytona this year.
Oh, wow.
We're over 20 cars, and we've run with 4, 5, 6 Caymans. But again, shout out to Bill Riddell, because I know that's near and dear to his heart. He started with the Caymans, and we started together with the Stuttgart Cup. Started just with that before building into Maranello Cup and Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy. And the Caymans are back, Bill. So it's great to have them, and they'll be well represented at Daytona.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. 10 minutes to go, or just over 11 at the moment, but we're getting down on the next lap, and there'll be just 10 minutes to go. And this is the Enduro, one of 3 races for each weekend. That's what the IGT do at each weekend. And I think the other attraction is, I know it certainly attracts not only the friendliness and the camaraderie, but also the tracks. I mean, we're here at the iconic Formula One circuit, but you get to go to all the classics as well, don't you? We added 2 tracks to the 2023 schedule. So here we go. We will start at Sebring in February, Road Atlanta in March, Laguna Seca and Sears Point in April and May. Those are the 2 added. Lime Rock the end of May, Mid-Ohio in June, and then we'll take off. We'll go to Road America in July, Watkins Glen in September, VIR in October, back here in November, and finish up at Daytona. That's not a bad schedule, and that's because thanks to Tony Perella, SVRA, the SpeedTour deal. But we have one of the best schedules in racing. Not only are we the best tracks,
I think it's the best. I can't think of any other motorsport that has that. Every single track is a banger in that schedule.
Yeah, it's great, and it's a great variety.
I just had a question from an Austin race fan right here in little old Elroy, Texas, saying it's only 61 degrees. How is that affecting the race tyres here because, we've just witnessed Formula One and it was definitely in the mid-90s and the track temperature was high. But this is early morning. The track temperature is relatively cold.
Yeah.
You've had 3 races here. Have there been any complaints or any problems?
Good question. It actually made us into making a change on the grid, which we've had to do several times this year. I looked at it and figured with the time change and the predicted temperatures that we normally do 1 pace lap. Okay,
we did 2, didn't we?
And we called it on the grid 5 minutes before that we did 2 pace laps.
Well, ski tyres aren't cold.
That's our leader, Mike Skeen, there with Mark Matisse going side by side.
Oh, Michael. As his mother would call him.
Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11. That's going to be the site of a lot of passes like that today, Jonathan.
Yeah, that was great racing by Mike Skeen, and no surprise we're seeing him at the front there. But that was argy bargy, as they say in Scotland. But carry on with your thought on the
Yes,
time.
back to our question. Great question, and as you said, it made us look at having 2 pace laps to get up to tire temperature. We were at 55 degrees when we started. At this point, they've had plenty of laps. The tires are up to temperature. I'm looking quickly at the track times. Pretty close to what we've run in qualifying in the afternoon. So I would say the track conditions and the tire temperatures are pretty much optimum at this point.
Well, thank you, Austin race fan, for that. So the Tilson GT3 Cup, number 68, in second place, having been overtaken by Mike Skeen. And Skeen is off into the distance now already. The gap, 7 seconds. Pippa Mann still third. Then Mosing and Yardley. They've been battling all the way. Mosing got the upper hand now on Yardley, but the pair of them still working together. 4th and 5th at the moment. Benitez 6th, and Stephen McClear is in 8th position. 8 minutes to go. Who's impressed you this season? Forget the points for a second. Yeah. Who's impressed you as has sort of grown in front of you this year? We've got a lot of new entries. You mentioned the father and son, and that's always a great part.
Well, let me interrupt because I think for me it's this car right here that we're looking at, Jody Miller. I think with the strategy and the coaching from Pippa Mann, Jody Miller has really stepped up, and we saw him finish on the podium in a really rainy Trans Am race. But Jody Miller, who started at Sebring as what I'd call kind of more of a mid-pack battler, has really moved his way up to the front.
Yeah, let me back up a bit on Jody Miller. Jody Miller had a weekend, and he had started out. He did a couple races, and he brought Pippa along as a coach. She had a conflict and couldn't show up, and Jody did it alone. He happened to not crash once at Road Atlanta, but twice in the same race weekend. Went on probation, did it on an all-alone. Matter of fact, I think he actually crashed in the same place twice. And there was a number of people, officials that said, we call it OSB, and we thought Jody was OSB. It's called Other Sports Beckon, okay? And we thought Jody was going to be headed for the golf
OSB,
going to headed for the golf course. And I said, no, let's give him some time. And he's a great guy. And Pippa worked with him, and you're seeing the result of it. He's on the podium and running up front.
Hey guys, watch this. Coming into 12, we've got Mosing and Yardley side by side. And Pippa Mann is just ahead of the pair of them, but we'll see if they sort themselves out through 12.
Yes, Pippa Mann, we look right here in that Jody Miller car driving through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Stadium section. Her race is right here in front of her with Nathan Bird.
Yeah, Mosing has got past.
And there's Mosing there.
Yeah, it's great to attract Jeff Mosing. Usually an IMSA and very well known, like I said, the Austin star, as it were.
Right.
Followed his career for the last few years, and great to have him in IGT, no question.
Yeah. He's taking advantage of all that experience and local knowledge.
Yeah, he's got a fair few laps around here.
Yeah, and I think almost more than any other track that we visit, maybe with the exception of Sebring or Daytona, that this track, having experience on this track, really comes in handy. This is your home track. There's just so many little weird details about this track, and then knowing the climate, the changes, how the wind can shift in different places really comes in handy. Here's Yardley coming up the Mission Foods Turn 1 right now, and we need to have a big hello to Juan Gonzalez, who I'm sure is tuning in as he's at Daytona at another great vintage race going on at Daytona this weekend. But there we're back with Pippa Mann going through those Bell Helmet S's.
Clock ticking down, 5 minutes to go. Mike Skeen leading the way here, and no surprise to see the mighty Mike at the front. Nathan Bird in second. Pippa Mann finally getting a chance to have a run. Like you said, she's been coaching, but and she doesn't always jump in, but she's chosen to. The big guns came out, so to speak, and so everybody played their strongest hand.
Yeah, no doubt. Everybody saved it to the end, and having all these green laps played into the opportunity for the coaches and other drivers to get in and have some fun.
And talking to Pippa Mann, strategy plays such a big role in this race. And one thing to know about International GT, because they're GT cars, most of these drivers are huge fans of endurance racing. So the enduro seems to be where they put all of their focus of the weekend. They love the sprint races, but it seems like the enduro, especially Bill Riddell, who left a comment earlier, that seems to be where everybody is really concentrating their efforts.
Well, the sun's starting to come out. It was very misty this morning when we started off, but it was early o'clock as I call it, but 8 o'clock in the morning. And the mist has started to rise now, and we are starting to get a little glint of sunshine here in little old Elroy, Texas. That field was packed during the Formula One. We've got fans listening in Montreal, Virginia, North Carolina, Australia, and the Netherlands.
Cool.
Ken,
we are international.
We are international. The Dutch have come to join us. The Orange Army is on board. Dankjewel.
Thanks for your comments. Well, guys, I heard the white flag is coming out next time by, and so I'm going to excuse myself. I'm waving the white flag on this weekend.
All right, Ken, always a pleasure to have you. Congratulations on another brilliant season, and especially tracking the likes of Jeff Mosing and all the rest of it. We'll let you go and do your duty, so to speak, and do the proceedings at the podium. We'll take it to the finish, though, but it looks as though Mike Skeen's got control of this race, but no surprise.
SpeedTour personnel who invited International GT to be part of this, and thanks to everyone who's tuned in and presented questions. We really appreciate you being out there and being enthusiastic about International GT racing.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about it, IGT Racing Series, look it up, and it's all there. Maranello Cup, Stuttgart Cup, etc. They've got one more round to go after this at Daytona.
Yeah, internationalgt.net is how you find that. We've got somebody watching from Belgium also, and Akron, Ohio, all over the place. I love this. So there is our leader, Mike Skeen. I would say I'm going to make a lot of friends mad right now, but I would say probably the most talented TA2 racer that I've seen over the last few years, and obviously a really great GT racer and a great partner with Mark Matisse, and it looks like he's got this thing pretty well handled.
Well, and as I said, one of the top drivers in America right now in terms of versatility. He's a great driver coach, but he's done IMSA, he's done Daytona, he's done you name it. I mean, he is around. He's a regular in Trans Am. In fact, actually this year, he hasn't been a regular in Trans Am because of his duties in IMSA. And so he decided just to do a few Trans Am races, but he's still in the top 5.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. He's here comes that white flag.
Good work.
Circuit of the Americas, right after what we call now Andretti turn. Is that right, Jonathan?
Exactly right. The Andretti turn it is. And Fayan coming in the Porsche. I'm not sure why.
That was the Ferrari.
Is that not the Fayan Ferrari?
Yeah, that's the Fayan Ferrari. I'm not sure if he forgot to pit or what he's coming in for, but hopefully everything's okay with that beautiful car.
Yeah, no kidding. Final lap then here in our IGT Enduro Race 3. We've had Ken Fenglin here, Jonathan Green, and Ben Sissel giving you the action as Mike Skeen weaves his way through the S's and through the various other cars who are out there in their own battles, but Skeen is in a world of his own, some 19 seconds ahead of Nathan Bird. Pippa Mann's going to take third. Mosing and Yardley continue their battle, but Mosing is getting the better of it now, but it's still been a great run by the young Kiwi, Ryan Yardley, and Stephen McClare in 6th position, Benitez 7th, Kobe Shield in 8th, Casey Mears in 9th, and Ripoll in 10th. That's your top 10. And just outside that, Blizzard, Hammond, Rizzo, Groombridge, who led for a while during the pit stops, and Zach Anderson rounding out the top 15. Mike Skeen then heading down the back straight.
So we've got Evil Scientist Moose from Central Oregon. Way to go, Evil Scientist Moose. Way to keep Oregon weird.
Yeah.
That's a great name right there. We've got Marco Island, Florida. Tim Sands, who's raced this track. So
Hawaii are tuning in. Aloha.
I love it. Yeah, aloha from Hawaii. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends, leave us a comment if we've gotten something wrong, or if you just want to yell at the commentators like I do sometimes when I watch TV. Feel free. Let them fly here on the comments, and we'll try our best to fix what we've gotten wrong. Jonathan doesn't get things wrong, but I tend to get a lot of things wrong. Don't yell at me.
I'll cry.
Jonathan's sensitive, but I love it. So keep it coming, ladies and gentlemen. And Jonathan, you take us to the checkered.
Well, Mike Skeen has ruled the roost since he got in. He got in at the second pit stop into that number 77 and hasn't looked back. He made some aggressive moves, but he hasn't looked back since. And there's the checkered as Mike Skeen wins here at the Circuit of the Americas to win the IGT Enduro. Second, some 19 seconds behind and not yet crossing the line will be Nathan Bird, and it looks as though the number 3, the all-silver GT4 Porsche of Pippa Mann will come across the line in third. Look at this, Mosing, and Pippa Mann. Mosing's going to do it. No, is he? Oh, it's a photo finish. Oh, superb stuff, and I think Pippa just held him off. Wow.
Ooh, I would have really liked to have seen that go to what we're doing as the finish line in Trans Am, the one at pit out, because I think we would have had a drag race there.
Yeah, because their finish line is earlier. Oh, and Mosing. I don't know if he's doing donuts. Yeah, he's decided to do donuts.
All right.
All right, Jeff.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
talk about your home track.
We got in trouble for that a couple of years ago and had to pay for the paint repair on that. So Mosing, I hope we're not having to invoice you for that one, buddy.
That's all right. I'm sure he's got a pretty good relationship with the Circuit of the Americas.
I'd hope so, yeah. And at least he did it there and not on the red, white, and blue stripes.
We've got a question about Trans Am. We've got over 52 cars. I think 55 entered and a qualifying 52. Yeah, we've just got the question on the back.
Yeah, TA2, we've got over 50.
You don't want to miss that. That's going to be an historical sight.
And we've got a national championship to be decided today. We've got the West Coast Championship to be decided today. We've got the Young Guns Championship for $20,000 to be decided, all in today's race. So stay tuned for that.
And this man will be in the thick of it, as always. Mike Skeen racing for the Three-Dimensional Services team. And Mike will be in action very, very soon. Both races here this morning, so stay tuned. If you're watching on the live stream, we'll have the TA and TA2 races coming up. Well done to Mike then, and that's a good little warm-up for him. Just get a sense of the track. So a quick check on the results for our IGT Enduro Race 3. Mathis and Skeen win in style. 19 seconds ahead of David Tuati and Nathan Bird, Jody Miller and Pippa Mann. So it was the two lady teams that were at the top. Jeff Mosing, 4th place, just missing out to Pippa Mann there. Ryan Yardley, a brilliant run by the young Kiwi into 5th place. Albert Lukazic and Stephen McClear in 6th place. Angel Benitez in 7th. Brady Behrman in 8th position. Kobe Shield in his car 2. And Jimmy Adams and Casey Mears 9th. Javier Ripoll in 10th position in the 191. So that's how they finished in IGT. Well done once again to Mathis and Skeen. They're our winners in the Enduro race, our first of many here on the Mission Foods Speed Tour. Stay with us from the Circuit of the Americas. We'll be right back with more action.
All right, well, welcome back to the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour as they come up through the blend line. We are splitting, so don't fret. They're not crossing the line, the blend line, like they shouldn't be doing, because we are splitting down there. This is the Formula Bs. We're going to have some great competition in the Formula B races here. We had one of the best races that I've ever seen in vintage racing just a few years ago. So we've got Formula B, Formula Fords, all kinds of different Formula Fords out there, but one of the most beautiful cars that I've seen in vintage racing, you've got to see this thing up close, is that number 1 car, Jeff Brabham in a 71 Brabham BT35. I
was about to say, I am not a nerd, generally speaking, but when you see a Brabham in a Brabham, that's just special.
Yeah.
That's special for the family, it's special for racing heritage, and it's special for fans of historic racing. To see Jeff Brabham here, and of course, just the other little slower, no, I won't say that, he's just as fast, Matty Brabham, and the pair of them put on a hell of a battle a couple of years ago here at COTA in 2 Brabhams. Great to have Jeff here.
Right there behind him, Tonis Kasemets in a 69 Brabham BT29, and I love getting nerdy, and I think our comment section loves getting nerdy, but it is Jeff Brabham in a Brabham, and the funny thing is he had never driven a Brabham until he joined us in vintage racing.
That's pretty funny, isn't it?
And he is loving it. But so we've got Jeff Brabham at pole, followed by Tonis Kasemets. Look for these two to really battle it out. Then Graham Edelman in a 68 Brabham F2 BT23C, a beautiful car. A little bit different classification than a Formula B, because that is an F2 car. Then Joel Quadracci, who gave us one of our best battles at Watkins Glen a few years ago in a 1971 Brabham BT35. Bruce Hamilton in a 70 Brabham BT36. I'm sorry, in 5th is Ron Hornig in a 71 Brabham. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all Brabhams. Then 7th, Peace Rader in a 71 Lotus 69B. Glenn Bilowski in a 69 Chevron B15B. Paul Hager in a 69 Brabham BT29. And then starting out in the Formula Fords, a split start is Dan Cowdrey. Then Bob Hatley in an 89. Roland Johnson. Tom Dalrymple in a Van Diemen. Enrique Contreras in a Van Diemen. Scott Clark is 22nd. Michael Werrick, Jeff Langham, Tim Blakely, Ted Smith, Alex Akamian, Sal Weber, Nathan Baldoff, John DeGiovanni in a 1970 Titan. Tom Linton in one of my favorite cars, that 69 Winkleman. Robert Rogers, Ken Baum, Ricardo Rauer, Thomas Lopez Roca, and Lee Romini in 31st. So, ladies and gentlemen, 31 cars taking this Group 2 as they come down to the start. Jonathan, I'm going to give it over to you because you love these open wheelers.
Oh, I certainly do at COTA, absolutely, as they come out of 19 and approach the Andretti corner at 20. Everybody coming in, the Honda Civic pace car comes past our commentary position, and they are ready to go racing here as they head down the main straight at the Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas, for our Group 2 helmet race. Leading the way, Jeff Brabham. And the 58 doing a good job of Graham Alderman at the start. A bit of a lock-up for the right front there from Brabham. But everybody taking a nice little line through there. Some going wide, some going on the inside at the top of Big Red, which for today is the Mission Foods Turn 1, and under the S's for the first time. And already the top 3 starting to slide and slip their way. Great battle here as the 58A getting very, very close attention from the 666 of Tonis Kasemets, who lost out on the start and drops to 3rd. And then our second start as they come now to the start finish. And that's the number 8 of Bob Hattle in the all green there. He's got the 88 just outside him of Tom Dalrymple.
Yeah, Bob Hatley all the way from the West Coast with Dan Cowdrey all the way from the West Coast, followed by Roland Johnson. Lots of West Coasters out there as they go into Mission Foods Turn 1 and 2, but now we're back with the Formula Bs coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. That's Graham Edelman on the outside of Jeff Brabham.
And he should make the pass here at 12 because the inside line is an easier way to get past. But Brabham's so late on the brakes, and beautifully done as he knocks it back. And unfortunately, the 58 stays in second place after doing some good work there. Into the stadium section.
Graham Edelman, one of the best drivers here in vintage racing, races all kinds. He's actually here with his wife, Sharon Edelman, and son, Owen Edelman. It's a family affair between them. I think they have 4 or 5 cars they're racing this weekend. And Graham Edelman was side by side in a vintage racing. If you're questionable on if you have the pass, you let the other driver take it because it's the overtaking car's responsibility. He did the right thing, and Jeff Brabham isn't going to give an inch. I made the mistake of calling Jeff Brabham a gentleman driver once, and last year he threatened my life. So if you've ever been threatened with your life by a childhood hero, it's quite an experience.
Yes. Sharon Edelman in a Ginetta, I see.
Yeah,
that's an interesting
beautiful
one.
car.
Group 8. So
and look at Tonis Kasemets right behind Graham. You can see Graham looking in his mirrors, checking everything, gives him the point by. Tonis Kasemets gives him the thank you, and now Tonis Kasemets going by Brabham. So Graham Edelman seems to have a little bit more power on these long straights in that F2 car. But look at this. This is going to be a great battle here in 2 of the prettiest cars. Now, that car in second place, the black of Tonis Kasemets, is for sale. You can contact him or Cahill Racing. And that we know that's a beautifully well-prepared car, well-driven. That is a championship-winning car. That is for sale right there, that number 666.
If you want to get into vintage racing, you do hold schools for people who want to basically become from a mere mortal to a racing driver, and you can learn how to do it, right?
Yeah, you can learn how to do it, and in these cars, be a great way to learn how to do it. In any of these Formula Fords, Club Fords, or Formula Bs, fantastic racing all around. So we've got some great racing here. I'm seeing the leaders in Formula Ford go right in front of us too, and they're having a great time. That's Ron Hornig there in that SVRA blue 1971 Brabham BT 3532 as they come around Franklin Road Apparel turn 11. I just love the look of these no aero, no downforce, open wheel cars with these huge tires. Formula B, and there's a Quadracci just in front in that 1967 BT29. The look of these Brabhams, just unbelievable. I wish we would go to modern racing and make the drivers just for one race these Formula Bs without any
I think we'd get some great racing, yeah.
Without any downforce, all driver input. I would love to see what could happen.
Quadracci then in that beautifully painted number 44, doing the business. We had the dual start, so to speak, so we'll try to keep you up to date with the different cars in the 2 different categories that we've got racing here in our Group 2 coverage. But a good field, as always, for the big last hurrah, so to speak, for SVRA. Quadracci currently in, 4th position at the moment. Yeah,
this is Vintage Racing National Championship. Each car is working, and each driver is working to win the Bell Gold helmet in their own respective class. I think we're going to be giving away 3 helmets just in this class alone. 1 for Formula B, 1 for Club Ford, and 1 for Formula Ford, I believe. I could be wrong on that. I'm trying to get a sheet for that. But there is the number, looks like this. Is that the 68 of Pierce Reader in that Lotus? That's our first Lotus out there, that is. That's a beautiful car as well. So let us know if you're watching, where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. And if we get any calls wrong here, please correct us. You can do that as disruptively as you like. Feel free to roast me. Jonathan's more sensitive as we look here at Travis Engen coming around the Bell Helmets S's. That beautiful, that should be the first Chevron in the group. That's a Chevron B17B.
Yep.
Formula B car. Travis Engen racing several different cars here with us this weekend. And I love the addition of these huge flags here at Circuit of the Americas, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Just really adds
Everything's
some
big
visuals.
in Texas, baby. Lap 3 of 8. Still a little bit muggy out there, a little bit humid, but remember, it is November. And so things are cooling down here in Texas. We had a very, very hot summer and almost unbearable at times, but fun all the same. But as we take a look for the first time at Glenn Belowski in the Chevron B15.
We've got
he's currently in 8th position.
Mark Giroux. We were talking about that great race with Mark Giroux and Joel Quadracci in this group a few years ago from Watkins Glen. He's watching from Maine. So, Mark, who are you rooting for? You race against all these competitors. So, Mark Giroux, all the way from Maine, tell us who you're rooting for. We've got Costa Rica watching us. We've got people from all over North Carolina. So, thank you so much for joining us. This is one of my favorite races that we have throughout the weekend, and it's going to get heated up here in these beautiful cars. There's that 63 of, well, where is that? That's Paul Hager in the 1970 Brabham BT29. And you got to see these cars up close. And the great thing about these events is you can walk into the garages, you can walk into the tents, talk to the drivers and the crew, and they are set up like Concours winning show cars. And I'm going to say especially that one up front and the two up front of Jeff Brabham and Tonis Kassem. It's just beautiful examples of how to prepare a race car.
Yeah, Beliski in that 1969 Chevron B15B. Chevron's first truly successful Formula 3 car. The one you just saw there in the number 36. Well, you're looking at it right now, to be fair. Through comes the 76 now.
Bruce Hamilton, longtime racer with us, races in some Indy Lights with us, has had Lynn St. James as a co-driver with him in the past. He races in LMP3, so he's always out here racing, but I love the look of these Formula B cars. He's got a high roll bar there with a high camera on top, looking down at a great battle.
So Kasemets leads the way, but it's just under a second. He's just got ahead of Brabham. So the pair of them fighting it out. They've got a good gap to Adelman in third position. Quadracci, who we've mentioned in the 44A, is in fourth position. Horing in fifth. Rader in sixth place. Then Travis Engen in the number 1 in seventh. Bilowski in eighth in that beautiful number 36. And then Hager in ninth and Hamilton 10th.
So here's our first in Formula 4. Dan Cowdrey in a true vintage Formula 4, somehow taking it over the Swift of Bob Hatley, but Dan Cowdrey, always one of our fastest. He's in a 1970 Titan MK6. Beautiful car. There's Bob Hatley there, just behind.
Yeah, that was a 1970 Titan Mark 6 that Cowdrey's in, and it was introduced in 1970.
Wait, am I seeing the flagger hold up double yellow? I saw the flagger there at turn 3 holding up a double yellow. I hope I'm not seeing that. So, get political. Mark Giroux, I asked him who he's rooting for. He says, I'm rooting for a clean and competitive race. Come on, Mark. You know,
yeah, you
know
were
your
right. The
friends
safety
are
car
out
is
there.
out.
You could do better than that. So, there's James Rogerson there in our safety car with a, looks like a photo ride along. So, we've got a white flag and a double yellow. White flag means there's safety vehicles on the course. We do hot pulls here, and it looks like James Rogerson is just waiting for the leader as he waits to come up the hill. In our pace car, I'm not sure what's going on. I see some, you can see the Flagtronics light panels flashing there in the distance, and look at that. Tonis Kasemets is now our leader as he follows around, and I'm not sure what's happening. We've got time, but if this is a long cleanup, we might have a new national champion in Tonis Kasemets.
Would it be for the championship?
This is the Vintage Racing National Championship, yeah.
All right, so there you go.
He could be bringing a gold bell helmet. It's been in the Brabham family for 2 or 3 years, but I think might go home with the Cahill team this weekend. If I'm not hearing from race control yet of what this is, but I'm not seeing anything major, not hearing anything major, so we might get back to green. It might be a green-white checker.
Yeah, we haven't seen the incident itself yet, have we?
We haven't yet. I'm gonna run real quick and try to find something out, Jonathan.
Go for it. So we're under caution here. Jeff Brabham and Kasemets fighting it tooth and nail at the moment for the win here. And this could be another reprieve for Jeff Brabham to try to take the win here, having led the early part of it. And really good racing so far. This is our first major group racing, having done the IGTs. They've done their weekend. And looking forward to seeing what they can do as the day goes on. But we're under safety here, and Kasemets, Brabham, and Alderman leading the way. Quadracci still fourth, and then Honig in fifth position, Rita in sixth, and Travis Engen seventh, and Bilowski in eighth. Heading out of turn 11 and down the back straight. Want to keep those tyres warm And yes, we had a question about the temperatures, and it is quite low compared to how it usually is. It's kind of humid at the moment, so it's starting to creep into the mid-60s, and the track temperature will rise bit by bit. And the asphalt is the one thing that does get quickly heated up here at COTA. Luckily, the wind not too heavy. We had some strong winds at the Formula One race weekend, but I'm glad to say that not as windy this weekend. So we've had a combination of early 70s, late 60s, up to, we've got a Van Diemen 1982, and that's one of the more modern cars, an 81 Zinc as well, Sal Weber in that, and a Beach, I haven't heard of a Beach, from 1969, Nathan Baldorf. And then we mentioned that Titan Mark 6 that's out there. The Abarth and the Euro Swift. We've also got a Cross the FF and a Lotus 51. Lee Ramin in that one too. Now we'll have a close look at the safety car as they come around. An important restart this, and I think the lights are off. They've got a quick look at it. There's Quadaraki. I love the paint scheme on that, but everybody a quick look at the 16 there. As they go much slower through here, we can actually see who's who. Jeffrey Anderson at the wheel of that Brabham BT29 in all black. And the back markers just coming through. And that's our pickup. That's it. Finally, we've got it at 12. It's a car stuck out on track. Yeah, so it was an incident at 12, and they've got a truck out there to clean it up, and that's why we're under safety. But I do worry that with 4 laps, or with only a few laps remaining, we may stay under safety. But they might get it clean.
No, they're going to. I'm hearing from Race Control, RC, that James Rogerson is saying he's going to bring it down to 50 miles an hour there in that pace car. Give them time, but he thinks they're going to be able to go green if the pace car can stay slow. But the bad thing is about a slow pace car, these vintage race cars sometimes need to go a little bit faster than that to get the cooling into their systems, especially in this class. You know, these are full-on purpose-built race cars that need to get some air flowing through those radiators. So we'll see what happens here. We've got a mixed group. Looks like some of the lap traffic of the Club Fords have mixed in with these Formula Bs, so hopefully they move off to the right at the restart and let these Formula Bs go through. They've got quite a bit more power, and as you can see, a lot more tire. So it should be an interesting restart here as Jeff Brabham, look for him to come through and try to take a pass on Tonis, but Tonis is not an easy person to pass at all.
Just explain, you put these bell banners out. Just explain through the S's what the rules are for them. I mean, obviously they don't want to hit your bell things, but there's also rules. They can have 2 wheels off, right? Because we're going to come up to Trans Am fairly soon. So just explain that.
Well, each group has been different. The rules are different. So with us, it is, with SVRA, it is 4 wheels over that first white line, you're out of bounds. And they're watching that in race control, and you will get penalized unless you get forced outside, like at turn 1 or turn 19 or 20.
Yeah, that's different.
With Trans Am, turn 19 or 20 and 12 or 11 have no out of bounds. They only have out of bounds there in those S's. So they had me put up those bell helmet signs, and if a tire goes over that line, it's basically going to hit that sign, and that's going to alert everybody that they're out of bounds unless they get pushed out there, and they'll have to come through a pass-through penalty, which is about a 30 to 40 seconds penalty, which in TA2 basically takes you out of the running for the top.
So we're under caution here in our Group 2 helmet race, and everybody all now together on track and sort of waiting like we are for the restart of this. We're hopefully going to get underway. We're on lap 5 of 8. Interestingly enough, we're talking about Jeff Brabham. Matthew Brabham is right up there at the sharp end of TA, and he'll be in action, so you don't want to miss that. He has been putting on a show in the last few races. I think he's had 4 Trans Am races, and he's won 3 of them. And one of them was here at COTA last year.
Yeah, one of my favorite races of the year. Last lap pass here at the last turn over Ernie Francis Jr. Lots of fun to watch. And looks like the pace car's picking up the pace a little bit, so we might see the lights go out here pretty soon. James Rogerson leading them down. Now this is going to be a mixed group start, so it could get a little bit hairy here. Okay, lights are out. Here we go. Jonathan, I'm going to give you the start.
Kesemets in the 666 will try to hold off the mighty Jeff Brabham in a Brabham. Adelman in the 58A in third. Quadaraki has been looking good and racy throughout this race, and we're about to get a restart here. We're coming through 18, down to 19, the off-camber famous 19 corner where they've let him go a little bit wider than usual. But I was talking to Adam Andretti. It doesn't really bring you a big advantage to go very wide there. Because you still have to gather it all in to get to 20 and out of there, and there's plenty of room at the exit at 20. Here we go then. Kesemets leads them away. White and green flag is waving.
Look for Jeff Brabham to either duck inside or outside. Wherever Kesemets goes, he's going to go the opposite way. He's looking in his mirrors, trying to get the draft and see if he can get anything into Mission Foods turn 1 up the hill. Looks like he's just going to follow him into turn 2.
Yeah, looks as though he's decided he's not going to make the lunge at turn 1, because that's it looks like on paper the easy thing to do, but it's so easy to miss your braking point and end up very wide indeed at 1, and then you really just can't get it back. So he'll save himself for after the S's, maybe a run into turn 11. But actually, Kesemets doing a really good job of that restart, because he's gapped himself just slightly. And it is the final lap. They were right there. There was the white flag and the green at the same time. I thought that was the case as they head up to turn 10 then for the last time, as it's Kesemets in the 666 doing a great job, leading Brabham and Alderman still third, but a great battle going on for the lead. And there's the 58 of the third place man, who's got away from Quadaraki, interestingly enough, so he should hold on in those martini colours as he heads down the back straight for the last time. Now, let's see where Brabham is. I don't think he's close enough.
No, this should be his chance. Now, if he can get any kind of draft here, he might be able to outbrake him, but I don't know. That's a pretty big gap as they come in here.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to get past him here.
But he's taking a better line. He's going to have a better line coming in. He's outbraking him a little bit, but he's not enough for the over-under there.
Now he's got to really work hard on the stadium section through here. Brabham, oh no, he's going for a move at 13. Almost thought about it, but didn't quite pull it off. Brabham in fine form here as they come into 16. Really good racing at the front, but Brabham loves this circuit. He and his son did a great performance in Brabham's a couple of years ago here at COTA, put on a great show, and here we go through the stadium section for the last time. Jeff Brabham and Kesemets doing the business here. So can Tonis Kesemets in the Brabham BT29 hold off Brabham? They've one corner to go now. You can see it from the drone yourself. There's enough of a gap now. Tonis has almost got this.
We are the pit out finish line, so this isn't the finish line. So Jeff's still got a little stretch. Oh,
that is the finish line there, though.
No.
Yeah, so Kesemets wins it.
Kesemets, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's the finish line. So Kesemets takes it over Jeff Brabham, and what a great race, man. This Formula B does not disappoint.
Never does, no. Alderman then taking the third, Quadaraki in fourth position, Hornig in fifth, Rader in sixth position, Travis Engen in seventh, Bilowski dropping down to 10th, actually. It was Hagar who got up to 8th position, and Hamilton 9th, Bilowski dropping to 10th in the closing stages there. Anderson, Cowdrey, Hattel, Johnson, and Dalrymple. So, what a great little race. That actually, in some ways, that caution helped a little bit. Certainly helped Brabham, but he didn't quite pull it off.
So Dan Cowdrey takes the win in Formula Ford, followed by Bob Hatley. So, to my calculations, that's a gold helmet for Tonis Kesemets, Dan Cowdrey, and Bob Hatley.
Hey, we've got a day of this. Tell us what the gold helmet means for people watching
for
the first time.
Gold helmets are the Vintage Racing National Championship trophies. They get an actual Bell helmet. A lot of our drivers race with them. Really nice helmets, and that is such a trophy to display that you are the quickest vintage driver in your group, in your class.
Confirmation then, Tonis Kezemets wins in the 666 Brabham ahead of, well, a host of Brabhamers, including Jeff Brabham in a Brabham B235 in second, Graham Alderman in the F2 BT23C in third, Kwadaraki fourth, Horning in fifth position, also in a Brabham. The first of the Lotuses was Pierce Reader in sixth place in the Lotus 69B. The Chevron was seventh in the hands of Travis Engen. Then the Brabham BT29, another one, Paul Hager taking eighth position. Bruce Hamilton in ninth in the BT36. And then Glenn Bilowski in the Chevron takes the top 10th position. Great racing and more to come from our final weekend of SVRA, the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action very, very soon. Morning, everyone, and welcome to a wonderful day of Trans Am racing. Jonathan Green here, and, well, it's a special part of the year because this is the final race. The championship may have been won in Trans Am, but there's so many great stories to bring you, including new ones like this man, Mark Austin, getting that XGT car, the AMG Mercedes, beautifully prepared. But we've got so many stories. Chris Dyson has won the championship, and we've decided, because it's the last championship round of the year, we brought royalty into the house. The one and only Willie T. Ribs is back by popular demand to join me in the booth. Willie, how are you, first and foremost? And are you looking forward to this?
This is where it all began in my career. So I'm always looking forward to watching the heavy breathers, and the heavy breathers are the TA.
Exactly, and the reason why you call them the heavy breathers, 850 brake horsepower plus, unlimited compared to TA2, which is limited at 500. Does it take you back to your days in Trans Am?
Yeah, it's gotten so technical now. I just saw Chris Dyson yesterday, and he showed me his new development car from Riley, and the car looks more like an Indy car than it does a Trans Am car.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned that Chris Dyson has already wrapped up the championship. There are the driver points, 292. But the battle is on for second place. Tommy Dreese, Amy Ruman, and Ken Twait split between 11 points. So we're really going to focus on that battle between the three of them. Tommy Dreese had a gearbox problem in the preparation for this weekend, but got out for qualifying, and he's qualified fine. Amy Ruman looking good after a third place last time out at Virginia. Ken Twait's, the affable Ken Twait's, always on it, and I asked him if he was looking forward to potentially getting a runner-up spot, and he said it would be a dream come true. That team going from strength to strength, new drivers coming in, and lots more stories to come out of the Showtime stable next year. But also, we'll be keeping a watchful eye on two men who aren't necessarily, well, actually, Matthew Brabham is in the championship chase. Matthew Brabham qualified second on the grid to the mighty Boris Said. And there's a man you'll know well, but I said to him yesterday, how is it to take pole? He goes, not bad for my first pole at 60.
Well, he's not going to, he might be able to get into AARP, but he's not driving like it.
No, he ain't.
Yeah, right.
And his son's out there now, of course, in TA2. So he's also watching the kid as well as showing the kid what it's all about.
I mean, I think it's great to have father and son combinations. You look at Jeff Brabham, for example, and Matt Brabham. Matt Brabham is absolutely superstar in the making. And, you know, I raced against his daddy, Jeff.
Yep.
His grandfather is a legend worldwide, Sir Jack Brabham.
Three-time world Formula One champion.
Yeah, so the racehorses never get out of the pen very far.
Willie, a local here in Austin, Texas. We see him around, and there's the previous winners from 21. Matthew Brabham, like I said earlier, if you'd missed it, I said he's won 3 of the 4 Trans Am starts he's made. Not a bad accolade, really. So in other words, he's not a regular. He's a 3-time stadium truck champion. He's an Indy Lights professional in his day job, if you will. And he's also won several single-seater series on the way up to Indy Lights. The future looking pretty bright for Matthew Brabham.
Well, everywhere he goes, he's at the front or winning, and that's what big teams look for. They look, and he can drive anything.
Yeah.
Now, when you can go from a open-wheel car, Indy Lights, to a Trans Am car, to a stadium truck, well, yeah, stadium trucks are more in the air than they're on the ground.
Another little story I want to bring you. Adam Andretti, interestingly enough, Wally Dollenbach was going to run, another man you'll know well, was going to run in the Trans Am historic entry, a car that's a Poncho Weaver prepared car. The Ultimate Headers Ford Mustang will be actually driven by Adam Andretti. And Adam, as you know, often joins me here in the booth. He'll be with me for TA2, but he's here in this race and loving it as we go on board with Tommy Dreese. So we'll be keeping you up to date with that too. But I've never seen Adam with such a skip in his step after qualifying yesterday. He loves this car.
Oh yeah, he was dragging one of his feet when he was walking. So, no, and I'm glad to see him in big bore.
Yeah. I think he prefers, there he is, just in front of Ken Thwaites, the man we're looking at now in the onboard for Franklin Road Apparel. We'll be able to get, you were asking the top speeds, we'll be able to look at the telemetry and give you the top speeds down this back straight, because this is where we're really going to see these guys let the horses loose, so to speak, in Texas.
I was standing off to the left, and I was watching them go by.
Yeah, I was up there yesterday myself.
Right, and they were going by. I was here 2 weeks ago for Formula One. Formula One, of course, are quicker, but these cars are big, and they're pulling nearly 180 to 185. They were causing little mini tornadoes on the side of the track.
And what about this man, Chris Dyson? What a year. You know the Dyson family and what it means as a legacy and a dynasty. But he has totally dominated proceedings here, and there's a good chance he could win this race as well. But he's already wrapped up the championship, did that way back. Has now got Matt Brabham, as you see there, in the number 20 as a teammate. He's also got Hamid Masood, who's here this weekend. But another brilliant weekend, another brilliant season for Chris Dyson.
Well, he's back-to-back champ.
Yeah.
And winning a championship back at once is tough. To do it back-to-back, you really have got it figured out.
Got some really interesting entries as well in XGT and SGT and GT this weekend. I'll take you through those as we get to see them on track, as we go back on board with Chris Dyson, and we're starting to line up. Now, this is going to be the hard part, is getting these guys all 2 by 2 as they come to the Andretti turn. And they're doing a good job of getting it filed down. The pace car comes off, and we're about to go racing as they approach Andretti. We're on board with Dyson, who's on the second row. He's got the number 17 of Gustavo Ortega. Haven't spoken too much about him, but he has come in for this weekend in the Chocron Racing team, and we'll talk more about him later. But we're about to go racing. Boris said on the right-hand side of your screen. And away they go. Spreading out already. Dreesy on the inside in the Lucas Blue car. Ortega in the orange in the middle, getting sandwiched somewhat. Somebody locking up there, and it's Ortega that gets spun round. Dreesy tries to avoid it. Masood is caught up in it as well, but Ortega, we've got a real mess there. Masood's held them all up. Ken Thwaites is in the middle of it. There too is the number 9 as well of Jeff Hinkle, but absolute drama. And sadly, Mark Austin also involved, but Ortega is stopped at the top of the hill, and that's a real shame because he was showing great pace at the beginning of the weekend.
Well, turn 1 is always a wrestling match. For one, it's a drag race. You're drag racing each other up to a blind, almost hairpin that goes left. When it tightens up, everybody wants the inside, and the guys on the outside sometimes get turned around.
Yep. Well, we saw it happen to Carlos Sainz in a similar car, or in a similar coloured car, a couple of weeks ago in Formula One, but that is how it happens. Amy Ruman now, looking as she comes into 11 in the 23 McNichols Corvette. Looking for the runner-up spot herself. She got a lucky run at Virginia by her own admission, and she's just glad to be there because it's not been the easiest of seasons for the former champion, but she did say to me this weekend that COTA has been good to her. She's had a win and several podiums here, so watch out for Amy Ruman to do what she does best, which is try to stay out of trouble and be there, and that's the key in a Trans Am race. Be there for the last 10 laps.
Well, at tire wear here, tire wear for the Formula One cars was very, and tire wear with these big cars with all the horsepower they got, and these long corners. These long corners are like cheese graters on tires. So if you can manage the tires here and get down to the last 5 laps strong, you can be in it to win it.
Just saw a bit of fluid coming out of one of the Mustangs there. I'm not quite sure if that was a problem or not, but Boris said now leading the way and on the main straight yet again. And Boris said doing what he does best. And as we mentioned earlier, Boris's son racing this weekend as well, so he's on double duty in many ways is Boris, because he's looking after Boris Said Jr. in TA2, but it's Said, Brabham, Dyson, Andretti up to 4th place, Tommy Dreesy 5th, Ortega spun round was 6th, but we'll see where he plans out. And everybody started to spread out. Masood has recovered too, but has dropped down the board. So there's going to be guys coming through like Masood, who made Masood is in 12th at the moment after that coming together at turn 1, which he tried to avoid by going wide, but then got stuck behind Ortega. There's Griffin, and the GT class also in full swing. We'll keep an eye on that battle. XGT, GT as well at the moment in GT. Chris Coffey, one of the top guys out there. We spoke to Chris, really looking forward to racing here in the Maserati. And there's Masood coming through.
He's got, 30 laps here on this long track is a long time. It doesn't look like a big number, but this track is almost 3.5 miles long. And you look at the rattlesnake section there,
yep.
right? Back and forth, and you're in it for a long time, and you're not just abusing one side of the tires, the right side, but you're on both sides. Both right side and left side tires are getting angry. You're using them, and you're putting a lot of anger on them. If you can manage the tires, right? Don't try to make up lots of time. Just stay in it. Keep the tires under you. Masood has got a chance to get to the top 3.
Looking at Dirk Leuenberger in the Dodge Viper getting bulked there a little bit. We spoke to Cindy Lutz, who of course she runs the stable that Leuenberger, she's basically taken him from a wannabe, and I don't mean that rudely, but she's taken him from somebody who really wanted to be a good racing driver, and she's helped him, and now he really is pushing on very well indeed. No question about it. And Leuenberger trying to get out there. Now, what's that? That's the 142 going slow there in the middle of the track there, just trying to get out the way of everybody else. That's Matt Crandall in the Chevrolet Camaro, but that's in the XGT class. I'm not sure what's up with him, but he tried to get out of the way, but he was still online. And lap 3 of 30 here in our TA race, final race of the season.
One thing about the final race, Jonathan, is that you want to go on vacation in a good mood.
Yes.
Right?
It's a long winter.
Yeah. You want your Thanksgiving turkey to taste good. So they're going, you want to do really well here. If you can win, you win. But you definitely, the championship's on the line from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And they want to be happy. And they're going to run each other hard.
Yeah, we just saw the quick glimpse there of the 42 of Danny Lowry in XGT in that Audi R8 LMS. We're on board now with Ken Thwaites. And I quite like races like this where people like Ken and people like Masood have to come through. And it's an art in motor racing that is not often as much talked about, which is how you get through cars that may not be as quick as you or in a different category from you. You've really got to be careful how you do it, right?
Well, you want to time it right. Hopefully that, you'll catch them going into the corner and then come off the corner and rocket ship by them. But, if you get into a section like this, for example, you're in the rattlesnake section where it's back and forth, you're gonna get held up a little bit.
This is great. Look at this. Out of 12, a real battle here for the GT classes. And like I said, we always run TA when we've got the numbers. There's Ken Thwaites making his way past Leuenberger. He was involved in that first turn incident in the Franklin Road Apparel car. And Ken having a bonsai season. Brilliant stuff by him. He could take the runner-up spot by the end of this race, but we're not going to predict too much here because anything could happen. But Boris said for sure, that's about the one thing I can tell you, is flying in that Poncho Weaver prepared Charger.
The drivers who were caught up in the turn one fiasco, they're praying for a yellow flag.
Yeah, exactly.
They're waiting for a big mistake out there and get the pace car out, which closes them right up, and they get a better shot at getting to the front.
Here's our first real look at the number 16 of Chris Dyson, currently in 3rd place. That battle you've been watching included Wang, Griffin, Dealey, and Grant as they battle it out with Ford, McLaren, and Maserati. Dyson, of course, in his own battle, trying to chase down his teammate Matthew Brabham, who won this race last year when Dyson couldn't come. And so this is going to be a good battle between these two. But you can see they're not losing too much ground. And Boris said may be leading this race, but I'm looking at the times. Brabham just did a 2:06.4 on the last lap. He's catching now, and here's Dreesy. Damage, it looks like, to the front left. He may well have been involved in that first incident, but good old Tommy Dreese. It doesn't matter how badly the car's broken. How aware are you when you have do you worry when you've got a bit of damage, or do you just kind of do a systems check and go, look, it's fine, I'm not going to think about it?
As long as that thing's not overheating, and you can get it stopped at the end of the straightaway, right? That's what matters. And you want it to turn in. Now, I don't know how much that left front is going to affect him in a straight line. We'll be able to tell down the straightaway if it's causing any drag, but he doesn't look like he's fallen off.
No, I don't think he's lost any time at all. And Dreese, of course, pumping hard to become that runner-up spot. And at the moment, if he stays where he is, still a long way to go. We're only 4 of 30. But if he stays there at the moment, he will be the runner-up in our championship. And that's the battle between Dreese, Ruman, and Ken Thwaites, remember. Let's have a look at the lap times as they cross the line again. A 2:07.0 by Boris Said. Matthew Brabham, another 2:06.5. So he is catching him, and there's Dreese. He's now pulled away. Andretti alongside him on the right-hand side of your screen in the Heritage car. But it looks like a modern car, doesn't it? And certainly talking to Adam yesterday as he goes wheel to wheel with Hinkle for the inside line. And Andretti does make it through there on the 17. Nicely done. And Gustavo Ortega has recovered well, to be fair, and he's coming back at Andretti. This is great racing. Wow, Willie.
And this is the rattlesnake section, back and forth. They look like a rattlesnake, and they're going to try to. Well, he's going to try to stay, and right at the final part of the rattlesnake, he's going to try to get a shot at him, going over the top of the hill down into the hairpin.
Well, this is great racing from Gustavo Ortega, who's a pilot by the daytime, and he's doing flying formation right now with Andretti. Absolutely love this. Andretti losing out, though, on that particular battle between the two of them. But if I know Adam Andretti, he'll be back at him. And, of course, his uncle now has a corner named after him, and was celebrating that with Mario over the last few weeks. Of course, he drove in California at Laguna Seca and here at the Circuit of the Americas, and just a wonderful couple of weeks for Mario Andretti, now having his own name on a corner here at the Circuit of the Americas. Into 12 they come. Andretti just behind this group of 3. Dreese leading it. And Dreese at the moment in ascendance as we go back to Amy Ruman. She's currently in 7th position. Dreese in 4th. We're keeping an eye on them because that's the battle for the runner-up spot. Ken Thwaites in 10th at the moment as we stand after 5 laps.
You know, Dreese is starting to put a little distance on Amy, but Amy's smart. She knows, she's predicting there's going to be a caution, so she's not wearing herself out nor the car, and she's planning on a caution.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I love the way Amy goes about her racing. She knows she doesn't have the fastest car out there on most weekends, but she has this uncanny ability just to stay where she is. It's a bit like Rafa Matos. She's always ready. Look at this. So they're coming past Crandall, who's going slower than them in the XGT class. But Boris Said really laying down some laps. He looks like his 25-year-old former self, the way he's throwing that car around. But he just loves it. We keep saying on our stats it says semi-retired, Boris Said. But every weekend I go racing, I see him.
He's been that way from the time he was born. And you see this battle now. Matthew Brabham is the young gun, and he's smart. He will race you hard, but he won't damage himself. And he's got his boss right behind him, Chris Dyson. Right now, you see him. Matthew Brabham's going to take a run at him. He's going to try to get that vacuum cleaner right at the end of the straightaway.
That's where it all went wrong for Alonso a couple of weeks ago, but not for Brabham. Into 12 they go. Boris Said still leading, and as you say, what Brabham's trying to do is get past Said and see if he can take his teammate with him and get a team 1-2. Said, though, he'll be wise to it.
Well, Boris knows we got 24 laps to hang on to keep him back.
Yeah,
right?
Long time to go.
24 laps, and that's a long
pit
time.
Stops, yeah,
that's
miles.
a long time to keep a young kid who's been winning, named Brabham, behind you. Especially, what did he win? 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 of the last race?
He's won 3. Of the 4 starts he's had in Trans Am, he's won 3 of them.
Well,
an incredible record.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep that going.
Yeah, I bet. And I already learned that there's no team orders between Dyson. Dyson's got the championship, so it's all gloves are off. Whoever can run fastest, whoever can take on Boris, off you go. And that's exactly what Brabham's doing. And I love that. Unfettered racing, no team orders. Brabham looking around the outside now. Surely he can't get round the top of the hill and round. He'll have to settle, surely, and he does. Keeps the line, the race line covered, and a pair of them dive out of 2. If anything, Dyson losing ground now as they head through the S's again.
Well, those two are really, they're racing each other real hard. So they're going to put a little gap on Dyson, but he'll reel it back in on another section of the track. They might be quicker than him through this rattlesnake section, but on other parts, on the other side, he reels them right back in.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the Circuit of the Americas, the obvious overtakes are coming into here, 11, and that's exactly what Brabham's winding himself up to have a look at. But the next overtake, get good drive out of here, line your car up, get the slipstream if you can, try to suck in the air, and then get into 12 as early as you can on the inside, making that block pass and making it impossible for the man on the outside to do anything. And that's exactly what Brabham's lining himself up to do right this moment. There's a long way to go down here, but here we come under braking, and this SGT car might come into play here for Brabham, but he gets out of the way for both of them.
Oh yeah, no, he's moving way over for him. He saw them coming. He looked like sharks coming.
Yeah. Richard Forsyth getting out of the way there in the Corvette. So
now look where Dyson is. Dyson's reeled him back in.
Yep.
There's sector times on that part of the track are better for Dyson than through the rattlesnake section.
Good battle in XGT. Danny Lowry leading the way in that in SGT. Also, LaPaglia involved in that battle too.
The thing with Boris is Boris has got to pay attention of what's in front of him. He's got corners coming up, but then he's got to pay attention to what Brabham's doing behind him. That's hard.
Yeah, very hard indeed.
But Sed has got a lot of experience. Him and I had a race in Vegas one year, and we raced each other in the rain, in the dry.
Was that just to the bar, or?
Yeah. That's to the casino. And it was inches the whole race.
Yeah,
and you can race with Boris.
Was that the street circuit in Vegas?
No, they raced out on the road course at the Speedway.
Yep. So this is getting really good indeed, very tasty indeed. Matthew Brabham just did the fastest lap of the race at 2:06.498. Dyson's in a hovering position, if you will, in third. We just weren't on board. Matthew Brabham putting the hurt on Boris Said. But if you talk about two of the most experienced in very different ways, Boris Said and Matthew Brabham have come up from different ways in motor racing, very much so. But boy, do they look good together, out on track, fighting each other. The youngster coming up, and Boris Said, been there, done that, got the T-shirt, NASCAR, IMSA, Daytona, you name it, he's done it all. And now I think, though, as they start to catch up with the other groups, it's going to get interesting. And this is where it gets tactical, doesn't it? Because Boris is going to try to use the cars they're overtaking to take an advantage.
Well, and timing of when you try to make that pass when you get into traffic is really important. But Boris has got so much. Oh,
Matthew, nicely done. And that was a surprise overtake. And I think that caught Boris a little bit. Well, not napping, but I don't think he expected an overtake there, and Dyson's now in on the game. Look at this.
But look at Boris's tires in the rear. Boris is starting to slip now, right? And, I mean, he was fending off Brabham for so long. He's put a lot of wear on those rears. And the car, you can see the car just start to slide in the back.
So then we have a new leader as they cross the line again, and it is Matthew Brabham leading the race here in TA. Not a championship contender. He's fifth overall, but not in that battle for the runner-up spot. Boris Said likewise, because he doesn't do the full season either. Dyson's already won the championship. Here he goes in the Altwell number 16 car. And a great battle at the front. This is what we want in TA, is to see three great proponents of the sport going head-to-head. and Dreesy in 4th, and he would take that runner-up spot if he stays where he is. He's got competition from Ortega, who had a spin at the beginning of the race in the Ford, but then Andretti in 6th place, Ruman 7th, Masood 8th, and then further down we've got good battles going on in XGT. Danny Lowry holding off his competition of Mark Austin in the Mercedes, and then in SGT at the moment it's Dirk Leuenberger leading the way from Michael LaPaglia in that Ford Mustang. Back with Dyson again. Here he comes on Boris Said.
That's it. That's it. But Boris worked so hard to stay in front that he, I really think it was hurting his tires, especially in the rear. And both Dyson cars, they're out in front. And now they're out in front. They got clean air. And as a driver, you want clean air. 1, you get better aero. 2, you get better airflow into the car. And but Boris is not going to quit.
Yeah,
and Brabham is checked out.
Yeah, he's pulling
or getting
away.
ready to check out.
He is getting ready to check out.
You've been in the hotel when you checked out?
Yeah,
Right.
he's already back at the hotel taking a shower at this rate, but no, he's still got some work to do. These three, though, coming through the tower section, as I call it, that triple apex through 16, 17, and 18. We're on board with Dyson in 2nd place now. It's a 1-2 for the Dyson team. Now, if you've got a teammate, and I know in your career you had plenty of times where you were kind of working out what the positions were with your teammate, and you try to control the race. How do you control a race if you're not actually speaking directly to the driver in front of you, your teammate?
Well, you can. Your teammate is still your opposition.
Okay.
Right? And the objective is to be a clean teammate. You don't want to beat each other up and take each other out. However, Dyson, Chris got nothing to prove. He's champion. He's got his hot shot, Matthew Brabham, in there, and he's letting him run. A lot of team owners would be opposed to being put second, to the second driver, but
all biding their time there as they headed up 9 and 10. As we go back to Andretti, currently running in 5th position. Adam Andretti, Gustavo Ortega behind him. Man racing for Chocron, not racing this weekend, so he put Ortega in the car, and he's doing a handsome job, and hopefully we can encourage him to come back for a full season next year, because we need him.
Well, I don't know who Ortega flies for, but I bet you he's their best pilot.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's a young man, and looking forward to seeing what he could do here in Trans Am, but he set himself up very well indeed. Humaid Masood, by the way, is up to 7th now. He recovered. He was stuck behind Ortega, who spun at the start of this race, and he's now right behind him again on track, as Andretti also making his way. Milton Grant, what a day the Grants, and what a weekend the Grants are having. Milton Grant, of course, wrapping up the SGT Championship at 74 years of young, I may add. Brilliant stuff. I asked him if it was a struggle to race, and he said, I've got 500 races under my belt. No, it's muscle memory. I just keep going. And this is great. Ortega really taking it to Andretti. They've been doing this now for several laps. I know Adam's going to be enjoying this, but probably being frustrated by it. He doesn't know anything about Ortega because he's not raced him before. And of course, he's in a relatively foreign car, the Poncho Weaver prepared historic Trans Am car from 2003, I believe. But it looks like a modern car, but with its Poncho Weaver prepared, if you listen to Boris Said, he'll tell you it's the greatest car he's ever driven. So there you go.
I've driven some of Poncho Weaver's chassis.
Yep.
They're just, they're flawless. He just, year after year, he just keeps producing great cars. And I've had great success with them.
Well, it's a little-known fact that Poncho's also been involved in that third-generation NASCAR, the new NASCAR that's out on track right now. And so, yeah, he's quite a phenom, as it were, in the world of design and preparation of race cars. And certainly, like I said, the man who's right up there at the sharp end, Boris Said, in 3rd place at the moment, speaks so highly of him. Amy Ruman still in 8th position. Ken Thwaites, though, on track. There he is. He also involved in that incident earlier on, got knocked back a little bit. He didn't get any damage like Dreesy's car, but he was knocked back. So we're expecting him to, bit by bit anyway, same with Ruman, try to come forward in this race. And there's still a long way to go. And if we have a caution of any type, in comes the 22. And No pit stops expected in this race, and that's Kerry Hitt. He gave me a phone call in the middle of the race earlier this morning because he was trying to find out where he could tune in. But Kerry, a great character, and great to see him back out on track. He took a couple of months off from racing this season to have a medical procedure, and he is A-OK, I'm glad to say, and certainly one of our stalwarts of the Trans Am era.
Well, if you want to know the best rehabs for a medical procedure, this is it.
Is it?
Yeah, this will make you heal real fast.
Out of necessity. So Dreesy under pressure to try to make that car. I mean, I'm just wondering if he's dragging anything under there. As he braked, there was a little bit of smoke. I mean, you know, under brake, I mean, he's very low set, but you know, would the damage of the car rub against the floor with that damage on the left?
Yeah, and the smoke is getting thicker and thicker.
So that's just body work, though.
Right, that's right on the left front of the tire. He's going to have to pit. He will not, or lose that. Well, actually.
Well,
he's starting to lose the left front because they're working on him.
Yeah, he slowed right down. So Dreesy in trouble, and this changes everything, folks, because if Dreesy genuinely does have to pit, there are no pit stops in this race, and if he has to, and as Willie just rightly explained, if that is rubbing, bodywork is rubbing on the tire, that tire will explode eventually under the pressure of both the bodywork and the hurt it's getting, and he'll have to come in and replace that front left, pull the bodywork up if he can. But if I know Tommy Dreesy, the Hollywood kid, is doing what he says and staying out there because he knows the championship runner-up spot is on the line here. Andretti's passed him as well, so he has to just hang on. Can he adjust his driving?
No. No, he's got to go as fast as he can. Hopefully, he'll get a caution and then get a pit. But it's I think the longer he lays on it, the worse it's going to get.
And also, we've just heard from Ben in the pits that's power steering leaking on Dreesy's car as well. And also, Boris said, complaining about a vibration, may have to come in for a new tyre himself. So this race is about to turn on its head. That's why I wasn't getting overly excited when we got the first positions and everybody settled down after that first spin of Ortega, because this race is changing by the minute. Dreesy looking for the runner-up spot, but it's far from over and far from won either.
If that's power steering fluid, and I saw that it wasn't blue smoke, it was white smoke and and very thin, which is power steering burning, right? Power steering fluid burning. Now, it's going to get harder and harder for him to turn that car. Yep. And if you notice, a couple of times he went real wide, right?
Yep.
We went real wide because he's got to put a kitty grip on that steering wheel and eight forearms to get it turned.
Well, he's in real trouble now because he's down to 6, and it's just between him, Masood, and then Ruman, who's chasing for the championship. 11 points, remember, at the start of this race. Dreesy had the runner-up spot, but again, drama. And I mean, you know he's from Hollywood. If there wasn't for drama, I don't know what Dreesy would do per weekend, because every weekend that number 8 Lucas car seems to have problems. And there you see it, Willie, perfectly explained, and he just illustrated it for you.
Oh, you cannot believe how hard it is to turn those cars in the middle of a corner if that power steering is not on.
Yeah, they're heavy, heavy cars, right? So difficult to drive for him. There's no question about it. And as you point out, I mean, these are heavy monsters, and with all that muscle car, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him come in here. But no, he's gone on another lap. I love him. Tommy, I'll say one thing for him. He is a trooper. He's going to hold on until the car falls apart or he falls apart.
Well, I know he's waiting for some car to be spun out somewhere. I know he's praying to see that caution and pace car come out. So and we still got good time left. We still got 17 laps to go.
Yeah, long way to go. We've just heard that Masood, who made Masood, has just retired from the race in the 21 car from a gearbox issue. Meanwhile, Amy Ruman in a good spot here, and I said this about her. She's got that ability. She keeps out of trouble. She did it at the start, and now she's doing it again in 7th place. She's behind Dreesy now. So with Dreesy in trouble, Ruman and Thwaites. The battle for the runner-up spot is right there for the taking between the three of them. They are all glued together, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and we're watching the Nichols Corvette number 23. I even put it to Amy that it's been a strange season because she's had so much bad luck, just hasn't had the run of the lay of the land, if you like, and she's always been there, a 2-time champion, of course, of Trans Am, the first female to go so well here in Trans Am, and she's continued to do that, could get a runner-up spot. We've just heard somebody's just gone off. That was just...
Well, with Tommy Dreezy's car injured, for the lack of a better word, she's going to reel him in.
Yeah.
And she's going to catch him. She's got a long time to do it. So, for Tommy to stay out, it's a little bit of a gamble, but that's what Dreezy is. He's a gambler.
Yeah, no question. Well, we're keeping an eye on this battle because Ruman made a mistake, and Ken Thwaites will have caught up a little bit. We're on board with him now as he heads out of 12. Cracking racing this. The temperature just perfect really for racing. It's a little bit greasy out there, a little humid. The track temperature coming up bit by bit in this morning race here. But the championship runner-up spot on the line. Tommy Dreesy, Amy Ruman and Ken Thwaites, and they're glued together. Maybe not close on track, but they're 6th, 7th and 8th on track. Hinkle is just behind them in 9th. Danny Lowry is in 10th, and he's leading XGT with Mark Austin just behind him. Dirk Leuenberger leading in SGT at the moment from Michael Apaglia from the West Coast.
You know what I like about what Thwaites is doing? He's being real patient. He's not abusing himself or the car, and I think he's anticipating something to go on at the end too, like a caution. And he's slowly but surely bringing himself and watching the other cars ahead of him start to wear themselves out.
Up the hill with Ken Thwaites then, and the Franklin Road Apparel. It's been a familiar sight throughout the season. Ken Thwaites, he's done such a great job. Of course, he was the XGT champion, the first ever XGT champion after a 22-year sabbatical. Can you imagine at 23 when you were racing, you took a 22-year sabbatical?
I'd still be there.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at Amy Ruman as she comes up the hill now. But yeah, a long time off racing while he built his business so he could go racing. And Ken Thwaites is just a great story. And since he's come back to racing, he won in XGT, and now he is leading a big team for Showtime Motorsports. And big story coming up with him. He's got new drivers coming in next season. He's already signed up Dylan Archer, who will be racing in TA2. And we're looking forward to seeing him. But Amy Ruman, steady as she goes in the Corvette. She refuses to race any other car. Do you get that way about cars? You fall in love with one particular mark and that's it?
Well, she's a 2-time Trans Am champion, so she can fall in love with whoever she wants or whatever she wants. And I used to race against her dad, Bob.
Yep.
Right? And I saw her in the pits when she was very young. I never expected her to become who she is now and a Trans Am 2-time champion.
It would be a great respite for her to get the runner-up spot. Dyson totally dominated proceedings throughout the season. But to come here and have a good run, she got a 3rd place at Virginia last time out, and she's just chipped away at it bit by bit, and that's really impressive. Halfway through this TA race then, 100 miles here in Austin, Texas. Willie T. Ribbs and Johnny Green bringing you the action from TA. As Boris said, still out there despite complaining about the car itself and the tyre wear he's getting and the vibration he's hearing. We got a message from Ben Sissel in the pits that was what was the problem. Masood's out with the gearbox problems. We're back with the 42, and this is a good battle also. The 42 car of Danny Lowry. Danny, of course, has been with us for a while, but it says Danny's in the Audi, but that's very much a Mercedes, that number 42, I can assure you. And Danny Lowry just changing over to Mercedes. He's got an entry, I think he's driven in the Audi in the season as well, but swapped over to the Mercedes. Of 2 are out there this weekend. And Danny leading ahead of Mark Austin in the other Mercedes. They've got him down as the Audi, but both of them are racing in Mercedes prepared cars.
That Mercedes is so fast, I'm surprised that Formula One hasn't bought it from him to use it for their pace car.
For the pace car. It looks like the CrowdStrike pace car, doesn't it?
Yeah, don't it?
Beautiful car, and that air intake at the front there. I had a close look at that car. It's beautifully designed by Mercedes, so beautiful. And yeah, it's been a world beater on the GT stage over the years. And there's the number 11, the other one of Mark Austin with that fantastic coloured car. And if you look closely at that car, it's got a great paint scheme on the side of it. So they're running closely together on track at Mark Austin in the number 11. And there you see the Joker on the side. I love that. They introduced that a couple of months ago, and he said, well, sometimes I'm joking around, sometimes I'm the ace.
You know, have you noticed that the cars are starting to stretch out now,
yeah.
right? And, you know, the momentum is stronger for others than the other drivers. And so they start stretching on each other. But at the same time, they are being as patient as they can. Believe me, every one of those drivers are looking for a pace car. They're looking to let their tires breathe.
Yeah, we forget that the tyre attrition and this track, as we learned in Formula One, both you and me, Willie, a couple of weeks ago, just how heavy. I had Mario Isla, the head of Pirelli Motorsports, in here talking about the attrition rate here, particularly at COTA. And, of course, these guys all on the Pirellis as well. And so it's a factor. It is one of those factors in each and every race here at COTA. It's just, I guess it's the weather. It's also the way the track is abrasive. But all tracks are different. But this has been tough on tyres.
Well, as a driver, when the race starts, you're on good tires, and you can feel that car start. You can feel the grip. Well, as the race goes on, your butt is feeling that car slide. Your butt tells you everything. It's not just the gauges on the panel.
Well, listen, talking of feeling it the way he should be, Ben Sisler's down in the pits. What do you got, Ben?
Well, gentlemen, I'm here with Jose Chacron from Panama, linking us to the Circuit of the Americas. We're here in North America. Your driver's from Central America. Panama's on the border of South America. I'm used to seeing you in the car, but what's your driver saying? How's he feeling out there, currently in 4th place?
Yes, correct. Our driver is in 4th place. He's from Costa Rica. He's doing great. He's catching up the 3rd place, so we hope we get it.
Nice.
We get the podium.
Nice. And here at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour, I'm sad to say that we have an Ortega out there winning and doing really well, currently in 4th place. Jose, nice job. Congratulations.
Great stuff, Ben. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, he's got it on the shirt, Panama and Costa Rica, of course. Jose Chacron is from Panama and of one of 2 drivers that I know of from Panama, and he's put Ortega, who's from Costa Rica, in the car and doing a brilliant job in his first run in TA in 4th position. So that's a story that'll run, and we love to get entries from South America. There he is. Visit Panama. So he's got the same colours that Jose would run, and he's running that car that usually is run by Jose, but he, of course, from Panama. Now, Adam Andretti's dropped down to 25th, so there's a problem. Something's gone wrong for Adam. Maybe he's had tyre issues and come back out, because his fastest lap was a 209.8, but that was some time ago. So Andretti suddenly, from being competitive in the top 6, has dropped all the way down to 25th place.
Now, what's the year on his chassis?
2003, I think.
Okay. Well, the newer chassis are, of course, going to be better on the tires, right?
Okay, good point.
Right. So, he's running an older model and it's going to use the tires up more than the newer models.
Well, actually, here's a question: is he running the older tires? Because, of course, they got the newer, bigger tires in TA this year. So that's another question mark. He might have been running the smaller tires as well because of the chassis design and the fact that he had to.
They didn't look fat.
No.
They didn't look like fat tires.
There you go, then.
Right?
That's probably the answer to that question. So 18 gone. Dyson at the moment ahead by just 0.9 of a second from Brabham. Boris said has dropped off the pace, but this is Boris to a T, 12 seconds off the pace, and he'll just be in waiting mode. He's got a problem. He's got a vibration. He's reported that back down to the pits, and he's just biding his time, like you said, hoping for a safety car, hoping something will change the face of this race so he can come back into play, maybe even take the risk and come in and take a pit stop during a caution.
If he's got a vibration, I certainly never saw him lock the brakes.
No.
I never. And usually when you're getting vibration in the front tires, and I think he might be talking about the front. If there's vibration in the front, it's from locking them. And I never saw him lock one time. And Boris doesn't lock tires.
Yeah, he's very good with his equipment. What's funny, the funniest story of the weekend for me is Boris helping his kid get into the car. And I saw Rafa Matos, our current champion, and could be back-to-back by the end of today. Sat next to him was Boris Jr., who's just a kid. He did 17 Miata races. And I looked at Boris and I said, "Are you all right? Are you doing the work this weekend?" He goes, "I've never been so nervous in all my racing career, getting my kid out there."
I don't. He's got to concentrate on what he's doing. But in his subconscious, he's thinking about what Junior's doing out there.
It's a massive weekend for him. He's never really done this. He had a chance at Virginia, but was taken out on the first lap. So this is his first real trial at Trans Am, or in Boris's words, his first real trial at a race car. In terms of, he looks at Miatas and says, "Yeah, that's a production car, but this is a race car, purpose built."
Yeah, but he's got a great teacher.
Yeah.
He's got a great teacher.
Yeah. We were laughing last night talking about there's a book to be written on. Boris said there's a book to be written on you too, but you've already got Uppity. If you haven't seen it, go and watch it. Adam Carolla making a great movie. I got a chance to talk to him about it, but your story so brilliantly pointed out in that movie. It's on Netflix?
Amazon,
excuse me.
Yeah,
Almost
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. Well worth a watch. Are you happy with the outcome?
It's been more than I imagined. I don't think about the future and what results that would come from it. It's been crazy.
Yeah, it's a true story of American grit and American racing at its finest. Willie T. Ribbs, his story. Go and get it on Prime. Uppity. Got to give him a plug there. Thanks for coming in, by the way.
Well, you and I this is our second show this year.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we did Monterey, and this is our second show. And when Tony Perella called me and asked me, "Hey, look, would you do a show in Coda?" I said, "With Jonathan?" He says, "Of course." I said, "Of course."
Well, very kind of you, Willie. Willie, of course, a local here in Austin, Texas, as I am. Mark Austin is the man we're watching on track, leading at the moment in XGT in 9th position overall. But more importantly for him, he's ahead of Danny Lowry. He's got ahead of Danny Lowry in the last couple of laps. So that's the change around in XGT at the moment. Mark Austin moving ahead in that AMG GT3 car of Danny Lowry. SGT still being led by Dirk Lauenberger, Michael LaPaglia in second place, and in third, Greg Anthony. First mention of him so far, currently in 13th position. There's Dirk in the Viper. Yeah, I had a long chat with Cindy. She had a big off at the last race, and it was nasty, to be honest. At Watkins Glen, and that was she came out of the bus stop and went literally straight into the wall there and smashed the car up and herself up a little bit as well. So glad to see Cindy here and up and running and looking after Dirk, and had a good chat with her. And Dirk locks up there a little bit at the top of the course there at 11, but gets through it. It's a tricky corner, that. It almost wants you to go further, deeper into it. But if you get the line wrong, you can slow yourself right down by a lockup like that.
Well, turn one, and, I was talking to Lewis about turn one, Lewis Hamilton. And he says, when you're going up, when you cross the start-finish line, you're looking at a hill right in front of you, flat, and then all of a sudden you go up this hill, and you can't really see the entry at turn one. You don't see the entry until you're actually in it, right? So to judge your braking distance is just, takes a rhythm. I mean, you really, in your peripheral, you can see where you are and where to get on the brakes. But driving in there, it's really difficult because of your vision.
Now, don't forget, Michael LaPaglia also racing in the West Coast. He's leading in the West Coast Champion in SGT. He's behind Dirk Lauenberger, but he's a national entry. So for the West Coast fans, Michael doing a really good job in that Ford Mustang and leading for the West Coast Championship. So that's why we've got such a big field here, is because we've got the West Coast boys here. Go into Andretti they come then. Ken Thwaites looking to try and take Dreesy. He comes alongside. It's Thwaites versus Dreesy, the runner-up spot up for grabs. Ken Thwaites gets a little wiggle and has to settle for a moment, but he'll look up the inside now.
That's it.
And that is a textbook overtake at Coda. He's just got to keep it all together now and hold still, and he does. But that's good work from Ken Thwaites. He's learned well.
I'm surprised that Dreesy's running as hard as he's going. He's still going pretty damn fast.
Yeah, without the power steering. Yeah.
Right.
I've seen Matos and Andretti do that, but it's exhausting.
He's going to have to soak his forearms in ice water when he's done with this.
But he'll keep going, I can guarantee you that. That's one thing I've learned about Trans Am. 100 miles, it doesn't sound that far. 30 laps doesn't sound that far. But once you get into it, it becomes an endurance sprint. We've described it that way in the past. And that was a good move from Ken Thwaites, and that puts him in ascendance in terms of that runner-up spot if Dreesy does get into more problems. But right now, by my calculations, because remember, Thwaites was in 4th position. He's put himself in a good position, but it may not be enough with Dreesy just behind him. But if Dreesy drops back and Ruman comes up a little bit, it might just help Ken Thwaites take the runner-up spot. Down the back straight he comes then, on board with Ken.
Well, I mean, he's been very calculating, and it's paid off. I mean, he's not made any mistakes, and his team is telling him. His team is on the radio letting him know what the other driver's pace, and they're letting him know. They're counting him down. You're getting closer. Just keep up that. Keep doing what you're doing, and do no more. You're going to catch him.
Well, look, damage to Milton Grant's car. Our SGT champion spoke to him yesterday. Very happy with the year that's been. Of course, the Grants heavily committed to racing. There's 4 of them. Keith Grant getting a runner-up spot last time out at VIR. Cary Grant also in this race, the 48-year-old who got his first win in T8 last time out at VIR. So it's been a happy season for the Grants, no question about it. 4 of them in all racing. And it's just part of the dynasty that is Trans Am. It seems that once somebody's attracted to it, everybody wants in. And we'll keep an eye on Milton's quest at the moment with that broken car, but it doesn't look as though it's affecting him in any way. A little bump to the back of a Porsche doesn't do any harm, right? As long as it doesn't affect the engine.
I don't think it's going to hurt him aerodynamically. It's definitely not going to hurt him mechanically.
We've had a question from the crank. Do the Mustangs have flat? Oh, that's a complicated question for the middle of the race. We'll leave that one. But it's great to be interactive. Keep giving us questions and we'll get to them. We've got a full day of racing, but we will get to that question that was just asked in a moment. But we've got to get back to the action with lap 22 of 30 gone. And at the moment, it's Chris Dyson out front for Brabham. A 1-2 for CD Racing. And Milton Grant ploughing his way through for a great end to the season. Congratulations, 74. I'm sure he doesn't like me telling everybody his age, but I still find that astounding that he is plus 500 races into his career and showing no signs of slowing down. Absolutely phenomenal.
You know, for Dyson to take this new car, because this is a new Riley car,
yes, Riley, yeah,
that he just got. And it's really, he's in the development stage. This is testing for him. And for him to be out in front in it just says a lot for what Riley's building. And, you know, Dyson sat back and he watched him, his teammate Brabham, and he watched Sid go at it. And, you know, after they got finished wrestling, he jumped into the lead.
Billy Griffin there in the Ford Mustang. And the Griffin Auto Care Sheehan's towing car, currently in 16th position. Billy, of course, a GT champion in the past. And should be this year's GT champion. Oh, he comes together with Wang in the McLaren. For a moment there, Dreesy, I think Wang was just unsighted. He was concentrating on Dreesy, who was coming past him. Wang in his first national race as well. He usually races on the West Coast in that McLaren. Spoke to him earlier in the weekend, really enjoying it. In fact, he's putting that car up for sale, but he better be careful because it won't be worth as much if he comes together with Griffin, who is our GT champion and leading at the moment in GT. So, drama still to come, and it's starting to happen out on track here at the Circuit of the Americas, lap 23 of 30. That's a little bit of argy-bargy that wasn't needed, but that's what happens when you're unsighted. We're back with Dyson now, through the S's.
Listen to his throttle, how he's rolling it on and off smoothly. He's not jumping on it, he's rolling on and off.
Yeah, I love this bottom left. You really get to see the hands and the throttle and the brake in one nice little description. Full throttle here, over 10, and then watch him, his hands there, just a little twitch as he comes up. Whoa, somebody locked up there. Puff of smoke there. That looks usually coming into 11. That usually says that it's braking rather than an engine going. And it could be Ortega going wide there as we're back with Dyson. We didn't see it from his point of view. But as you say, flat out down there, all the yellow throttle there. And it's full throttle, 100, and you were asking 175 top speed there. So brilliant stuff by Dyson there, getting a top speed there of 175. You asked me that at the beginning of the broadcast. I wasn't 100% sure, but that's what we're hitting.
Well, the F1 cars, the big boys were here, and they were a little bit faster, about 10 miles per hour more.
That says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, except for Verstappen. He was like 203.
No surprise. I'd love to see Verstappen. I'd love to have all the Formula One field do a Trans Am race.
That would be brilliant. Tony Perella, call him up and get him into a car. It would be an awesome show.
Wouldn't it?
To get 10 guys from Formula One in here.
Yeah. Around a track like this, which they know, which would be great. I bet you Vettel would do it. Now he's retired. So, front left damage to Ortega by the looks of things, and it's cutting into the tyre. So we'll have a look at, next time we see Ortega, we'll look at that front left and see what it's telling us. Back with Boris said he's in a battle now with Griffin. Wang just behind in the McLaren, the Gulf-coloured McLaren. Distinctive there in the Gulf colours, of course. Famous Gulf colours. Gulf, of course, a oil company from Houston, Texas. And I don't know, I tell you what, they've got free marketing for 30 years since Le Mans. Since they put those Gulf colours on, everybody just likes them.
Well, they're historic colors.
Exactly.
I mean, they're the Golf Porsches back in the 70s.
Yep. Yeah, the 917s, brilliant. Yep. So, Boris said, continuing to circulate, but in third position, having led this race early on. 60 years young, and the youngster coming through. But Technique Chassis, that's the company that Poncho prepares these cars out as we go back with Ken Thwaites, who's looking good for that runner-up spot. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's with Ken Thwaites' team.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Gary Seelix, crew chief with Franklin Road Apparel. Kind of a rough start for Ken Thwaites, but now he's fighting his way back through. I think he's currently fourth. What's he saying to you on the radio?
He says the car's really good. We had a bad start there, but he said, tell all the leaders I'm coming. You know, we need Tommy Drissy's car to break to get second in the points. You know, that's the only way we're going to get second, but he's having a good run. He went to dead last, and he's drove it up to fourth right now. The car is really strong today, and Ken's doing a great job.
Nice. So, gentlemen, he says car's really strong. Tell everybody I'm coming, so keep an eye out for that Franklin Road Apparel at Ken Thwaites.
Good intel. Nice work, Ben. Excellent stuff. We go back on board with Ken Thwaites, lap 24 of 30. And Ken doing the business. You can see him fighting the wheel in the bottom left of your corner. That's the throttle and brake also alongside him there. You can see the speed in the middle, and you can see the revs on that rev limiter there in the red.
What's the split between Said and Thwaites?
So Said is, oh yeah, there we go. Let's have a look. It's quite substantial. He's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna catch him in any time soon. So
not in 5 laps.
Enough 5 laps. Yeah,
right.
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure of the exact split. It's such a big split that they haven't put it up as an actual difference between the two. So in terms of sector times, I don't think it's an issue right now. So the best that Ken can hope for is fourth position. But because Brabham, Dyson, and Said don't really count in terms of, I mean, they count for points, but they don't really count in terms of the championship chase. Ken's in a good position, but Drissy's hanging on here, and this could be enough to keep Drissy in that runner-up spot because he's just behind Thwaites and therefore won't lose more than 11 points to Dreesy, in my mind. I mean, we're in the thick of it here, but and here comes Amy too. Just to add to my calculations, here comes Amy past Dreesy. And this will be a sight for sore eyes. Dreesy will not like these two. These two have got history. They've raced each other very, very hard over the years that I've been doing Trans Am. And no love lost, but good fighting potential between the pair of them any time they meet on track. But that was an easy pass because Dreesy is limping, just to use a phrase, in that car at the moment.
So, did you notice how his car drifted way wide in turn one? Well, that is a real a muscle cranker. Turn one, you got to really put a lot of turn lock into the wheel to get around there, and you could tell it's not responding the way he needs it to.
So we're getting down to the business end. Willie T. Ribbs and Jonathan Green bringing you the action from the Circuit of the Americas, the final race of 2022 in our Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. It's been one heck of a season, and it's Dyson Brabham and Said leading the way to get the gap from Said to is over a minute, so that's not an issue.
It's over.
But it's going to be interesting to see where Dreesy finally falls out of this race. Yeah, I just had confirmation from race control that if Dreesy stays where he is, he will be the runner-up, and that's the big story we've been waiting for. So Tommy Dreesy's got to hang on now for dear life, and this is a horrible position to be in. I'll put you in that position, but Dreesy, your car's not great. You've got to get to the end. There's still 4 laps to go, and anything could happen right now.
You want to know from your team right now who the next guy is that's going to get you, right?
Yep.
And so you want to keep him from you want to sort of negate his progress at catching you, and that's what Dreesy's thinking right now. All right, how can I keep up my pace to keep the guy behind me back so I don't lose points for the overall?
Well, you know what? I was asking what on earth happened to Adam Andretti. He went and got those locks of his, washed and shaved, and he's here. What happened, Adam? You were good. You were out there in 6th place, going good in the historic Trans Am car as Ortega now comes into the pits.
Yeah, I tell you, the ultimate headers group there in that Ford Mustang is such a treat to drive. Unfortunately, we ended up with some gearbox issues, and instead of just exploding the thing, we're not out there for points.
Yeah.
And I was kind of getting in the way of GT cars, honestly, because I was from 3rd gear to 5th is all I had. And so we decided as a group to best to park that beautiful machine and let it live another day. But what an honor! I mean, to Wally Dallenbach Jr., it's to be able to step in there and have our name share each other's windshield again, and it's awfully cool. But what a great race that's going on out there! Honestly, I mean, it's a phenomenal race. The track has great grip. It's a battle too. I mean, you can see the front of Dreesy's car. I know that I was getting the back end of me beat up a little bit out there. So yeah, it's a heck of a good time.
We've just seen Ortega come in. He's got left front suspension and damage to the rear. We've heard from Dreesy's camp that he's got power steering issues. I've seen you do a whole race without power steering. No mean feat, especially here at COTA. But he's hanging on and will be runner-up if he can complete this race.
He's going to be tired. He's going to be a tired cook puppy. It's these things are hard to drive. They're very physical, even with all the small attributes that we have, and power steering being one of those. So without that, it's a big deal. And we saw Tommy's pace drop, but at least it dried up. Like, he was giving a lot of smoke out there, but at least it's dried up on him. And yeah, Ortega, that was a good battle that we had going on together. He seemed to have a little bit of a rough race up there in turn 1, finding himself in the wrong direction a couple times.
Well, we've been joined by another great Trans Am, Adam Andretti, getting a drive at the last minute, I may add, getting into that Wally Dallenbach car, prepared by Poncho Weaver. We've got Willie T. Ribbs watching that one of the other greats, another former champion. We haven't really mentioned that, but of course, he's had his own accolades as Tommy Dreesy, but he looks as though he's on, Willie, for runner-up spot, and that is no mean feat in a competition like this.
He deserves it. For him to keep that up, the pace that he's running, and he's using a lot of road and more, but he's there. He's got 2 laps to go, and he's gonna come home runner up.
What are conditions out there like, Adam? We were talking about tyre temperatures. It's a morning race. How was the tyre attrition? I know you couldn't really concentrate on that because you didn't get to the end of the race, but will it be tough to keep the tyres under you at this point?
Yeah, the fronts, believe it or not, the front tires are really taking a lot of abuse. Through the end of the S's, you're loaded up on the left front quite hard. And then, as you come through, actually turn 2 actually begins that, starts loading up that left front really, really hard. The end of the S's finishes it off, and then you get a little bit of a break, and then you hit that 16, 17, 18 complex. And oh boy, does that left front just howling at you.
Of course, it's really pushing the car.
So that's where we found with our car, and I don't know what the more modern down, with the extra downforce they have on the front, if they're having those experiences. But that's what we had, and I was working with the bars and trying to figure some things out, and we had some adjustability in there that I could get in there and save the tire. So we weren't really suffering that. As I said before, Ultimate Headers Racing, the way they prepped the deal. The car was so well balanced, and it really wasn't abusing the tire. When I lost positions to Tommy and to Ortega, I called in right away. I said, those two are coming back to me.
Yeah.
Because I knew that what they were doing to do the pace and what I was doing was completely opposite. And as I look at it, and Tommy's position did come back, and as luck would have it, we would have got that orange car back too of Ortega. But great fun racing out there, and again, I just really appreciate the opportunity from John and Debbie Cloud as we see another Weaver car, the modern Weaver car here with Boris Said coming up the front straightaway.
Well, he's been complaining about a vibration as well, so and his tyres, and you see the sparks starting to fly. Everything starts to worry you at this point with 2 laps to go, doesn't it?
What we have not seen is a pace car.
No,
right.
It's been a clean race.
Very seldom do you get through a race without a pace car, and no pace car which the drivers had to stay on these tires. Tires got no rest.
No, none. And you're right. And there was a point there that I honestly thought we were getting a full course caution when they had that local yellow down the back straightaway, because on the Flagtronics we have on there, it told us full course caution. So I backed off, and I'm cruising, and I'm seeing them still taking off, and then looking, it went green. I was like, no. So it's you gotta look. It's just always, Willie. It's best just to watch the flags.
How was it nice to run the Mario corner for the first time?
It was awesome. Yeah, no, it's always. I tell you, you glow with such pride, Jonathan Green. Whenever, I get to do what we do as a family. I get to drive race cars for a living, and then B, everywhere we go, I'm reflected of that. Right in the meeting rooms, I see pictures of family, and you go out there and you have corners that hold your namesake. It's just special, right? You just fill yourself with pride.
Well, last time I saw you was the SRX race when Uncle Marco.
My cousin Marco,
Yeah, Marco. That's when we last saw each other.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. When he wrapped up that championship, which was quite special.
Legends in the booth, legends on the track. Boris Said making his way around the track here in the closing stages of this one, and the fire-breathing number 20 of Matthew Brabham, another brilliant famous name from racing, and what a name Matthew is making for himself. He won this race last year coming in at the last minute, did a bit of an Andretti in terms of jumping into a car at the last minute, but won it in style. He's not going to win it this time, but it's going to be a 1-2 for CD Racing, and Chris Dyson, and somewhat appropriately, Chris Dyson finishing off his year as he started it and as he has continued to dominate it throughout the season. He won the championship, it feels like ages ago now, and for the last couple of races we've been looking very closely at that runner-up spot. Dreesy doing a brilliant job of hanging on, quite frankly, to the car, which has got serious problems, including damage to the front of it after a spin. Were you involved in that, Adam, at the start with Ortega spinning round?
Ortega got very big in my side window, but no, we never got touched. I was like, oh no, it's too pretty. It's too pretty. The car's too pretty. don't hit this one.
And so are you. Yeah, I don't want to see you damaged.
Well,
either.
who do you think I was talking about, John?
Oh, okay,
but
sorry.
No, I'm teasing. But yeah, no, that car is just such a beautiful piece of equipment. As Matthew Brabham still laying down 11s coming out of the straight, coming out of 16 there, so he's not worried about rear tire wear. But this is it's fixing to be a really good end of this race. Like I said, Boris Said seems to be hanging on with an issue, and his pace has dropped pretty dramatically. But he's got quite a gap there on the 4th place of Ken Twaits. But what a great run for Ken Twaits, too, here this weekend. A good shout to there. And I tell you what, this right here is great confidence for Chris Dyson in this new Ave Riley chassis, because This spells trouble maybe for the rest of us in the TA paddock, but for CD Racing in the future and what they're looking at here with this Ave Riley chassis is pretty spectacular.
I was going to ask, what were the size of your tires? Because I was wondering whether you had the big
18.
tires.
Yeah.
So you did have the big tires.
Oh, I'm telling you, John and Debbie Cloud, they don't do anything, nothing other than first class. And,
fair enough.
And Wally Jr. wants obviously to have the best stuff in there, right? And so I was just the guy that was honored to be in the right place at the right time to get the call and to step up for ultimate headers and that whole deal. I mean, what a great group of people. My wife was in there with her elbows deep into the machinery there like she always is. So here we are on the final lap here. We're on board with Chris Dyson, the leader.
Well, we think it's white flag. I'm hearing white flag as well as final lap on the graphic, but we'll soon find out. But either way, I want to get a comment from both you guys about Dyson and Brabham. They're going to come home, synchronized racing here, literally, as a pair. But first and foremost, Dyson, your thoughts, Willie, on you? Like you said, you raced his dad, but Chris is right up there with his dad, isn't he?
He's the champ. He's two-time champ, and he's very smart. I mean, he's not just a fast race driver. He's a very smart race driver. He's very technical. He's taken this car right out of the box, pretty much a development car, brand new, and he's put it in victory circle. But if you look at both cars, they are, I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it, they're probably the two best cars.
Yeah.
Technically, as far as mechanically and horsepower. They got the whole package.
Now, don't look now, but Matthew Brabham last lap just cut the fastest lap of the race by over a second.
Gosh, he did.
Lap 29, a 2:05.6.
Wow.
Now, when I said he was laying down 11s out of 16, now we see why, Willie T. Ribs.
And look, he's right behind him here. And we think this is the final lap now. So the pair of them are going to go for it. No, it is the checkered flag, and sure enough, Dyson wins it ahead of Matthew Brabham. What a great race, and what a great way to finish the season for those two. What a superb footnote for Chris Dyson, champion and winner of the final race here at Circuit of the Americas. Matt Brabham, Mr. Substitute, the ultimate guy to put in the car, took to Trans Am like a duck to water. Coming towards the line in XGT, Mark Austin, here he is. And that's your XGT winner, Mark Austin, in 7th overall. And we're also waiting for Danny Lowry, who will be 2nd in XGT. Dirk Lowenberger is going to win in SGT ahead of Michael Apache, who's also in the West Coast as well. But GT is going to be run by Chris Coffey. Great result for Coffey in his first race against Billy Griffin. But he gets ahead in 12th overall. Boris, what on earth is going on here?
He's on fire. Yeah, he's on fire. So.
Hey, that precious hair of Boris. Let's not get it on fire. Get out of there, Boris, as quick as you can.
He's trying to find himself a marshal, it looks like, to get
he's
that
out.
taken care of. But yeah, he's going to get on out of that guy, and hopefully the marshals get there, because nothing's more damaging than fire to these things as well, and get that fire out for Pancho Weaver.
Well, and that fire was right underneath his butt.
Yeah,
and he can feel that. I mean, you feel, and it makes you move faster.
No kidding. Yeah, he got as sprightly as his young son then. We shouldn't laugh. It's a serious matter when your car is on fire like that. And Boris is worried about the car too. And he's trying to get the marshals over to put the flames out as quickly as possible, because he's now thinking not of his own preservation but of the car's preservation, because he knows how important these cars are to Pancho Weaver. Now he's out on the back of the S's here, and that's real drama for him.
Yeah, that's a shame. We want to make sure to get those marshals out there and get that fire extinguisher out there, or find one. But he's trying to get the rear body work off so they can access it. This is also where the fuel cell is and some other pretty critical items. So,
well, I wasn't the only one worried about his famous curly hair. A lot of the fans on the internet going, please save his curly hair. He's doing everything he can to try to get the bodywork off and get some more air to that car. But good idea, Boris. Here comes one of the safety cars, though, and they should get an extinguisher on that fairly quickly.
I want to go ahead and give a shout-out, too, to Matthew Brabham. I mean, his finishing rate in Trans Am has never been lower than 2nd. He's absolutely phenomenal, and that's why I rate him so high in our country as a driver. Like, I mean, I always said it. I've said it time and time again. If I owned race cars, I'd be an idiot if I didn't look to hire Matthew Brabham. Just an absolute, he's great on and off the racetrack.
I couldn't agree more.
Great with the group, so hats off to him. And to round out that podium, unfortunately they won't get the Weaver Dodge inside the podium, but maybe Boros will make it there in time. But great work by this whole Trans Am crew. And Mark Austin in that Mercedes, what a beautiful car that is, taking that XGT win home.
So Dyson pulls off. My thanks to Adam Andretti, who's come out of the race quite literally in TA. He'll be joining us again for TA2, as always. Yeah, absolutely in the thick of it for a while there. We've got cars strewn. There's a car in front of my commentary box as well that's parked up that didn't get to finish the race. That's the 23 of... No, it's not Amy Ruman, but here's the results then. Chris Dyson with the win for Altwell CBD Ford Mustang. Matthew Brabham takes second place. Boris Said is third in that Weaver prepared car that sadly has gone up in flames, but let's hope they get it out. Ken Thwaites takes fourth place as he chases Tommy Dreesy towards that final position, but it's going to be nip and tuck because Dreesy in the end finished in 8th behind Mark Austin, who wins XGT. Hinkle in 5th, Ruman 6th. So it's going to be touch and go. It's going to be really close. 11 points they started, but they finished with Amy Ruman in ascendance. She started the day 3rd overall, but she beats Dreesy. Ken Thwaites, though, who started 4th overall, finishes 4th. So it's going to be close in that runner-up position, but I think it's Dreesy's for now. Lowry is 9th, and Dirk Leuenberger is in 10th position, but also is the top SGT runner. Michael LaPaglia, good run by him, the West Coast man for Papini's Johnson Tuning. Takes an 11th place. Chris Coffey in his first run with us in that Maserati, a great win in GT ahead of Billy Griffin and Wang from the West Coast in Orelic North America's car in the 122 McLaren. Matt Crandall had problems. He slowed down early in the race. Jacob Dealey in 16th. Milton Grant 17th. 18th is De Silva. Joey De Silva in 18th. Cary Grant in 19th position. And Richard Forsyth in 20th position. My thanks to Willie T. Ribbs and, of course, Adam Andretti. He'll be back with us a little bit more. Kerry Hitt in 21st. Greg Anthony. Gustavo Ortega, sadly, after a brilliant run for Chacron Racing Team, the Puerto Rican finishing in 23rd, but out of the race. And likewise, Howard Johnston. Adam Andretti, who's here in the booth with us, also had his problems, but had a good run. Good to see him out there. Humed Masood had gearbox problems, and Chris Evans rounding out the top 27 in that brilliant race to finish off the season. Well done to Team Dyson. Let's head down to the pit lane where our man Ben Sissel is with our champion, Chris Dyson.
All right, Chris Dyson, that just looked like so much fun. I know you weren't here last year after you clinched your championship. 2 championships in a row, new car. You just make it look like it's so much fun out there.
Well, I've wanted to win here for years, and we've been close a few times, and just hats off to everybody at the team. They gave us 3 great cars this weekend. I mean, Matty was brilliantly fast the whole way. I got by him in traffic there, and then we sort of held station. He was waiting in the wings, I think, if anything happened. But great win for the Riley Technologies car, and just thrilled for my partners. You know, Altwell, the team. Obviously, Pirelli's been great all year. I'm so proud of everybody. A little bit tired. I'm looking forward to a break. Looking forward to spending a little time with my feet up. Hi to everybody at home, and yeah. Bless us. It was just an amazing season.
Now, you had a lot of visitors here, like the Winter Circle Project. Pius is here. You got a lot going on with that, too. Tell everybody about that.
Well, it's been great. You know, we've been able to build some excitement about the series. Pius is doing some amazing things with the Winter Circle Project. And, you know, we've been friends together since 1987, and we're still making it happen on center stage, and, as we like to say. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of what we're doing. I think it's really groundbreaking for STEM learning and for the kids. And it's about time we built up some youth engagement programs around this country based around motorsports.
Perfect. I love it. Exactly. Couldn't have said it any better. We have heard we're trying to find Tommy Dreesy if he's here, because Tommy Dreesy should be second in the championship, but I can't find him. That was such a great race. Matt Brabham, nice job. The GT cars, can't wait to do the podium celebration. Jonathan, back up to you, buddy.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, great words from Chris Dyson. He deserves that break for sure, and I'm sure the winter, as Willie T. Ribbs was saying, is just a little sweeter when you finish it on a high. Well, we're looking high above the COTA circuit, and while we do, join us for more from the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour after this.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
The next generation of communication is here with Allgram, the decentralized all-in-one communication platform. Your unique digital ID is hosted on the blockchain for the most secure peer-to-peer communication experience in the world. Chat, voice call, and video call seamlessly, triple encrypted, and decentralized. That means you're protected. We can't share, sell, or use your data in any way. Nobody is accessing your data, and Allgram validates every user on the blockchain. Plus, the app just works really well. Schedule calls and meetings, or create private or public clubs to use however you want. This is Allgram. Simplified, secure communication. Your data is yours.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome back to our Mission Foods SpeedTour here at Austin, Texas. It's Group 9 coming up. Welcome back to the Mission Foods SpeedTour. I'll get the right mic in a moment. It's Group 9, all open-wheel cars on slicks from 1970 to 2014. From early F2 cars to modern F1 cars and everything in between. I like the way you describe that. That's good fun because basically that's what we've got here in Group 9. I'm hopefully to be joined by Ben Sissel in a moment. But yes, this is single-seaters at its finest, and we do have, in my words anyway, a hodgepodge of different cars here, from Mazdas, Pro Mazdas to Dalaras. We've got Swifts out there. We've got, let's see what might interest our audience out there. We've got a few DP08 Salans out there as well. We've got John Miro out there. And Brett Johnston, Stuart Crow, in an RT41, the fastest man from 1994. There he is. Kurt Kindfaster. But Stuart Crow in that number 3. There he is. And then there's the 3B that just went through your shot there. So we'll take you through these, but Ben will join me in a moment to take us around what is his regular bailiwick, so to speak. And if you've got questions and you're listening, tuning in on our live stream, feel free to interject or tell us your stories or tell us what you want to hear about. If we can help, we will. That's the idea here in SVRA. As the Mission Foods SpeedTour comes down to the closing stages of its season. It's been a good year, and looking forward to ending it on a high here for SVRA. A bunch of group action, and this weekend we're going to try and bring you action from each and every one of the groups. Coming through the stadium section on their warm-up lap now then. As is my wont, I picked up the wrong mic to start with. Not a worry. We're back on it now. Now, Stuart Crow's the man you're watching in that RT41 from 94 at the head of the field. But as we drift back down, I looked at that Ferrari painted color car. You'll see it later. It's actually an Indy Lights car, but it's painted in full Formula One Ferrari colors, and it looks like a miniature Formula One car, because obviously the Indy Lights car not as big as even the period Formula One car of the time, but it took me by surprise when I first noticed it here at the weekend. We've got over 400 cars. They're parking them in the main paddock grandstand car park this weekend. There are so many entries. As you can see, the fun fair is at full fair, spinning around on that carousel up there. Don't fancy it myself. But as you can see it, they're packing up now and getting ready for our start here. Group 9 then, underway. Line astern, everybody trying to get into a position where they can stay. And this one should shake your dishes if you're in Elroy, because this is going to be a roar up the hill. Here we go then. Group 9 underway in our Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. This for the golden helmet and everybody in their single-seaters of various different kinds. All and sundry out there, as we said. And it's Stuart Crow who picks up the lead here. Nathan Bird, Kevin Burry, Kurt Kinsvater in 4th position, James Johnston in 5th, as they all weave their way through the S's. Through goes the 33, that's John Miro in that Elan DP08 I mentioned. 16 just going through shot. That's Kevin Burry in the Swift 014A, that red, white and black, that Ferrari painted colour I told you about just a moment ago. He navigates through turn 11 and 12, and the field already spreading out. So we've got quite big differences in horsepower and in years, as we mentioned, from 2009 all the way to 2014. I think that's the newest car, is about 2014. That's the that John Miro Elan DP08 I mentioned there. Ooh, getting a little bit squirrely under cold tyres to the start of this race, as Nathan Bird in the F1000 JDR, the one you're looking at now, the number 70. Got a few Marchers out there, Lolas, Van Diemens, of course, as you'd expect. William Trimble in that Van Diemen. Look out for the number 31 in your shot as they all dive through 18. I love the drone shots, such a now modern part of Formula racing and international motor racing, and a really great chance to see how these tracks were designed and laid out. Trying to get an advantage, it's David and Goliath really when you look at it. And lap 2 of 7, and well, they're fighting all the way to the top of the hill. Great racing between the pair of them, and somehow the 70 hold on for as long as he could. Nathan Bird there hanging on, but he had to give in the end. But that was great, all the way up the hill, the pair of them, and now it's a three-way battle at the front. And in fact, the 70 dropping back down to third there for a moment, as the 16 of Randy Bailey gets ahead in the Master Pro Formula car. And they're having a gale battle out there, good stuff. And there's also a midfield battle. So the top three starting to head down the hill to turn 11. Bird in the 70. Nathan Bird dropping to third position now. F1000 JDR he's pedaling. A couple of Johnstons, Brett Johnston and James Johnston out there together. Clay De La Cava in 9th position. Travis Engen, who was out in the first race, he's out in his second spin of the day. Not actually spinning, but out there in a Lola in 10th position. Oh, there's some shenanigans going on out there. And because these cars are all so different, we're really getting some difference in the way they approach the corners and the lines they're taking. Stuart Crow in the 3 RT41 there, making his name felt there as he gets ahead. But it's side-by-side stuff into 9, and a little touch there, a little love tap. And as they head through 18, they are really starting to spread themselves out just a little. Now, as we come out of this next lap finish, we'll see where we stand, but it is Kurt Kins Fata in first place ahead of Kevin Burry in the 16. Nathan Bird's dropped in the 70 to third place, and there you see confirmation of it. Crow in that number 3 is in 4th, then Hamilton 5th, Johnson, Morale, De La Cava in 8th, Engen in 9th. He's moved up a place. Buxton is in 10th position at the moment. Carl Buxton in the orange March F2 car, and Bilowski up there as well in 11th. He's already had a run today in another group car. And just going through your shot, Clay De La Cava in 8th position in that Master Pro Formula car. So that was a frenetic start, and they're starting to calm down just a little bit now. Trying to look down. It's a good field of some 22 cars in this Group 9. And this too, a helmet race for the end of the season. So Crow starting to make his way down the back straight. And the top 6, not much between them. As we head back now to look at the 31A, excuse me. And that's Travis Engen in that Lola. The Red Bull colours. Travis has been part of SVRA for many a year now and does a lot of historic racing around the US of A. And pretty much a handy peddler in anything you put him in, Travis. And currently circulating, down in 8th, 9th position at the moment. I think actually he's got further up the board. That board just running out. 3 laps gone as Kinsvater in the lead at the moment from Bury and Bird. Onto the main straight they come. 4 laps completed of the 7 so far. Go back a little bit now to the 99. And we've got a 99A and a 99. Now the 99A is driven by Mason Dwinnell. And the 99 by Glenn Beliski in 10th position. That was the car who came through shot there just ahead of Kyle Buxton in the March. There's Buxton in that March. Very distinctive colours and look of the March design. The F2 car. And it really is a moving history of single-seater racing. And names like, we've got the Swift Formula Atlantics, the Lolas, the March, the Lara obviously out there. And some Pro Masters as well. Van Diemen's out there, one of the big names of single-seaters from my part of the world in the UK. I bet they love racing here. There's the 99A. That's Dwinnell. So like I said, we've got a 99 and a 99A. And Mason Dwinnell in the F1000 JDR is who we just got a quick glimpse of there. Little cloudy, a little misty this morning, low cloud hanging over in what is a muggy start to the day. We hope the clouds will disperse later and we'll get a bit more sunshine as the day goes on. Well, we've got a host, if you're tuning in on our live stream, of great racing to come from the historics of SVRA as we look at the number 12 in 13th place, ironically. Abdullah Al-Dahami in that Pro Master. All black. Currently running in 13th position, just under the tower there. So they've spread right out there at the moment, but it's still Kinsvater out front. Fastest lap so far, a 2:07.8 by Kevin Bury. And if you can see the paddock, how full it is. I mean, I know it's fuller perhaps in Formula One terms, but it doesn't get any much more packed for a historic race than you're seeing there. And if you look right to the top of your screen there, you'll see that car park is actually not full of cars. It's full of paddock and race cars. So the go-kart circuit is open for business, but preparations for the cars and the Trans Am cars, if you were wondering, are in the support paddock. So, yeah, it's been a packed house here at COTA. As we come back to the number 80 now, winding his way. That's Jim Kelleher in another mock the March. The ATA, a March from 1980, that car, with a 79 aero package on it. You're looking right down on the concert venue now. They put the stands away, but that's where the big concerts are held. And Green Day played there, as did Ed Sheeran, last time out at Formula One just a couple of weeks ago. There's a nice little Mazda, the number 41, just coming through your shot there, nice and compact, beautifully designed. Randy Bailey at the wheel of that Mazda Pro Formula. From 2005, that car. A bit of side-by-side action down the back straight between these two. Penultimate lap here. And the 75 just making his way. That's Rick Walk. A first look at Rick in his Swift 016. It's confusing sometimes with these cars with the A's as well. You've got a 75 and then the A's of the 99 and 80A. Kinsvarter, though, out front, 6 of the 7 gone, and leading by over a second now over Burry. We've been trying to check out as many different cars as we can, but I'll keep you up to date with the leaders as we continue. So less than a second, so we should have a good finish for the finish of this one. And we're back to the leaders now, and you can see it for yourself. A really good battle for the win here between Burry in the 16 and second place and the number 32 of Kinsvarter, and they're getting into traffic now. And there's also a parked car just off 16 trying to get out the way. They should be able to haul him out of harm's way, but it's not anywhere near a race line. But they'll want to clear him if they can, because they don't want to go to caution. And now they're getting into some traffic. And this could be the difference between win or second here. Bird's still third, but he's some 2.4 seconds off the leader as they come onto the main straight again. And this should be the final lap. A look in the mirrors by our leader. And he knew this was going to happen. He tries to cut him off, and he does a good job doing so. And this battle's going to go all the way down to the checkered flag by the looks of things. They come down through 2. Kinsvarter holding on. You saw him have a wry look in the mirror there as they went up the hill, the perfect place to do it. Now it's hell-bent for leather through the S's. Try not to make a mistake, and that's exactly what Burry has done. And he's buried himself in the gravel, and he's punching the steering wheel. And I said, now it's the time not to make a mistake. And the second place, Kevin Burry, does exactly that in the Swift. And swiftly, he's straight in the gravel, sadly. Kinsvarter, though, now on his own. And this should be, well, I wouldn't say a relatively easy, but Kurt Kinsvarter on his way now in that Swift with no pressure as he comes out of 11 for the last time. I say that, and as I say that, Nathan Bird in the number 70, who led early on, has caught him. And it could still be a battle for the finish. You can see the gap yourself here as we look at it straight on, down towards 12. There's about 6 or 7 car lengths between them. But in this sort of racing, you wouldn't be surprised if he's caught him by the time they get to Andretti. Final lap, though, for Kurt Kinsvarter. And sadly, Kevin Burry, so close, and yet so far, just got it wrong, concentrating on the car in front of him, pushing as he might to try and make the car in front of him make a mistake. And that's all it took for him to go off. And now it's a straight battle. And that moves Stuart Crowe in the number 3 up to 3rd place. So he could get a podium out of this. You could just see him in the distance there at turn 15 coming out of there, while the leaders are coming through 18. Final lap then in our Group 9 for single-seaters from 2009 to 2014. Putting on a cracking race here for us at COTA in these rather dismal conditions, but the checkered flag is out, and it's a win for Kurt Kinsvarter in the red and white Swift 014. Well done to him. Bird takes 2nd place. Burry is 3rd. Kinsvarter, Bird, Crowe, as I said earlier, is in 3rd, with Burry going out rather swiftly in his Swift, you could say. Thanks for that one. Hamilton, Johnston, Morrell, and Dilcalva just behind. So good action all the way through. And as the Group 9 take their slowdown lap, we'll take a short break here from the Circuit of the Americas. Back with more from the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
As you can see, the latest action from our SVRA Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour is back in action as we turn our attention now to Group 1A, Group 3, Group 4 and Group 5B, and we've clattered them all together. And so we've got Group 1A, which is recognised small displacement production cars, sports cars, sedans and Formula Juniors. Group 3, which is, it's produced sports cars and sedans pre-1972. And then in Group 4, limited produced sports cars, racing specials, if you will. GT cars built in production prior to 1960. And then Group 5B, Lotus 23s and earlier sports car races. So we're going to split them by the looks of things because they are such a different group of racing cars. But some beautiful cars out there, I have to say. And a really big field as well. So that's hence the split. As we look at the 124, our first glimpse of it. There, my entry list. Such a vast number of cars out here. This is great. That's Doc Bundy in that 124. Doc Bundy, of course, one of the big names. If Jeff Mosing is a local, Doc Bundy is relatively so, from Dallas, Texas, and he has been involved in historic racing for quite some time. I think it was Doc Bundy who owned one of Mario Andretti's Formula One cars and prepared that for Mario back in the day. And he continues to be not only one of the greats of historic racing, but he's been around a time or two. So we're getting ready for our helmet race for 1A, 3, 4 and 5B. It'll be a split start, so we'll try to keep you up to date with each of the groups as they come through. So it'll kind of mesh into one eventually, but here we go. The first group getting to their starting positions and coming towards the Andretti corner as the pace car comes into the pit lane. And here we go then. A 6-car feast in our first group, led by Doc Bundy on the left-hand side. And they accelerate now. There's an acceleration part of the circuit, and then they hit the green. I can see Chris Domingo out there in the 48, in that Malik. He's another one of the regulars. Bundy around the outside. Oh, and a spin there as the 20 goes round. And I hate to see any of these cars get a touch, but there might have been slight contact there. Certainly a lock-up. I think that was Jim Kelleher who got turned around there, but he managed to hold it still and keep it straight. And he survives it. And now the second group getting ready. John Nash on the right-hand side. And he is side by side with a Mini. You've got a Porsche in there as well. What a group this is. A Mini versus a single-seater up the hill. What a sight here. We've got some sprites involved. Some bug eyes there. There's 79 of Scott Fraser and the Austin Healey sprite. And as our first group starts to head down to the bottom of the field, it's Doc Bundy leading the way. Bundy in the Lotus 23B. I've said this before, but I'm always amazed at the amount of Lotus, or Loti, I suppose it would be if you were speaking Latin, but Loti that are in the United States of America. Incredible. I think Mr. Chatwin would be very proud if he saw this many Lotus here in the USA, given that they were all built in the UK. Well, most of them were. Owen Alderman in another 23B, the blue and white one there in second place. So that should be a good battle between these two 23Bs, and it looks as though it's already heating up into such. 52A is Nathan Thompson. He's got the Brabham B28, slightly larger car, but just as powerful. So it's Lotus versus Brabham, just as it would be in the day. And look at this, side by side between the two Lotus. Almost there as they came through 17 and 18. And now the Brabham starting to make his way up the inside towards 19 and going for second place. And I think he's got it. Nicely done. So Bundy now under pressure from Nathan Thompson in the 52A BT8 up to second place. coming through shot now. That's the 48.
Chris D'Amico. Here's my favorite group. I'm excited for this.
I knew you would be. I just said, I wonder where Ben is. He's not going to miss this. There's no way.
I was at the Trans Am podium, but that's Chris D'Amico there, and that Malik, somebody that's been with us quite a bit. So much fun to have him out there with us. I love it.
That's Jim Kelleher in the Merlin Mark 6A.
Yeah, and so this is group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. So these cars up front are in our group 5B.
Yeah, we
which
had a split
are
start, yeah.
a little bit faster. The Lotus 23 is a lot of fun out there. I haven't seen him yet, but Owen Edelman is out there, one of our fastest drivers. But look at this. There's my favorite. There's that little Mini Cooper, Greg Wold, super fast driver. Greg's been driving with us for a long time. John Nash ahead of him. John Nash is in a Group 3 Lotus 7, Greg Wold. And look at how these two go through the air. Such different cars, but putting in similar lap times in different groups. That's what makes it so fun out there.
Yeah. Mini Cooper S, 1965. You've got to get me into mini racing. I want a 1966 Mini Cooper to race.
We can do that. You want to get a Cooper S.
Okay. A Cooper S, and I'll put a little British flag on the top.
Yeah, you have to, man.
And I'll get my Michael Caine impression down.
Yeah. There's Michael Kopecky. Yeah, whenever you load a Mini Cooper into your bus, you got to do while the bus is rolling, too, you know, when you're done with the races. That's a 914, beautiful car. So we've got a lot of different classes out here. This is the Bell Helmet Championship race. We're on lap 2 of 5. I believe my boss, Tony Perella, is out there in his Corvette. So this should be a lot of fun to watch.
I had a close look at Tony's car, actually, beautifully put together. And I didn't realize he was actually going to take it out. I saw it sitting there in the paddock and was thinking, oh, okay, he's going to do some parade laps. But no, he's racing. Good man.
Yeah, he's racing out there. So behind Kopecky then, that's the 60 of Stefan Schluter, let me make sure I've got this right.
Yeah, 1972.
9144. The 9146s are in a different group.
The 914 Porsche is such a different look than what we, so many of the other Porsches. It almost stands out, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's a lot boxier.
The 944.
Than the Porsches. I think that was in conjunction with Volkswagen. Then this is Bill Treffert here in this number 24 big Corvette. These Corvettes, and as far as Corvettes go, this would be considered a smaller Corvette. But in this group, they just look huge. But that is a really well-prepared car. Bill Treffert, longtime racer with Vintage Racing out here with us in that Group 4 1960 Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah, I hadn't realized, but the 914 was developed with Porsche and Volkswagen and was sort of an entry-level model for 1970. That's why they've got that different look. Maybe that's the reason. It was a combination of them and Volkswagen.
Yeah, up until about 10, 20 years ago, you could find a 914 running for about $5,000. But in the last couple of years, they've really gone up in value, and people really see them for what they are, just fantastic and really fun cars to drive.
That Corvette of Treffert you mentioned, 1960, but absolutely gorgeous. Short race, they don't get a lot of time, and there's so much prep got into these cars, and they hate it when they don't get to finish their weekend of racing, whether it's a gearbox or a part missing or something goes afoul. So they try to get as much time on track, but it's still Owen Alderman leading the way from Doc Bundy. Here's that 1960 Corvette again.
No, this is that's Perella.
Oh, that's Tony, yeah.
Yeah, that's Tony Perella, the boss right there. Beautiful car. That is a 1958 Chevrolet Corvette. Really, really difficult to drive. Solid rear end. You can see his hands really working the wheel there. And then right behind him is his good friend Scott Frazier in that Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite. Scott Frazier has been a national championship with us here in the past and a Group 1 champion. So we've got Group 1 battling Group 4. And these are basically our small bore production cars. They all run about the same time. These are two very different cars that run a very similar lap time, which makes it really fun. You can see how much fun they're having just by the smile on that Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite's face right there.
I'm just wondering if Scott Frazier thinks he can get his entry fee back if he beats the boss.
I don't know, but look at this. Todd Cruz coming up right behind Frazier, and Todd Cruz and Frazier have very similarly made cars with MSA Classics, and Mitch preparing those cars, so it's really fun. you know, those Corvettes on these S's can make themselves really, really wide, and then he's got the advantage here coming out of 11, so these bug eyes really want to try to get him in the twisty bits.
Tony's got his hands full, that's for sure, right now with these two sprites behind him. This is great stuff.
Yeah, that Corvette is a handful, really tough to drive. Yeah. You can see it going through now. Now Tony has the advantage.
I'll tell you what, how do you get respect from 500 drivers out there this weekend? Go and drive yourself. That's how Tony walks the walk. He shakes hands with every group he can when he's got time. He always goes down to Trans Am and shakes everybody's hands and wishes them well. And I think it's a nice touch for somebody who's in charge. They have little time as it is. I'm surprised to see him out. It's the first time I've ever seen him out in a long time, to be fair. But
yeah, it's the first time I've seen him race in 4 years. I was really excited to hear that he was out here racing. There's Todd Cruz there from Alabama, and it's really neat. So Todd Cruz, Rick and Scott Frazier, and Andy McLean all drive Spridgets, set up just almost like at their own little spec class in our Group 1, which makes for some really good racing, and they are always out there, tough competition, and you can see Todd Cruz right behind Scott.
Yeah, brothers Tom and Todd going different ways. Obviously, Todd getting the car drives and Tom getting the airplanes.
Yeah, Tom went to do movies, and Todd's out there just out here vintage racing. But look, now back in the twisty bits, Scott Frazier might try to take it on the outside.
No, well, it's now the inside for 90, but that's a classic overtake. Good work. Set it up at 18 on the exit, and then roll it through 19. And he passes Tony Perella nicely there. Well done.
That is fun to watch. We don't often get to see great battles with Group 4, Group 1 cars. Now Tony's going to pass him again with that horsepower.
A little bit more horsepower, yeah.
And then the Frazier and Cruz are going to try to get him back on the twisty bits. Now there's Rob Davenport there in the background in that beautiful Datsun, but here we go. That's James Dean. He's talking to Tom Cruise. James Dean's out there running with us in a Porsche 9144. We got all the names out
here today. What is James running?
He's that Porsche 9144. And then there's your friend Davenport. You went to college with his wife.
I did. Rob Davenport. I still haven't seen Laurie. If you're out there, Laurie, come and see me. But she's going to try to come across. But yeah, it's a good story. I didn't even know. I knew Rob Davenport. You introduced me to him. But I hadn't known that his wife was racing until we got in a conversation, the whole time, chatting. She goes, oh, he's always racing at the weekends. And I said, like, where? She goes, oh, in Historic. So I was like, hang on a minute. The Rob Davenport?
Yeah, he was in the booth with us here 2 years ago.
Exactly.
And you hadn't put it together at that time.
No.
Oh, final lap.
By the way, I've got the inside story on them. They lost first gear yesterday, missed the afternoon race, but as you can see, Rob's out there again today, and so glad he's out there because they put a lot of presentation into that. He's also got a Dick Davenport car here as well this weekend, so they're getting the old boys back together as we come down to the final lap here. And
look at that. That's Nathan Thompson there leading the race in that Ragogo, that beautiful car. And that 52A, I don't see it on my sheet. It's registered as Dan Chapman. That's a 1965 Brabham BT8. But Nathan Thompson, one of our really fast drivers and one of the mechanics at Ragogo. He drove a Lotus Elite with us years ago. Super fast in that car, and you can see he's really fast in this one. But then looks like Owen Edelman just right behind him in that 58. And Owen Edelman, one of our best drivers also. And like I said, he's here. His dad is racing, his mom is racing, and their son Owen is racing. And I think both Graham and Sharon would say Owen's the one with the speed.
Well, they swapped positions because at the start of this race, Doc Bundy led, then Edelman got ahead of him, and now Nathan's got ahead of both of them. And just at the right time on the final lap, here comes that 52A.
Yeah, it's rare not to see Doc Bundy up here at the front.
Well, he was leading a minute ago.
Yeah, but he's 16 seconds behind.
So I don't know what's happened there. Chris Domingo's done a good job. He's up in 4th place. Started off in the second group, of course.
Look at that Lotus Cortina. Beautiful cars. This is my favorite group. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I love the cars that are out here. Lots of little British cars, the production cars, the cars that people can identify with. But Nathan Thompson showing us one of our best mechanics, but also one of our best drivers, just really, really talented from Dallas, Texas, and Ragogo Racing, who put on a fish fry here Friday night. So thank you to Paul Rigo for doing that, for feeding the paddock, and Nathan Thompson's bringing it home for you.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson on his way, and he's got a good healthy lead of over, well, almost 3 seconds now as he comes towards the checkered flag. Now he'll see it. And sure enough, The 52A of Nathan Thompson in the Brabham BT8 wins here in our Group 1A, 3, 4 and 5B helmet race. Coming across the line in second place, Owen Alderman in the Lotus 23B, and it's also a Lotus 23B in third.
Look at the lean on Perella's car here. I love it. So now that is a gold medallion Corvette. So that 58 Corvette is set up how it would have raced back in 1958. There are no driver aids. It's on leaf springs. The car probably shouldn't be out there going this fast, but he's out there just having an absolute blast.
That's for sure.
I'm looking at Adam Andretti's face watching it. He can't believe it either because the lean on that car, and Tony is a big stickler on making it prepared as it would have raced, and you can see a handful of a car there, especially against those Bug-Eye Sprites.
And I assure you, he hasn't had lots of track time getting ready for this at all. He very rarely gets out there as the head of SVRA, Trans Am, and of course FR and F4, so good. It's good to see the boss doing the bit, getting a bit of oversteer and fighting the wheel. Go on, son. He's got Rob Davenport coming up behind him as well.
Yeah. Now he hits that American power here at Circuit of the Americas, gets by those little British bangers. Probably have 1275s
you keep saying
in them.
Little. These are big cars on the British roads. Clearly you haven't tried the British roads.
Yeah, exactly. But look at the smile on all these faces. A little bit of a grimace on the front of that Corvette, but a smile on those Bug-Eye Sprites right behind him. You can see him really working the wheel there, that big stock Corvette wheel.
Knob. Great stuff. So a lovely sight to see the big man out there in the number 56 Corvette, wheeling it hard in that 1958 Corvette.
It's that iteration of Corvettes that were my favorite, and I think it's because you look at the lines of it, they resemble some of the Austin Healey, the big Healeys. They kind of look like America's version of a British sports car.
And there's almost a T-Bird feel to them as well. You know, a little bit of a touch of that. So it's got the Americana, but it's also got that British bit as well. But yeah, great run, and just outside the top 10. A nice day out. Rob Davenport in the end finishing in 14th, just behind Todd Cruz. James Dean in 15th position in the 83 Porsche 914.
So let me go through here real quick. I feel like Oprah Winfrey with you get a helmet, you get a Bell helmet. But it looks like Nathan Thompson is going to win our Group 5 Bell helmet. It looks like John Nash is going to be our Group 3 winner. So congratulations to John Nash. Greg Walden, that beautiful Mini Cooper, is going to be our Group 1 winner. So congratulations, some beautiful Bell helmet. And it looks like maybe Tony Perella. Nope, Bill Treffert just got Tony Perella in the Group 4. So Bill Treffert's going to bring home the Group 4 Bell Gold helmet. Congratulations.
Helmet. Come on.
I'm sure Tony could talk his way into it, but knowing Tony, he's not going to get a helmet unless he deserves it.
Confirmation of the result then from our latest group races. Nathan Thompson for the BT8 Brabham wins ahead of Owen Alderman in the Lotus 23B. Doc Bundy in third, the local man from Dallas, Texas. Chris Domingo in fourth. Jim Kelleher in fifth place. John Nash in sixth. Greg Wald in seventh. Michael Kopecki in 8th position, and Stefan Schluter in 9th. Bill Treffert in the Chevrolet Corvette from 1960 in 10th position. And just outside that top 10 was Tony Perella. But that concludes that group race. And the sun trying to get out here at the Circuit of the Americas. I can just see a puff of blue sky in the distance. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Stay with us.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, and what a difference 20 seconds makes. Quite literally. A minute ago, it was all dark and gloomy and somewhat cloudy, but now it's lifted. And as you can see, a beautiful, resplendent look at the Circuit of the Americas. And talking of beautiful and resplendent, I was going to introduce Adam Andretti, but I'll introduce the cars instead. But Adam will do. Adam Andretti joins me once again. Sadly, he didn't get to finish his TA race, but he's delighted to join me for a bit of history in the making, the largest field we've ever had. And look at this site. I watched the pre-grid earlier in the weekend, and it is a sight for sore eyes to see this many TA2 cars. And we talk about a championship that was invented in 1966, and here we are in 2022 with over 50 cars entered in this race alone.
The health of Trans Am is strong, and we're looking great in the series. And TA2 is just one piece of the puzzle. We just finished the race that you just got done calling and that I was participating in, and there was 27 total cars in that. So it's really, really outstanding health of the Trans Am series. It shows what a fantastic job the Perella Motorsports Holding Group has done, and all the pieces of the puzzle that get put together, and everyone at the Trans Am Race Company, and being led by John Claggett, and it's just amazing growth, and it's just so great, and I feel so privileged to be a part of it, and I know you do as well, Jonathan. So it's just really and here at COTA, it seems to just draw us to it, right? Like Circuit of the Americas is one of those tracks. It's become very quickly one of those tracks that everybody that drives a race car wants to have a chance to compete at.
Here's a question I've been itching to ask you since I realized how big a field this, and my knowledge of the Circuit of the Americas, since I've pretty much done every race that's ever been here since 2012. And I'm used to doing Formula One and MotoGP, and you're very familiar with both. If you were mid-pack for this race, that would be, or even further down. Let's say you were 40th on the grid, just for the hell of it. As we take a look at the championship, I'm going to get to that in a moment. But here's the championship points, and it really is hotting up because Rafa Matos leads and really only needs to kind of get round and finish in the top 20 for the championship to be his. But because he didn't get the pole yesterday, which would have put him literally a lap away, or a one lap led away from winning the whole thing. Things are still open, so Conor Mosak's still in the hunt, plus 30 points behind. Thomas Merrill in pole. He picked up the 3 points and now is 2 points behind Mosak. And Brent Cruz, 223. It doesn't get any closer than that, does it?
No, it does not. And Thomas Merrill, job's easy, right? Well, on paper it's easy. The job's never easy out there in TA2, but he did what he had to do already. He sat the thing on pole, keeps him alive in the championship. And, anything can happen in these races, Jonathan Green, as we've seen time and time again. And the last thing, I know that Rafa's going to be playing the safe game. The last thing Rafa wants to do is put this himself in either harm's way, but more importantly, he doesn't want to put any decisions in the hands of the stewards.
Good point.
That we saw that last round at VIR, and the stewards don't want that opportunity. Trust me, none of the stewards, not David Hoots. Nobody in that booth wants to be in that opportunity that they have to make a call like that. So I think Rafa's big game here for 100 miles is going to be just that, making sure that he's perfectly clean. You got a guy here like we're on board with Cameron Lawrence in the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. This is his home track. He is super fast here. He busted off a great qualifying lap yesterday, put him in P5. I look for really strong things out of Cameron Lawrence today, too.
Yeah, good call. He's done more laps than probably anybody around here. A couple of stories I want to draw your attention to. Scott Borchetta had a problem yesterday.
Yeah, he lost an alternator wire in qualifying. So honestly, he was like in practices P2, P3, and really showing great pace. And I had talked with him. We were talking just before he qualified. I was like, man, you're my pick. And I guess I didn't know you could do the commentator's curse and not be in the commentary booth, Jonathan Green, because I feel like I gave the poor guy a curse, and he went out there and burned up the alternator wire. But that group there at that big machine, the Spike Coolers, that race team over at Borchetta Racing, they're a really competent group of people, amazing group of people. So they got him sorted, and he's ready for 100 miles today. I look for him to come through the field.
I was looking at that Nashville race where you and he were wheel to wheel for quite a few laps, and thinking that was really the day that Scott Borchetta kind of stepped up. I remember thinking he's taken on the likes of Andretti and the front runners, and from there on in, his confidence has grown, and he has got podiums, and he has just looked so sharp in the second half of the season.
He works really, really hard at it, and he is relentless. He has got a relentless focus. It's how he's built his business. He built his race team no different, and he's taken his approach to his driving no different. I got a ton of respect for Scott Borchetta and all that effort that he puts in. I know what it takes. It takes a lot of hard work, and he's willing to do it. He's been racing on and off since he was a young kid, so it's not like he just started this. But previous winners here, Rafa Matos really has dominated here of late, and I tell you, his race pace is about a half a second or more faster than his race pace was here last year. So Rafa will be tough to beat again here this year.
Yeah, of course, your old teammate looking for back-to-back championships and a third. I remember when he started his quest to win in Trans Am TA2, and he won at Road Atlanta, and from there on in, he was a shoo-in. He went to Silver Hair, came back to three-dimensional services, and, well, once again, as you can see from the points table, Rafa Matos first in the championship with 256, 2 race wins. The surprising thing for Rafa this year is the fact that he hasn't dominated. He's had 5 podiums, but he hasn't had the dominant season we've seen in his other 2 championships.
Well, let me throw out a couple of names, right? Brent Cruz, right? He's stolen definitely a few, and Mike Skeen has come in like a thunderstorm when he's come in and really shook things up. So, absolutely, I think Rafa really has had to, I would say, argue maybe even more competition. The TA2 field is deep as it's ever been. I'd say it's 12 cars deep, easy, that can win these races. So I think it's just a product of where the TA2 championship is. And Rafa, in his classic style, he knows how to win championships. He's done it his whole life. And so no matter what adjustments have to be made, one of the best at making those adjustments to pull these things off. So, but it's not over yet. There's 100 miles left of racing. These are mechanical pieces of equipment, as I easily found out. So we're on board here with Adrian Vlastowski and his Hawk Performance Brake package.
Let me just give a quick shout out before we get to the start. Thomas Annunziato, his first race here in Trans Am for Nitro Motorsports, teammate to Brent Cruz, qualified brilliantly in his first ever. Used to go karting with Brent Cruz, and now he's with the big boys here. So a lot of thoughts going his way. Good luck, Thomas, in his first major race. He does the Miatas usually, and looking forward to a big race here at Trans Am. We're 2 by 2 as they head towards Andretti Corner. I have an Andretti alongside me, just as it should be, for our Trans Am TA2 Grand Finale of 2022. The backmarkers trying to get up there as quickly as they can because they're going to miss out on the acceleration as we watch the 2 leaders, Thomas Merrill and Rafa Matos. Matos on the left-hand side, Merrill on the right in pole. They're side by side as they start to get ready to accelerate up the hill. A beautiful sound of 50-plus cars heading up the hill as away we go. Tyler Casera looks to the inside. Merrill tries to hold off the silver hair car of Connor Zilic. Oh, no!
That's Dylan Archer spun around. Yeah, Dylan Archer spun around there up at turn 1. I don't know if he got any help there, but on board here with Cameron Lawrence as he's fighting tooth and nail with the likes of Mike Skeen and Thomas Annunziata.
Yeah, that's a good start from Annunziata in the 90, sponsored by the Nerd drink, the same thing, the Nerd Focus drink that Natalie Decker uses in NASCAR. And got that from her. Austin Green, we're on board with him. He's part of the three-dimensional group. They're trying him out as well. Another youngster. Got a great history, of course, from NASCAR. His dad raced there, but he is just 21. Took to racing quite late, but of course has been, like yourself, from a racing family. And there's damage, it looks like, to the Annunziato car because, look, you take a look.
Damage to our championship contender, Rafa Matos, our championship leader. He's got a left rear fender that's coming off of the 88 car. So, wow, this is an outrageous turn of events. Now, Thomas, if I was on the radio with Thomas, you got one of the best in the world there in front of you, Mike Skeen. Take what you can learn from him. You see the fender flapping in the wind on the 88 car. So they are just praying down at Peterson Racing that this doesn't equal a black flag violation.
Well, you know what? Yeah, this is deja vu all over again because Alonso went through this in Formula One a couple of weeks ago. There was talk about whether he should come in, shouldn't come in. There was damage to another car. An end plate was damaged. It went off, but Alonso hit the wall heavily. But eventually that mirror came off. What's your take on whether they'll bring him in?
Well, this is the last thing that Peterson Racing wants to see. Last thing Rafa Matos wants to see hanging in his mirror there is that deal. But, it'll all depend. I mean, this is one of those sketchy areas. Do you bring him in? Sacrifice the track position now that we're under full course caution? Just rip that fender off and not let it be a problem when they go back green. This is going to be a challenging decision for...
What would you do?
the Peterson Racing Group. Me personally, this early in the race with Rafa's pace, his chances to get into the top 20 would be pretty easy.
Right.
I would come in and rip the fender off. And again,
especially on the caution, right?
Well, you remember what we talked about, not leaving any decision up to the stewards?
Yeah, good point.
I just, they're not going to let that thing flap in the wind for really all that long. So either bring him in, throw some tape on him, get it right back out there.
Well, the caution is because Archer's come back out into a precarious position. He's basically almost at the apex of turn 1. So Dylan Archer, a Texan from Keller in Texas, just joined the Showtime team, but he didn't have time to put a show on, unfortunately, and we're on board there with Dylan. We were going to see some great onboard shots. Not the shot we wanted to, but that's the only time we're going to see it, because he's going to be back to the pits very soon. But you've got to feel for the FPEC team. He's just joined Showtime and really wanted to put a show on here in the final race. But we're on the caution.
Heart goes out to Dylan Archer, and he's got awesome support from Alan Davison and FPEC, that food processing equipment company, and so they're looking forward to 2023, as so many of us are, and so this is just a real shame to watch them end their day like this. I hope it's unended. I hope he can get out there and at least make those laps and get that experience, because that's ideal for him. He needs to just get that seat time, and that's all this game is all about, is seat time, seat time, seat time. And we're on board with the youngster here of Evan Slater. They give a shout out to him. He's doing a heck of a job here. Had a great qualifying run. And
he was the one that surprised me out of qualifying. And I talked to the team afterwards, and after first free practice he was up there, and they said all systems go. He likes this place. He's on it. We're feeling good about this weekend. And that's really good news, because Evan Slater, another one of the young guns. Incidentally, talking of the young guns, Connor Mosack is in a big battle with Brent Cruz for the Young Guns, effectively the foundation money of over $20,000. Brent Cruz already winning the rookie standings, but in the Young Guns, it's Connor Mosack who leads with 228 to 223, so very close indeed. And Evan Slater, incidentally, isn't got enough points to beat either of those two, but he's going to be a solid third. And Archer had been fourth, but he's out of the race, as you saw, as we go back on board with Scott Borchetta. Borchetta currently in 14th position. Ced Jr. also out there behind Borchetta. What a moment for this young man. Boris Ced Jr. And yes, if you recognize the name, it is Boris's kid. And he does have the same curly hair. They're almost like little mini-me, isn't he?
Yep, got the curls and all, for sure. And the talent behind the wheel. So, he's got a lot going for him, this youngster. But, so on board there with Boris Ced Jr. He's right behind Scott Borchetta again. For this youngster, not a bad guy to be behind. We just got done talking about Scott's exploits and how far along he's come and how good he is in a TA2 car. Not a bad person to be behind at this point. Back to Evan Slater. He must have had an issue earlier, because he's dropped all the way back to 45th position. And Brent Cruz has worked his way up to 41st position from having to start shotgun on the field because of a problem that he had in qualifying. So we look for Brent Cruz to continue to keep climbing up through that pack too. And you've got a little shout out to Tyler Sharin, group over there. They're coming in for the first time, and I know that there was big encouragement from Mike Skeen, the great Mike Skeen, to encourage them to come race in our paddock, and I think they're having a great time there with Jimmy Frazier and the gang, and just out there having a great time in TA2 as one of the best paddocks in all of motorsports you'll find anywhere is Trans Am.
You mentioned Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz, who's suffering from flu when he came in, was really trying to, down the fluids as you do when you're ill like that. So he's been under the weather physically, but he obviously didn't get a time in qualifying, so that must be a mechanical, because he had been out there up until that point.
Yeah, I think they had a steering failure is what I understood. I'm not 100% on what that is, so I don't want to get too misquoted on that or sell everyone on that fact. But the Nitro Motorsports, Nick Tucker and the crew over there, they do an amazing job. They get a lot of attention for that work that they do, and we're going to see them bring in a lot of talent over the next season and upcoming seasons through TRD and their development program. So it's going to be exciting at Nitro Motorsports. Really keep your eye out, the fans, for what the kind of talent's going to be coming through there. And speaking of talent, Adrian Vlastowski, just love, one of the great additions, one of the greatest people that we have in our paddock, and a fast racer too. He's had a rough year, some of the worst luck you can imagine.
Yeah.
And I know he's just waiting to get forward and get through 2022 and just get to 2023. But he wants to have a great race and a good day here today. And so far, not so bad. He's sitting there in P12 right behind the great Tony Ave here in the number 30 car for BC Race Cars.
Now, let's just give you we've got one more lap under caution, and that gives us a chance to give you the runners and riders as we stand. Thomas Merrill, the poleman, leads from Connor Zilic, who got a good start. Mike Skeen, who's already been a winner in IGT today, is in third place for the three-dimensional services team. Goikberg, the BC Cars Canadian, in fourth position. Then the young 17-year-old Annunziato in fifth place, ahead of Cameron Lawrence, who's already been a Trans Am champion. So he's got his work cut out, because the champion himself, Rafa Matos, is seventh. Then comes in eighth position another great story, 21-year-old Nathan Hearn, the TA2 champion from Australia and currently living in Melbourne. And I know you're watching down in Australia, Dan, there, and cheering him on. Spoke to him briefly, and he is so tickled pink to be here, and we wish him well, because it's great to have such an interest in muscle cars here and have the champion from Australia. Really good deal, and he's up in eighth in his first run out. Austin Green, another youngster, is ninth. Tyler Casera, top 10. Tony Harvey jumps back in his own car. He's in 11th position at the moment. Adrian Lostowski, who you just talked about, is in 12th. But what a great story to open it up to the rest of the world. I know New Zealand and Australia have a big interest in muscle cars for their own supercar interest, but also in the American muscle cars.
I love that, and I love the fact that Nathan Hearn's so excited to be here at Circuit of the Americas when every American driver he's sharing the track with just wishes we were at Bathurst.
Yeah. Well, here's the funny story. He's jumping. No, but here's the funny story. He's jumping in. He's jumping on a plane on Tuesday night. He'll get back Thursday morning to go and do Bathurst.
Boy, we're all envious. We're all envious of that young man. But awesome, great to have him around, and yeah, big shout out to the fans down under, and he's doing you all proud up here. This is no joke. I was talking with Thomas Merrill about this. The TA2 is some of the best drivers in the country, in the world.
Yeah,
it's no joke. I mean, you get to the pointy end of this field, you look at Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilic. Connor Zilic is a world champion in karting.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest things to do, and we have 3 world championships in karting, I think, with him and Brent Cruz, between the two of them. So, I mean, just awesome, amazing stuff there. You got Mike Skeen, Rafa Matos, Misha Goikberg. I mean, these Cameron Lawrence, these are names that you have to beat. These are tough, tough racers. And when you come in here and you're running 8th amongst that group, that's incredible, incredible work. And it's also a great hats off to Stevens Miller and the cars that they prep to put on the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll be keeping a close eye on the movements of Brent Cruz, currently in 41st position. Connor Mosack moving up the field. He's also made some good moves right at the start of this race, and we're keeping an eye on Mosack, of course, as they fight it out for the Young Guns top man. But we're about to go racing again, single file this time, as Merrill will lead the flight. The man from Salinas looking to win the championship if he can. It's going to be tough, he always knew that, but he's in the best position of all to do it. He's accelerating away now, up the hill. And now if you want to overtake, now's the time. Matos looking to the inside with that bodywork still flailing at the back there. They haven't pulled him in. More drama as touching comes together again. Rafa Matos in the wars, and he knows it. He's losing places. He's lost out to Hearn and to Annunziato. They both got ahead of him, and Matos struggling here. He's doing everything he can, but oh no! That was a bit too rough there, and Annunziato knows he's in the thick of it because he just came together with a three-dimensional services car. He's now going sideways. There's Misha Goikberg. I'll let you call that because was that too rough?
I just honestly think it was side-by-side racing. I think Cameron just maybe got a little touch with the 87 of Mike Skeen. Mike Skeen went off track. Cameron gave up the position, actually lost more than that after it. So I don't believe the stewards will need to review that anymore. I don't think it was a no harm, no foul type thing. As Misha's popping on Mike Skeen there, looking at the inside, and this is looking like a heck of a battle. This is TA2 war, Jonathan Green. This is what we talk about when we talk about the war that is TA2.
This is a Formula One design circuit, but it looks like it was built for Trans Am. Now that damage to Rafa Matos is looking worse. This is Austin Green we're looking at, but Matos' car is looking bad. Lostowski gets past Green, but Matos is the one I'm worried about. Austin Green effectively making his debut in his 3rd chassis of the season, I may add. So he's tried everyone out, but Austin Green will not be happy with that because obviously if that gets any higher, he's going to have to pull in. But the one that worries me, we only got a quick glimpse of it, was Rafa Matos, because now the back end of that car is ripped off, and maybe he might do an Alonso here and just get rid of the mirror, and in his case get rid of the rear fender, because it's not looking good. But Matos, there you see, going wide there.
That's Austin Green. That went wide there, and he's got Tony Ave just hunting him down. And then look at that, Tony Ave looked like he got into the
back of it, man.
Yeah, you know, and but yeah, Austin there. I think where this damage came for Austin, he was trying to avoid his teammate, the championship leader, there on that restart. And I didn't get to see all of it, but I think there was really close chance for him to make contact with either the 88 or with somebody else, and he chose somebody else wisely, I believe. I believe he chose the 90 car, as I see a left rear fender hanging off the 90 car of Thomas. So I believe that might be what we're looking at. Misha is on a charge. As he just dove underneath.
Very good indeed.
Dove underneath Mike Skeen for the position.
So Skeen starting to get the hurry up. He's side by side with Goikberg now as they come under the bridge. Tyler Casera getting past Cameron Lawrence for a moment. Look at this, side-by-side action between these two. Goikberg doing a great job. The Canadian holding him off, but now comes back the youngster. Thomas Annunziato getting into the thick of it all. He's now got Tyler Casera there as well.
Yeah, and we were told in the driver's meeting they can't have all four below that white line. Now, I believe he might get a warning for that first, but Misha better be careful because he was clearly using up a little bit more of the S's than what they want us to use as the stewards. And remember what I said earlier in the race?
They don't want
Barry Bowes.
Nasty shunt into the wall there, and a back end hit heavy.
That looks like the S's.
Adam Andretti, the racing is superb.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, Jonathan Green?
Oh, he's catching our breath here. I'm almost glad there is a caution. I feel for the local man, Barry Bowes, and the ASIO data on board that we were looking at, but sadly he's out of the race. We'll find out what exactly happened to him. But Barry Bowes stuck heavily into the back end there. What kind of damage do you think that'll do to the rear? Certainly not going anywhere, is he?
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. These five-star bodies are kind of designed to break apart, take some energy away. So it looks a lot worse than I think what it really is. It's probably mainly cosmetic with a little bit of maybe, you know, like bumper damage, you know, steel bumper damage and stuff like that. But I don't think he's too worse for wear, but he's probably stuck there, and that would be the problem. Oh, wow, we got right here, yeah. That's...
So as we get under caution, we're going to take a break from this absolutely frenetic action. Adam Andretti and Jonathan Green bringing you the action from COTA. Stay with us here, and we'll be right back.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion. With one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas for the final hurrah of TA2 2022. Rafa Matos, we're on board with him, but he's got all sorts of issues he's dealing with. I'm with one of his former teammates in Adam Andretti, and this is not an easy time. It doesn't matter how much of a good season you've had. When it comes down to the final race, and you have drama in every respect, from young guns trying to make a name for themselves to guys who could win the championship and take it all away from you, this will be the worst situation for Rafa. He's a cool cucumber by anybody's means in terms of how he stays calm, and he's always been good at that. But this is not easy. He's got a broken car, and he's not where he wants to be on track.
Exactly, and he is a very focused individual. You said it right there. But also, I also know what might be going through his head is every time they've dropped the green here to start or restart this race, he's sustained damage of some sort. Yeah. So, like, I know that stuff just works in the back of your head. No matter how hard you try not to have it there, it's there. So the last thing he honestly wanted to see was a caution and another restart. I'm almost sure of it. Just sitting there and making sure that he's in his spot that he needs to be in to secure this championship is ideal. Knowing that he's getting the radio call, or he's at least asking what's going on with the 26 car of Thomas Merrill. And Thomas is up there just laying it down and is on just an absolute tear, and his car just looks straight hooked up. And Scott Borchetta is moving through the field, as I said. For that youngster to be behind Scott Borchetta, he's, you know, as Boris said Jr., tag onto the back end of him and try and see if he can go along. Unfortunately, wasn't able to stick with them, the kid, but he's got Agent Vostowski behind him now. Borchetta does. Tony Ave's cracked into the top 10 in that BC Race Car's number 30 car. And then, Tyler Casera has climbed up through the field, too. Wonderful job he's doing. Yeah, it is. Very good to see him. Good hustling. Got hustled back over the transporter. And then Nathan Hearn, our Australian story, on the top 3 right now. That's awfully impressive out of the youngster.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what he can do in his first race. What a thrill to come to the Circuit of the Americas, to represent Australia, and also to be here as the champion. He also races Formula 5000, so you've done a bit of single-seater racing in your own time, and those things are like Formula 1 cars on acid, those things. They're brilliant. And so he knows what he's doing, that's for sure, does the 21-year-old Nathan Hearn. Nathan Hearn, I will get his right. He's from Leesmore, Australia, but now lives in Melbourne.
And for you Dylan Archer fans out there, you saw him. He's out circulating. He's 52nd, but he is on the lead lap still, as they didn't get a whole lot of racing going there. So a shout-out to Bruce Nesbitt back here and Tim Gray. They're out there in the Masters class doing their thing, having a great time. Bruce is just one of the all-time great people to be around, and to see his face is fantastic. Keith Prochuk has had to make his way up from the tail of the field as well, and he's climbing up through, as Michelle Abate is as well, up to P38. Brent Cruz, for all the Brent Cruz fans out there, he's climbed his way up to 35th position, so he is steadily making his way up through the field as well.
Yeah, Connor Zilic is one to watch for sure, because it'd be interesting to see what he can do. He's had an up-and-down season. He's still such a youngster, just 16, and has already been Austin Green.
Yeah, he's just making sure he's giving them plenty of space on that side. And
they pulled off the
hood.
The hood there. No problem?
Just a lot less aero efficiency, but a TA2 car is not known for its aero efficiency, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, I'm afraid. But cosmetically and things like that are going to be the biggest thing. Aero will probably be nice and cool. The engine will stay nice and cool, but yeah, Connor Zilic is another one of those great young talents that we have here, and he's right in the thick of it for that young gun title. And his biggest protagonist for that, Connor Mosak, is marred down to P16. Not typical of Connor Mosak to be down in that position. So again, he's been slowly and steadily climbing up through the field. Elias Anderson, he's also in the top 15. That's another great story as well to have him along. And another young Carter, I believe Josh Sarchette is another young Carter here doing this thing. So this is this great field of talent here in the TA2 class.
And Adam, since you've been involved in Trans Am, you've seen this tradition as I have, this transition as I have in Trans Am, where the young guns, the young kids, and we're helping with rookie cups and young guns trophies for money, but it really is becoming a place where guys can jump out of a Miata, as several of these have guys, or karting, and come here and race with the big boys, but learn to race in a good, clean environment and really learn their racecraft in their teens to potentially look at anything from there on in. You mentioned Zilic, a former kart champion, but here he is in Trans Am. Likewise, Ben Cruz. They could have gone to single-seaters, but they're here.
Absolutely, and it just shows what the strength of road racing and GT racing is around the world. I mean, we're seeing the big growth in all of GT racing, and this is, you said it best, Jonathan Green, this is where you learn how to race. Because you have to. You're racing against some of the best in the world, and it is tooth and nail, and no one is giving an inch, as we've clearly seen. We've only been green, I think, for 2 laps here today, and we've just seen a hornet's nest of activity amongst this TA2 field. So when you come in here to do this and learn this and figure this out, and when you finish, I've said all along, when you finish the top 10 in TA2, you're pretty good. Great. A podium is special, and a win. Now you've put yourself on the motorsport map.
I'll tell you what, we had our clocks change here on Central Time, but in Australia, wake up, Aussies! You've got one of your own right up there in the top 3, and you need to get the flags out, get the tinnies out, and start cheering this boy on. He's in 3rd place in the number 29, Stevens Miller Racing Ford Mustang, and he's out there in the top 3. I'll bet that...
I just want to see a shoey.
Yeah, he has to do it. If he makes the podium, I'm going to demand a shoey.
We're going to, Ben Sizzle, you're on radio. You know that you have to demand a shoey out of this young man. Because I honestly think the way he's driven this race so far, I know it's early stages, but he's smart. And I look for him to go ahead and charge after this win and give a little bit of a headache to these two in front of him. And nobody knows how it is to race against Nathan Hearn. He's watched us.
Yeah.
He's watched, I'm sure he's watched TA2 races. He knows how these guys race.
I met him yesterday and he went, "Oh, you're the commentator."
But I can almost assure you none of these guys he's racing with have watched his race.
No.
So to know he has an advantage on that. He knows how they race, but they have no idea how he's going to race them, and that's special.
The disadvantage he's got, though, obviously, is he races on Huser tyres compared to Pirelli, so that was a big change for him. And also the chassis that he runs, and he's running at Bathurst next weekend. I love this story. There's a book to be written on these 2 weeks for him.
Right.
But, yeah, so this is a baptism of fire, but look at him go. What a story it would be if he could hold on.
I mean, he's leading the likes of Misha Goikberg and Mike Skeen, and he's right behind Thomas Merrill and Connor Zilich. These are household names to Trans Am fans and motorsports fans alone. And, you know, just here in the U.S., if you watch sports car racing, these are the names you know, and for good reason. They are always at the pointy end of the field. They're usually spraying the champagne at the end of the day and putting a trophy on the shelf at home.
Oh, here we go then. We're about to get the restart. We're on board with Rafa Matos, who's got some work to do for sure. Rafa Matos getting into the wars early on in this, but it's Merrill, Zilich, and Hearn. That's your top three. Then Goikberg, Skeen, and Enciato in 6th place. Then Casera, who's done a good job of getting up to 7th. Lawrence is 8th. Matos down in 9th position. We were just on board with him. He needs a good restart. Tony Arve, though, is right behind him. Former champion and a man who owns one of the teams, of course. We're about to go racing again, and the man from Salinas, California, will lead them away. And the youngster Zilich is right there with him. And it's Hearn from Australia right there in 3rd place.
And all along, we have to remember, we got a West Coast Championship going now,
exactly.
too. And Holden Motorsports is going for their 2nd season in Trans Am, going for a championship.
Zilich looks up the inside. Hearn's getting very close. Goikberg all over the back of both of them. Scott Borchetta involved. And one of the three-dimensional cars. It's Rafa Matos, the championship elect. He's spun round. Let's hope he's got the motor running. He has. But he doesn't need to get involved with anybody here. And he somehow keeps it going. Big moment. Not a good day so far for the Brazilian.
No, this is exact. I remember what I said about restart, Jonathan Green. And I'm not trying to put a curse on anything.
No.
It's just... this is when it's most intangible, and that poor guy just took a spin right there in turn 1 and watched the field of 50 TA2 cars drive right by. This just made Rafa Matos' day of work a lot harder than what he was
expecting. Especially with Merrill
expecting.
out front, he's going to be licking his chops now because he's leading the race, but he's got a lot of hard charges behind him, so it's not going to be easy for Thomas Merrill. He's been runner-up so many times, and he so wants to be a champion here in Trans Am, and it would make a great story if he could do it right in the final moments of this championship in 2022. He's been there or thereabouts, and every weekend has Thomas Merrill. It just hasn't all fallen together. He's had quite a lot of bad luck. I'm thinking Nashville, where he came in after that first lap and dropped all the way down the field.
What the heck is going on to Peterson Racing cars? The 87 has a hole in the front end right now, and
Austin Green.
All kinds of the 87. That's Mike Skeen.
Skeen's got a hole.
Mike
as well.
Skeen's got a hole in the front. So the restarts have not been kind to Peterson Racing in the three-dimensional services group.
Not at all. Casera getting Cameron Lawrence all over the back of him. The Franklin Roadman right there. We're on board with him now as he comes through 15. This race starting to open up nicely. 8 of the 30 laps gone. The sun coming out here at Coda just at the right time in TA2, the final hurrah of 2022.
I think Thomas has gotten the call that, Rafa struggled because he just dropped the hammer and has opened the gap on Connor Zilich. I think it's a little bit of that, but also Connor's having to drive out of his mirror. This Nathan Hearn, as we said, no one knows how to race with him, but I tell you what, Nathan Hearn knows exactly how he wants to attack Connor Zilich, I can assure you that.
Well, if he beats Misha Goikberg, who has got a hit, we've just seen one of the three-dimensional cars pull into the pits. Scott Borchetta goes through, but if he beats Borchetta, Hearn, I'll take my hat off to him because that's no mean feat. Lostowski pushing hard on Mosak, who's coming through the field bit by bit.
I believe that was Mike Skeen. Mike Skeen was our three-dimensional Peterson Racing car that came down pit road here. I can already see Rafa making some headway from the back of the field, so that's a good story that we want to keep up on, and where Rafa Matos is slotted in right now.
Matos is in 31st position, just behind Matt Peralt and John Atwell at the moment. So what a day it's going to be. But, you know, I wouldn't count Rafa from making a top 6 out of this.
No, he needs 11 more spots to get in that magic top 20 for him. So that's all they're focused on. He's not focused on anything more than that, I can assure you, is to get to that moment. And I can promise you after these starts and restarts, he does not want to see another full course yellow. As we see, these are 2 M1 cars here going at it. Scott Borchetta, Connor Mosack.
Yeah, in fact, Mosack right there in 11th place. He got past Tony Arby, and he's now chasing down Borchetta. So this is a fantastic run from Connor Mosack too, as we go back on board with Scott Borchetta.
Really calm behind the wheel. You see him just relax. He took a glance at the mirror. He sees that Connor's in his draft. Connor's hunting for the championship, and these are they're not teammates. And then, you know, Scott's not going to give him anything per se, don't get me wrong. But I don't believe Scott's going to sit there and rub him either because, you know, Connor's trying to not only seal up the young gun, but he's still in the hunt for the championship. And Rafa has had problems today, obviously. So I'm sure he got a little radio call to be kind to Connor, or he's smart as well, and I'm sure he just was well aware. And then you got Tony Ave right back there, as I mentioned a few times, those beautiful blue BC cars.
Yeah, and a shout-out to Connor Mosack. Just got married this weekend.
Oh, good for him. Congratulations.
Not this weekend, but just got married recently.
Yeah, congratulations. Absolutely.
So we'll watch his progress as he tries to make his way through.
Now the fastest laps of the race are coming in. Now that we've gotten a few green laps underneath us and we got the tire pressures are up to operating temperature. We suffered a little damage on one of the earlier restarts. Did you see the front and the rear of Thomas's number 90 Nerd Focus Ford Mustang there suffered a little bit of damage from Nitro Motorsports. So.
Yeah, that's badly damaged, but he seems to be pedaling fine without it, or without the help of all the aerodynamics he needs. Nathan Hearn still in third. He's got Goikhberg behind him, and Ciato, we just saw there, the 17-year-old in fifth now. Casera up to sixth. Lawrence seventh. Sargé in eighth position. Mosack now in the top 10. He's got by Borchetta, as we saw. He's now in ninth position. Boris Said Jr. still 13th. Barry Bowes, one of the causers of the cautions, is out of this race. Tommy Sheehan in the top 20, he's 16th. Rhett Barco in the Dodge is 17th. Then it's Danny Bender in 18th. Sabato. And there you see confirmation. Said Jr. in his, what I would call his first race, because Virginia, he only had the first corner to deal with, got taken out in that, so he really didn't have a chance to race. So he's really having a baptism of fire here in his second race.
Yeah, this is a much better day for him than his debut last time out at VIR, where there was some entanglement between Rhett Barco and himself. You know, the verdict is still out on whose fault that was. I know that actually Junior suffered a penalty from that. So in the steward's eyes. So for him, though, this is a much better way to go about business. Get all these laps under your belt.
Oh, no!
Rafa's in the wall!
Rafa's in the wall, and that just turns the whole championship three-dimensional. We'll add another dimension because we've just hit the fourth. That is just the worst possible scenario. But, oh, my word, he's going to try and go forward again. That's at the top of turn 11. Excuse me, that's at 11. He's gone straight on.
I wonder what the heck happened there, but man, that thing is
a mess.
That's destroyed. That's absolutely destroyed.
Well, not only that, but given the amount of, or how hard he hit that wall, surely you're expecting fluid to be pouring out of that car, but he'd be lucky if there isn't.
So he was moving through, he's trying to look over the hood right now. You can see him leaning up in the seat, leaning over to the right. He was coming through traffic, so you wondered if it was one of the slower cars as he was fighting through to try and come through that. But man, the look on the Peterson Racing crew says it all.
Oh, this is absolutely, can't see, poor lad.
No, you can see him. He was leaning up in the chair, and everyone behind him is kind of just wondering what to do.
He can hardly steer it.
Yeah, no, this is a real shame. I hate to see this for Rafa. He and our dear friends, and this is not the way he was looking at the day to go for him.
Well, at this point, you'd have to say if he doesn't make it back to the pits, he could lose this championship.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, like, out of all the years that Rafa's driven for Peterson Racing,
suspension.
Oh yeah, out of all the years Rafa's driven for Peterson Racing, I think this is only his third crash.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is typical Rafa Matos behavior.
Oh, absolutely not.
This has been an anomaly, and this is why we race, right? This is absolutely why we go race, because anything can happen. And you and I are motorcycle racing fans. Back in 06, the great Nicky Hayden won the world championship because the great Valentino Rossi,
no one expected it.
tossed it off. So this is another scenario. This is another scenario like that where the great Rafa Matos is having issues.
Meanwhile,
Austin Green.
Austin Green's getting another hood put on. Three-dimensional, trying to just save themselves a real embarrassing day. It's just been awful for them. But the big story is the two-time champion going for back-to-back championships. Rafa Matos is crawling towards the pits here. The man who was a rookie Indy Lights champion and an Indy Car champion, rookie champion, is now in the pits. And surely this is game over for Rafa Matos.
And I'm going to go and find a highlight for Peterson Racing, but Doug Peterson was inaugurated into the Motorsports Hall of Fame in Michigan yesterday, so let's not get all doom and gloom. But I know it's rough here, but a shout out to the owner. I know that's why he's not here this weekend. He was up there in Michigan receiving that great honor. But I know that he is just gutted to watch what's going on with his race team here at Circuit of the Americas.
I'll tell you how cruel motor racing is, and I don't need to tell an Andretti, but I will tell the rest of the audience. This is how cruel motor racing can be. Yesterday, he needed pole position. If he'd have taken pole position, Rafa, and he was, a couple of tenths off it, he would have picked up 3 points. That 3 points would have allowed him just needed one lap of leading a race or being in the top 20. That's all he would have needed to do. He could have cruised round.
So you got
instead...
You got Kyle here and Brian. These are two crew members here that are working real hard. You can see Slick there with the big beard. The engineer, Brian, has his hand on the radio talking to Rafa, no doubt trying to keep him calm. And Jody here working the Sawzall, trying to get everybody, all hands on deck. And I think you're only allowed, they're at their maximum amount of people that they can have. But you're right, the radiator is slammed shut.
It's the front left that worries me. It looks as though the suspension was crushed.
Yeah, they're not going to get any cooling here into the radiator either. See how it's slammed shut?
Yep.
So we're under full course caution, so this is helping them out for sure. It's helping salvage because it's key to stay on the lead lap. Because if he goes a lap down, he cannot gain those spots to get in the top 20.
Yeah.
So this is key to get him out there and get him on the lead lap and keep him on the lead lap at least. Make a caution lap, come back in, and do more work if you can. Because he's getting ready to go a lap down as they are circulating turn 6.
I can't see them getting him out. And I love your glass half full commentary because I can't see him going anywhere. He could hardly steer it. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. And he's with Rafa's team. Let's go to Ben.
Thank you, guys.
In the front clip, I'm down here with Ricky Brooks, who's the head of the TA2. Ricky Brooks down here is the head of the TA2. Sorry, we had some audio engineering difficulties, but you can see they're trying their best. This is Rafa Matos that just came in. They've had to cut off the whole front clip. In my hands right here is the whole front clip coming off. It's being overseen right now by Ricky Brooks. Three-dimensional team working tirelessly. They had to free up a lot of stuff in his front end for the radiator clearing. They're desperate to get him just back out there. Obviously, Rafa's going to be slow, but he needs to be out there. We can see fluid leaking from underneath. They're bringing the car back down. Ricky and Tim here from Trans Am are overlooking everything that they're happening because at any time Ricky can say that the car is not safe to go out there. So here comes Ricky right here. I'm standing right next to him. He is the man with Trans Am that is going to make the decision if he thinks this car is safe enough to go out there. You can clearly see the intake right here, an open intake coming in. They're checking all the fluids. You can see them right here on the master cylinders, topping off the brake fluids. They're trying everything they can to get him back out there under this double yellow just to keep him going. Adam, you were a long time with this team. You can see the franticness at which they're operating. Adam, I don't know what the strategy is here. You're going to have to cover that mathematically. I'm going to send it back to you guys up in the booth to see what you think Rafa Matos' chances are with Thomas Merrill looking so hooked up.
I think the chances are that they're praying for something to happen to the 26 at this point. You don't want to win them that way, but that's the only chance they got. They're a lap down now, and I would be really, really surprised if you know how this goes and if he's able to maintain some speed. But he's a lap down, so getting in the top 20 is no longer that viable of a goal. Is it still possible? Yes. Remember, I said this is why we race. You never know what's going to happen, and you have to be out there to get it. So Rafa is back out there. He's gonna give it his all. This guy, you know, he's a champion, and he's gonna make it. He's not gonna give up, and that's what he has going for him always, is the never give up attitude. So I obviously hope the best for him. But Thomas Merrill is showing that he is unflappable right here. He is on a roll. He's been on a roll this second half of the season. I've had numerous conversations with him about it, and he's feeling it. You know, he's feeling the flow, Jonathan Green.
Well, Rafa is representing three-dimensional services. Well, he's just hit a new dimension because we are going into the twilight zone when it comes to racing for Rafa Matos. I've never seen anything like that. I thought that car was good and done, but you proved me wrong. You know those guys better than anybody, Adam. And they've got him out there. And as you say, in motor racing, you never say never, because a pile-up at turn one and the restart could be the end of Merrill's day. And I don't want to say that could happen, but you really just don't know, do you? I mean, we weren't expecting Rafa to have... It was one of those days where Rafa could just... If he could just stay out of trouble, he got it.
Yeah, and every time these things went yellow, he was in the thick of a. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you're so overly cautious that you end up getting in the mix of things. You know, I've been there. You know, in a championship fight down to the last race. You know, honestly, I was the opposite. I should have been a little more cautious to protect my championship, and I got drove off by lap traffic, and because I was impatient. And I didn't want to lose that spot. So you can't, unless you're in the position, you can't describe the amount of pressure you're under and what goes on in your heads. It's not the pressure even necessarily from others. It's the personal pressure. Nobody wants to win that championship more than Rafa Matos in his head. Of course, the whole team in their individual minds wants to win that championship more than anybody, and that's the beauty of our sport, is the passion, is that fight and that desire to fight for every square inch. But that group there at Peterson Racing never tends to surprise me, that's for sure.
Well, we're under caution still here in this amazing finale, but we should be going green now as Thomas Merrill starts to wind it up. He hooks it up now. Zilich behind him. Hearn in third still. Will Goikhberg jink out and make the move? Watch out for the fourth place man. It's green flag and away we go.
Thomas
Merrill safely up to the apex. Zilich right there with him. Hearn goes to the outside. Goikhberg to the inside.
Thomas did a really good job of covering up. Not on purpose, just turning in early. Turning early for turn one, and it takes that away. As you see this Scott Borchetta, Tony Ave battle is real.
Yeah, great to see these two going at it. Ave obviously in the seat for the first time this season. And look at this. Another good battle as Conor Mosak coming quickly as he takes on Cameron Lawrence and overtakes him into the next position. So on the move now, Conor Mosak.
That's not over yet. Cameron's going to hang side by side here at the end of the S's. Going to clear in behind Conor Mosak. Maybe try to do the crossover. Get him down here, turn 10.
Over 10, over the apex, side by side, there's no room out there. Mosak's still there though, hanging on the outside.
Big lockup here from Nathan there in P3 coming into turn 11 there, onto the back straightaway as Cameron Lawrence seems to have gotten the better. Oh no, they're still side by side. Conor Mosak using that horsepower, that Ford, moving right on by and right on past.
Well, Scott Lagasse, wife's just had a baby. Congratulations. Scott not here this weekend, but he'll be watching on. So we're all fingers crossed, toes crossed for all of the Scott Lagasse team as Mosak doing the business here. Meanwhile, the youngster, the 17-year-old in the number 90 Nerd Focus car is side by side with Misha Goikhberg.
Wow, great racing through there. And I misspoke earlier. That was a 20 of Josh Sarchett, that was racing with Scott Borchetta. That's another good group of racing. And look at this battle here as Tyler Cassera with the Liqui car sticks his nose up into the fight.
Cassera now looking as though he wants to have a go at a win. Everybody wants to finish their season on a high. That's motor racing at its finest. You want to go into the winter with a smile on your face, and every one of the 50-plus cars out there today wants that to be their finish. But sadly, for Rafa Matos, it's really not looking that good at all. Merrill completes another lap.
Thomas Merrill is just putting on a clinic here from the front of the field. He has been so solid, and he drives like we all know Thomas Merrill can drive. He is one of those top 1%ers that I talk about. I truly have a lot of respect, a ton of respect for Thomas. And not only that, on the racetrack, off the racetrack, comes from an awesome family, second or third generation farmers from Northern California, and just wonderful, wonderful people. Great to be around. Jonathan Green, you and I have spent time with his father and brother out there in Monterey, and just great, great people. So want the best for Thomas and everyone out there, honestly. I consider everybody out there a friend.
You won't believe this. If it finishes this way, as we stand at the moment, we just heard, it's going to be tied for the championship between Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill. Merrill will take it on the number of race wins.
Yeah, with the number of race wins.
Can you believe that?
That is Trans Am racing at its best. This is TA2 at its best. Austin Green, that 200-mile-an-hour tape is not holding too well to that glass body.
Oh.
How cool. That thing looks so cool, though. Look at all, you see all the suspension working, all the parts doing their thing. Look at all modified.
It does. So Rafa Matos doing it old style. He did stock car racing in Brazil before he came over to America, but he's been here some 20 years. It's been a success story ever since, but sadly, it's looking pretty tough out there with the half the race gone and half his car gone. Rafa Matos still circulating.
He can't even get full throttle for some reason. Throttle linkage could be bent or something, but looking at the data that they just showed us, that he's not even able to get full throttle. So he is literally almost got taken out by someone spinning in front of him.
I know.
You cannot write this stuff, Jonathan Green.
I know. This is an absolute, it's agony and ecstasy of motor racing all in one as our champion elect effectively. He was 30 plus leading into the final race and looked odds on to win it. He only needed to get the pole and maybe then lead a lap or two, and it was all his. And now he's just struggling to keep out there. And as you say, he almost got taken out by a spinning car.
And it'll be up to the stewards if they enforce the 110% rule, but he's clearly not going to meet that. He can't even barely break 100 mile an hour down 170 mile an hour back straightaway on normal conditions. So just my heart aches and goes out for those guys. I know how hard they work, and I know what this is meaning to them, and they're hating that. But at the same time, where there is, just total, absolute gutted feeling, they're feeling the pressure over there at Mike Cope Racing, and they're making sure they're on the mic with Thomas. They don't need to be, though. Thomas is that professional. He knows what he's doing. He's at the point of the field. I'm sure if they came on the phone with him, he'd get a little bit of a Kimi Räikkönen response. Leave me alone.
I got this.
I got this.
Scott Borchetti, we were on board. He's in 9th position at the moment. Cameron Lawrence in 8th position, just in front. Tyler Casera in a great battle with Connor Mosack as we go back on board with Borchetta up the hill halfway through this race. Lawrence in front of it.
Yeah, I look at Scott Borchetta and the lines that he drives now, and how precise he is and how clean he is and consistent. He has just come light years from for me where it was great, and he's under the brakes. A little bit of a wisp of a lockup, but under the brakes.
And we're under caution again. Borchetta makes the move, loses out as he hops over the apex. Cameron Lawrence holds position, and now Zilic looking for a way past, but we're under caution. Connor, what are you doing?
Yeah,
careful,
I think he saw that. I think he saw last minute. I think he's probably wondering, why all of a sudden do I have a run on Thomas Merrill? And he's like, okay, hang on. I need to look around to make sure.
No.
Oh, no, that's Tony Ave. Hopefully everything's okay there. But that's Tony Ave. And the window net's down the door. Looks like to be off. So as long as it wasn't damaged. But they got Rafa stopped on the track, too. So Rafa Matos is stopped out there on the racetrack. So I don't know if he's needing a flat toe or what the case is.
Well, drama indeed, as Tony Ave is causing another caution. And as you can see, our champion-elect, Rafa Matos, is stuck out on track. And as we go to another short break, I'm afraid to say, it's curtains for Rafa.
Unique business needs and offer insights from over 75 years of experience. Our menu of integrated services span the entire life cycle of your building, from financing and development to design and construction to property management and maintenance. We think like building owners because we are building owners, and we work hard to assure that your building stays functional and cost-effective for generations to come.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, the home of world champions, and it was going to be the home of our new TA2 champion, Rafa Matos, but it doesn't look as though it's going to end that way. We just, before this break, saw him stop out on track as half his car was ripped off, quite literally, in the first half of this race. He tried to get out and make the best of it, make a best fist of it, so to speak, and stay out there because only needed to finish in the top 20 and the championship would be his. And in fact, just a lap or two ago, he was tied with Merrill on points for the championship. Merrill would have taken it on the fact that he'd won more races if Merrill had won this race. But sadly, that battle has now died because Rafa Matos is being towed back to the pits. And what an awful way to end a championship for Rafa.
It truly is, and I mean it's so intense on the national level. We haven't spoke much about the West Coast Championship that's also going on here, but that's also part of our story too, and that's, but yeah.
So as Rafa gets towed off, let's head down to the pits, and Ben Sissel has got Scott Lagacy.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. I'm here with Scott Lagacy Jr., and I got to brag on the competition here. When all that was going on with his biggest competition, Rafa Matos, he went down with blowtorches and Varabon to offer his competition some help. Connor Mosak started 33rd. He's already in 6th, and everything kind of is working out like a movie right now. Scott, what are you telling your driver?
You know, we control what we can control. You know, I mean, the kid's done such a good job evolving as a race car driver in the last 2 years into somebody that's extremely special. It's bittersweet. Going to miss him next year, but extremely proud of where he's heading, and I know he'll succeed there. So, you know, you don't want to win anything that way, right? So it wasn't much, some Barabon, but pretty proud of our M1 guys. They worked hard this weekend. Didn't feel like this was one of our best tracks, and we've had great speed, just a little hiccup in qualifying, so now we got to make it up.
Nice. Well, hold on. Stay with me here real quick because we got something cool going on here. So right here, I just saw Jeff Holden's dad. He was just standing here, but Jeff Holden is running with the West Coast Championship in an M1 car. He was here he is, right here. So let me interrupt you because we've got this West Coast Championship between Jeff Holden, Ken Sutherland, really close. Right now, Jeff seems to be out in front, but what's your driver saying in the West Coast Championship?
It's a little bit of a battle back there. They're rubbing and bumping pretty hard, but he's hanging on. He's just playing it safe.
And how is Ken? How is this championship? I know it's been close the whole time. How's their working out?
Looks like there are a few cars behind, maybe just one position, but there's a few cars between us.
Nice. I love it. So there's lots of fighting, lots of different storylines being unfolded right here at the end of our season here at Circuit of the Americas. Jonathan and Adam, back to you.
Yeah, Ben, and just to give you a size of the gravitas in what you just spoke about there, that is Jeff Holden's dad, and that is the entire team.
Yes, yeah, it's impressive. No, it's awfully impressive, and I'm proud that they're out here doing their thing, and we love when the two come and combine. The West Coast, cats, they get to see how they stack up on the national level. And it gives us on the national level, too, a chance to race with the West Coast. They race at some pretty – and we do more than just this. Obviously, our West Coast swing was a part of that. But they get to race at some pretty cool cars. And this is just a sad, sad sight to see is last year's champion, defending champion, had 4 fingers on the trophy. And it's still a chance. This is not over yet. We cannot stress that enough. The race is not over yet. I've seen so many crazy things happen in this sport. We witnessed it here today, Jonathan Green, just with that young man, Rafa Matos, and what he's experienced. So stay tuned. There's a lot of racing left here.
There is a lot of racing. We're under caution at the moment. I'll remind you of the situation at the moment. Thomas Merrill leads this race and will go on to take the championship if he can maintain that position. Connor Zilic, though, is going to try to stop him and try to take a win for himself. Nathan Hearn is living out of his skin right now, the Aussie, giving it full jandle, as McLaughlin would have said. The Kiwi, of course. But, Goickberg, a maestro in Trans Am. As we look at Dylan Archer, who's back out on track after his spin at turn 1, but he's got some sort of
that would have been from overheating.
Overheating.
Yeah, that's your pressure release. It comes out right there, so that you see it when you're overheating, so that the driver sees it. I'm sure that happened when he spun out there at the beginning, when he had when there was a collision that caused him to spin, and as Austin Green is back in, getting some tape on, and boy, that's a few rolls of that 200-mile-an-hour tape.
Yeah, it is. That's good stuff, but it's going to be tough to hold it down.
You got Earl and John here. These used to be my guys. A great group here, and Seth up front. So they're the crew on the 86. Fun group of guys. This would be Seth's daughter, Haley, there on the side. You got Slick there with the big beard trying to get more 200-mile-an-hour tape out to everyone. But, yeah, a great group here and working hard to get Austin back out on the racetrack.
Other good story, Annunziata up in 5th place. Thomas, the 17-year-old in the number 90 for Nitro Motorsports, teammate to Brent Cruz. Grew up karting with Cruz. Cruz having a tough day with problems, didn't get out in qualifying, and is a long way back from the man he needs to beat, and that's Connor Mosack. Mosack doing a good job. He's come through and is now in 6th position, but Casera all over him before this last caution. So there's so many stories. Brent Cruz currently in 16th position at the moment. So actually Brent Cruz doing it, making a good fist of it, and making a good job of staying at least close enough where at a restart or two he might be able to come through. It's been a tough weekend for Brent Cruz with physical illness and car damage as well before qualifying, which meant he couldn't go out and therefore started at the back.
It's amazing how he's pulled through, though. Like you said, P16, there's 50 cars here. Now, granted, Circuit of the Americas, if you're going to be somewhere that you're going to be buried, this is probably one of the better tracks because there are some passing zones. But at the same time, you could be, good like second and a half fashion in the car in front of you, and you get stuck behind, as Adrian Newey calls them, the tiddly bits.
Tiddly bits.
And you get stuck behind, and there's nowhere to go. And you're just stuck there, and you're just losing lap time there. So they're on board with Adrian Vostowski there. About this guy again, he's driving a heck of a race in P11 after rough year for him. Again, just looking forward to get to 2023 with that guy and start fresh. He's got a great group of people he travels to the racetrack with, become great friends of Tabitha and I, and just another awesome addition to this already awesome paddock.
Here's a good story for you. You saw the advert for Ryan Company as well. Tim Gray and Matt Gray out there. Tim Gray behind his son Matt at the moment, so we'll see if those two can battle it out in 42nd and 41st position. Dylan Archer, the man you saw with the spillage there, the overheating spillage in 45th. Archer in that spin at turn 1. Arve sadly out of the race after that big crash, and Rafa Matos also retiring. But up the front, it's Merrill ahead of Zilic and Hearn. What a race this is turning out to be. But we've only had 16 laps. I wonder if I don't know how long the races are in Australia, but he knows he's in a race now. He's got Bathurst next weekend. Goodness gracious.
And shout out to Jeffrey Birdwell running P13 and Elias Anderson. A couple of the smaller teams, and Boris Jr. again, bring up him and give a shout out there, doing a nice job getting the laps in. We're 16 laps into this. I believe with all the cautions, though, Jonathan Green, we're looking at a time to fair here more than
I think
we're going to make it to the scheduled 30 laps.
Okay, we'll take a short break here from Austin, Texas, Circuit of the Americas, as the Mission Foods Speed Tour from Austin continues.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house.
This is my house. This is my house.
This is my house.
This is my house.
Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Seaforce water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
Now, you just heard that there's going to be some barrier repair as well, so we're going to have a longer delay perhaps than we were expecting a moment ago. But we're back on board with Austin Green, who's got the fast tape and taped up the front of that car. Hopefully it'll hold. But it's been a dramatic day for the Three-Dimensional Services Group. Doug Peterson watching from home. But congratulations, as you quite rightly point out, Adam, into the Hall of Fame. But this has not been a famous weekend for the team. They've done so well, so brilliant in the last couple of seasons, and Rafa leading that way, yourself included, and it's just not turned out well at all for them this weekend. Mike Skeen all the way down the field. Austin Green looking to show what he can do as the next green in line as a racing driver, and has been in 3 different cars this year, but getting a chance to run with the Three-Dimensional Services team and learn from the data of the likes of Skeen and Rafa, but he too with Boris Said Jr. looking to make a name for himself. Boris really making a debut in many ways, and his famous dad watching on the sidelines as he's already taken a podium this weekend.
Yeah, I think they're just sitting there nice and proud watching this. Dylan Archer there in the back of the field. You know, you're chugging along because this is a long train. That's a big accordion. So by the time you get to the back there, you're really kind of chugging there. These first gears, the first gear, these are 4-speed transmissions. These still have 3 pedals, ladies and gentlemen, and an H-pattern gearbox. So this is really like old school. Yeah, old school, real racing and real driving here. And so this first gear in a 4-speed gearbox, first gear, it takes you to like 90 to 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
So, you know, when you're sitting there at 20 miles an hour, it really chugs and doesn't want to go anywhere. So so then a lot of times when even up here in the top 10, you'll scream for that pace car just to pick up the pace a little bit so that we're not chugging along and popping on the gearbox. It doesn't do anything bad. It's not hard on the equipment. Andrews supplies the gearbox for probably a majority of this field, I would say, and those things are about as bulletproof as they come. It's just annoying as a driver. You're sitting in there, it's just like, it's just jerking you around, your head around, and things like that. So you got the youngster right here up in front of Josh Sarchett. Also another BC car right in front of Adrian. This is a fight for the top 10 once we go back green here, hopefully soon with this barrier damage.
Yeah, do you ask your engineer what the hold-up is now? Because right now you're probably in the sort of wondering what's going on, but they're actually repairing a barrier while we're still under caution.
Chances are I've let them know, because we get a lot of information driving by it every lap.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're about to go racing. The pace car coming into the pits past our commentary position, and we're ready to go racing again. An important restart, as there has been several times already. Thomas Merrill trying to become the new 2022 champion, almost by proxy, because Matos is out. Young Zilic behind him, and a hard-charging 21-year-old Australian making his debut here in the States, all looking for a win.
I can tell you right now, Rafa Matos is rooting for Connor Zilic and Nathan Hearn right now more than he's ever rooted for another driver in his life.
Hearn looking to the outside, then the inside, but stays in third. Now looking to the outside. Misha Goikerberg almost tapped him and turned him round, but he manages to survive that one as they head down the hill to 2. 19 of the 30 laps gone. Everybody jostling for position as they head out of 2 and under the bridge. Cameron Lawrence in a battle. And, Annunziata with a little wiggle on there as he's got Connor Mosack behind him.
Boy, these restarts are something else, aren't they, Jonathan Green? Tyler Casera hunting down Misha Goikerberg right there. Tyler Casera looks to have really good pace once they drop the green on these restarts. But he's got this pace right now. Might have a little bit more tire underneath him, as I've seen Misha really, really wrestle the car early on in the race. But these are 2 great drivers going at it as well. Tyler Casera, an outstanding driver here in the Trans Am Series, a perennial winner. He won earlier this year in Charlotte. And he's just trying again, like you said, Jonathan Green, finish off that season so we can see a gap opening up. Oh, that's Bruce Nesbitt. Bruce Nesbitt. My buddy Bruce. He's the inventor of the Brakeometer, the knob with the brain. And that right there, hopefully, Bruce, everything's okay. Get that thing fired up. And we do not want to be under caution again, Jonathan Green.
I've got a feeling we will be, though, because Connor Mosack has got past the car in front of him. That was an Annunziata. So he's still making hay as Connor Mosack. He's got past the 17-year-old, the 23-year-old looking to win the Young Guns. But, of course, he's keeping a watchful eye on what happens to Brent Cruz, who's not that far behind now. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye, and I think, no, not that car, but not far behind. Cruz is not far away. We're on 19. Will we be under caution, I wonder? What a race this is turning out to be. Matos is out. Merrill is going to win the title if, and I say if, he can keep going and stay where he is. He can't get into a dogfight, though, and get knocked off the circuit, because that would ruin his hopes, too.
The dogfight's going to come from Connor Mosack, I think. Connor is pitching on Nathan Hearn right now to get that top position. I look for a dive bomb move here into turn number 1 from Connor Mosack on the young Australian of Nathan Hearn, and Nathan wins to protect. Locks up big.
That's not going to help his tyres in the closing stages, but the 29, the Australian from Melbourne, Australia, getting big trouble from one of our top young guns, Connor Mosack. And Mosack, remember, is in contention for the championship.
Yes, he is. It's going to be a three-way battle here for the championship coming down to it, as Mosack has brought himself right back here into the mix. Nathan making a couple of mistakes there, needs to tidy that up if he's going to stay in front of Connor Mosack.
How will his tyres be after that lockup?
These Pirellis, they're pretty hard compound. I think he made a flat spot in the pavement before he flat spot the tires, honestly. So, that's a term my old owner, A.J. Hendrickson, used to say. I think, you just flat spotted the pavement. You're good. No, it's such a strong, durable tire that Pirelli brings here for the TA2 cars that you really can't hurt it.
Casero looking to make his move as they're very close indeed at 11. Now the chance to get into 12 and make an overtake here. Merrill trying to create a gap to second place, and he's done just that. Can Hearn get away and make a move?
Here comes Mosack.
Here comes Mosack.
And Misha popping on Thomas. Azuniata.
Yeah, they both made it. No, they haven't. Mosack doesn't make it, but
Misha does.
Goikberg, the Canadian, goes through the 10. And bodywork flying off there as he goes past Annunziato, the 17-year-old. And Casero now very close in the stadium section with him as well. But that was a good move by Misha. Not running his normal number this weekend. He usually runs the 20 or the 10.
Yeah, it looks like the 90 might have driven the rear tires off that car. He cannot get the forward bite, as we could see it right there.
Tyler Casero side by side on the exit of 18.
Oh,
Something's
man.
got to give.
Boy, that youngster really hung it out there. He wanted to make a liar out of me.
Yep.
Said, I got rear tire left, Adam. Watch this.
This is great racing.
Yeah, and it's kind of cooled off the battle between Connor and Nathan. I tell you why. Doing what he was doing best and driving out of the mirror, I believe. So he's doing a really good job of sorting himself out, hitting his marks, and it's going to make life pretty difficult on Connor Mosack to get that last podium spot.
Well, despite the damage to that number 90 car, he's showing no ill effects and is driving hard. Cameron Lawrence coming back into play. We go back on board with Cameron Lawrence, another former champion of Trans Am. Not had a good season, may not be racing next year for Showtime. We're not sure yet, but he could do himself a big favor by getting a good result here this weekend.
Cameron, that you're speaking of, just turned the fastest lap of the race for himself at a 2:14.1. So yeah, you're right in that observation, Jonathan Green. He is coming on.
First shot of Rhett Barco, former Rookie of the Year in that Dodge. We go back on board with the New Yorker, Adrian Lostowski.
How about Boris Said Jr.? If we started this race and said that he was going to be carrying the Peterson Racing banner, who would be believing that? But I tell you what, Boris Said Jr. carrying the Peterson Racing banner in P10 in that number 89.
This is a remarkable day, or it could be if Boris hangs on in there, because you're right, he's the lead car for the three-dimensional services team. He's got Lostowski behind him, who's a hard charger on the best of days, and the Hawk Performance on board, giving us great shots of Boris ahead of him. Look at this, Tyler Casero getting amongst it. Misha Goikberg just ahead. He gets ahead of Annunziato. And meanwhile, under braking, Boris Said Jr. doing the business in the 89, holding off Lostowski.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adrian is clean of a racer as they come. As he mixes, Boris misses his mark a little bit there. You can't do too much of that because this guy's going to attack.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it looks like Boris has got into a little bit of trouble there with the front end of the car, as it doesn't seem like any Peterson Racing car escaped front end damage this weekend.
Rhett Barco just behind them in 12th position, and then the local man, Elias Anderson, in 13th, Darren Bender in 14th, Mike Skeen up to 15th. So at least Skeen's in the hunt still in the top 15 for the Doug Peterson team.
Yeah, Mike Skeen, you can always count on him. Again, I wouldn't put him out of the race ever at any point. And definitely using up as much track as you can, as Boris Said Jr. But
no track limits there, but it doesn't seem to affect the sort of race line, does it?
No, and you're seeing this a little bit out of Boris Jr., right? You know, Adrian's got his mirror filled up, so you're not seeing as polished of a drive out of the youngster as maybe he was a little bit earlier. So just got to really calm down, relax, and let the racing take care of itself.
Still the fastest lap of the weekend at the moment, 2:12.6 by Connor Zilic in second place, and that puts him in good stead. And the gap between the pair of them, still really nothing between them as they continue to race as hard as they possibly can. Now we're starting to see the lines of the youngster. What do you make of him, Adam?
Yeah, he's looking good through the S's. He just turned his fastest lap of the race himself at a 2:15.5. And Adrian Vlastowski is right there to 2:15.509, just slightly faster. So, Adrian's going to be there for the attack. I look for Adrian to make it here really soon as we're running out of time. You know, there's not going to be much more time left in this race, as I believe there's only 8 minutes left and only 8 laps remaining, and this is about a little more than 2 minute lap to circulate, as Thomas has got a little bit of a gap now as Nathan is squirted up. Nathan Hearn has taken second place. Connor Zilic wants it back.
Well, this is great because this is exactly what Merrill wants, which is to have the battle for second place, and not with him, because there's a three-way battle for second place now, including Hearn in the middle of it, and ahead Zilic, who is the fastest lap holder, but right there is Connor Mosak. So it's all happening, but this is playing into Merrill's hands, and I thought he got a gap, but Zilic has scored it up again. But Merrill wants to play on this and wants these guys to fight amongst themselves while he puts lap in and lap out and gets in the zone and pulls away if he can.
Absolutely. No, you're right. That Christmas came early for Thomas Merrill when he looked in his mirror and saw them battling it out. And I'm guessing that Zilic, looking at his pace recovering, might have made a mistake somewhere and lost that position. Yeah. Might have made a mistake getting into, turn 11 there. And I think that might have cost the run down the back straightaway, but because Zilic's pace seems to have come back.
So Mosak, amazingly, up to third place after what has been a traumatic and dramatic race. Rafa, if you just joined us, where have you been? Rafa Matos, the championship leader, is out of the race and is about to have to relinquish his title hopes to Thomas Merrill, who leads this race at the moment, but only just. And there's still, I'm sure, one more twist in the tail of this race before the end. But at the moment, Merrill holding on, looking for his first title in Trans Am, the man from Salinas, California, who in many ways deserves a crack at a title once and for all, because he hasn't had the luck in the previous seasons, but he's always been there or thereabouts. He's such a hard charger, and many would argue that on a different day, we all feel for Rafa, but Merrill's got his own merit, if you will, on winning this year's title.
These TA2 drivers are cutting through the S's like they're robbing a bank, Jonathan Green. I'm laughing so hard.
They stole it.
Yeah, there's no way that the stewards are ever going to stay on top of that one. That's absolutely impossible when every single car out of a 50-car field is definitely taking an inch and then some. So good on you, my TA2 friends, because that's exactly how I love to drive the S's as well.
Well, David Hoots in the drivers' meeting said, here are the limits, but we can't, obviously, there's so many cars, you can't have everything monitored. And so, hey, if you want to take a risk, you could get caught. If you want to get away with it, that's racing. That's exactly the essence of motor racing. You do everything in your power to get the advantage where possible. But if you do go fall foul of the rules or whatever, then you can get in trouble. Here comes Brent Cruz.
And we missed the change for position here, too. Adrian Vlastowski got around Boris Said Jr. Boris Said Jr. is losing some spaces here. He's fighting hard on the outside. Going to have the inside going into here.
Good work. Nice work by Boris Said Jr.
Very
good.
He
holds off Cruz, who's been, even though he's 14, look at this,
they got
cars everywhere. Here comes Skeen. He's got past. Now he's leading the three-dimensional services group, and maybe now Boris can slot in behind Skeen and learn a little bit of the craft that Skeen shows so brilliantly.
Don't you dare give Mike Skeen an inch.
No.
I promise you that. And that's what happened there. But absolutely, it's one thing to look at the data, but now to get to actually follow him. And this is what Rafa Matos and Peterson Racing is rooting for right here. Connor Zilic is coming on strong.
Yeah, the truth is, Merrill, if he wants the title, has to win, and Zilic knows it.
Yeah, he does, absolutely. And this is, that'd be kind of wild, wouldn't it? That, Silver Hair, the team that Rafa drove for the 1 year absence out of Peterson Racing, is the one that could give Rafa the chance at winning this championship. Oh, as Thomas Merrill misses the end of the S's. Just a little bit. And two Peterson cars are together with Mike Skeen and Borisset Jr. Oh, boy, I tell you, they just want to go right back to bed, I think.
If it wasn't for bad luck, they wouldn't have any. What a day this is turning out to be. And they're back at it. But here come the leaders. We started the day with Rafa Matos out front, Mosak in second place, and Merrill in third. And that's why Merrill has to win this race, is because Mosak is coming and coming fast in third position and would take the title away from both Matos and Merrill. Ah, what a twist that would be for Scott Lagasse.
This, I tell you, this is as exciting as a championship can come. And we are so blessed to be the ones that call this Jonathan Green.
Here comes Zilic. Merrill's got to hang on there. Less than 4 minutes to go in this race, and Zilic is pushing the 26 and trying desperately to get past the silver hair racing car, number 5. Absolutely channeling his inner Denny Hamlin here. Go on, Connor.
Yeah, Connor Zilic is, he's a go-kart champion, a world champion in go-kart racing. He's not afraid to use a little bit of the chrome horn. I've been a victim to it from Zilic from time to time. So I know he's not afraid of it, and Thomas just has to be aware of that and what could be coming. But Thomas seems like he's dropped the hammer here a little bit, opened up a gap through that complex into 19. He's got that same gap, and he's got a good gap into 20. So, turns 1 and turn 12, Jonathan Green, as you know, these are our passing points. So if he can have the gap like he's enjoying right now, going into those turns, that's going to be key.
Well, I'll tell you what, not many people know this, but Zilic, crew chief, is Jeff Gordon's old crew chief, so that bodes well too. He's with Morris Hall, of course, in the silver hair team. Laura and Maurice running him as they run many a young guy, including Christopher Bell and Daniel Suarez, all the way up to NASCAR. So unbelievable. White flag next time round, and Merrill is holding on for dear life now.
Yeah, Merrill went ahead and stretched this gap. He said, I've had enough of you, Connor Zilic. I'm not sitting here going to lose this championship. And I thought where he went wide there, that is Merrill's line through there. I like his line at the end of that. Says, I might have just picked something up there, Thomas. Sorry to reveal your secret, but really nice work there. He gets a good arc into the final stretch of those S's, so really good stuff there. But yeah, Thomas wanted no part of that kid having the bumper close to him. The youngster there, Zilic, and Zilic just has not been able to answer the call of the extra half a second that Thomas reached in his pocket and grabbed.
These are tense moments for the Merrill family watching on in California. Thomas Merrill started his career at lunchtime at Laguna Seca in the sidecar, effectively, of his mum's Porsche. She used to do club racing at Porsche, and he used to hang on in the side on the passenger seat that wasn't there, and he and his brother would go out and get joyrides with her. But now he's having the joyride of his life because he's holding off a young 16-year-old Connor Zilic as he tries to stop Merrill from taking the championship. It's been an absolute amazing story for Thomas Merrill. He won't believe it when he gets out of the car either. Matos going out, and he knew, and his team will have been telling him once Matos was out, but then Connor Mosak was coming, and coming hard and fast. Zilic would not let him go the whole race. Talk about the tortoise and the hare. The silver hair of Connor Zilic has been all over him like a rash for the entire race. This race has been madness. It's been mayhem. But in other ways, it's been absolutely magic. And with one corner to go, it's going to be absolute mighty Merrill who's going to do it.
I think we had a white flag this time by Jonathan Green.
Well, I've got a feeling that it could be one more to go as well, but I'm getting excited all the same for Thomas Merrill. 41 seconds to go, and he's holding on and holding on well. There is the white flag, and I'll tell you what, it's not for surrender for Zilic, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. This is. I mean, Thomas. I'm telling you, from a guy who's been in these TA2 cars, Thomas is driving out of his skin right now. He needs to not have the traffic right now. Bruce Nesbitt needs this to be clean. Bruce is out of the way, like a professional he is, and now Thomas can just set this down. But he is out of his skin right now. The way Thomas Merrill is driving here, it's absolutely brilliant. I'm loving what I'm seeing. He's doing a great job. This is a champion's drive by Thomas Merrill, and it's so earned and so well-deserved, and I'm so happy for this guy. He's one of the great ones in the paddock. We love him. And, again, for Mike Cope, that's, I believe, maybe the only second championship for Cope race cars coming into this. So, and they fight hard, and they fight tooth and nail every single year. And he's right here at the end.
And here he comes, Zilic, for the the lead, and this could be crucial for Merrill's championship. He takes it nice and wide though, but as he goes too wide and lost the drive, it's going to be a drag race at COTA. Classic Trans Am racing here. Not in the 66.
So right now, what Thomas is want to do is try and get a little bit of a side draft. He's got the inside line coming in here in the 12. And Thomas is one of the late breakers, so he's not going to leave anything on the table there for Zilic.
Into the stadium section for the win, side by side. Merrill has the advantage. Zilic under braking, loses out. Merrill gets a tap and holds on through 13. What an incredible finish to this race. Merrill, the tenacity of the man, incredible. The youngster will not give up at all. And Thomas Merrill in the 26, doing everything in his power to hold off Connor Zilic. It's not over yet. Could he make one more go?
My hat's off to Connor Zilic. He had an opportunity to use the bumper to take that win, and he didn't. That was a professional move, one of the best racing moves I've seen out of Connor Zilic all year long. My hat's off. You're a professional young man. You have crossed over that path. Awesome, awesome job. No, he's too far back, Jonathan Green. This is Thomas Merrill's win. This is Thomas Merrill's championship in TA2.
Out of Andretti he comes for the last time, and he'll take the checkered flag this time. Thomas Merrill is your new TA2 champion for 2022, and he does it in such style, under such pressure. Mighty Merrill does it at COTA. Zilic was superb throughout, and a rather battered car of Hearn coming across the line now, but what a race he has. Conor Mosak takes third and will take the Young Guns trophy. Nathan Hearn is a brilliant fourth position, and I'm just wondering,
Conor Mosak had an issue. I saw him stopped in the S's at the end of this race. So Conor Mosak was not even able to make it to the finish of this race. He's barred down at 42nd. So again, you never know what's going to happen. The youngster Thomas Annunziata
is going to podium.
Come home in the podium, third place.
Oh, what a story! And Mosak, by not finishing, could lose the Young Guns to Brent Cruz. Oh.
Yeah, because Brent Cruz brought it home in the top 10. That youngster drove a heck of a race.
You've got yours up to date. Mine's not up to date. That's hilarious.
I've been so impressed by Brent Cruz and what he's done over this year. And that youngster, Connor Zilic, what he showed me at the end of this race, racing Thomas Merrill like a professional. I have to give it off to that young man right there, because he did exactly what we'd expect someone of his talent to do, and race good, clean, hard. Connor Zilic, you're the future, buddy.
Wow. Let's just calm for a sec. Let's absolutely celebrate with Thomas Merrill, but let's just take a hat off to Connor Zilic for making it a superb championship winning race for Merrill by keeping him honest the entire way. Hats off to the man making his debut, 17-year-old Thomas Annunziata, who steps into the limelight for sure with a podium in his first run, but also Australia, be standing. Nathan Hearn does it. Fourth place by the man, holding off Tyler Casera and Cameron Lawrence, the former champion. Josh Sargent, another name to remember, is 7th. Goikhberg drops to 8th. Lostowski in 9th. Brent Cruz does round out the top 10. And you're absolutely right, Adam Andretti. It was Conor Mosak who stole a march on me for sure and was stopped out on track. You spotted it. I missed it, but wow, that was great.
We also have something to point out here. The West Coast was going on here too, right? So we had Cody Powell on the West Coast takes the win. Michael Fine would be P2 on that, and Ken Sutherland would take P3, the podium for your West Coast. I'm not sure how the West Coast Championship ended up. We don't have our statistician put it in our ear. Thomas Merrill, you celebrate laying those 11s, brother. That's awesome. But we'll get with you on what the West Coast Championship had, I promise you, fans, before we head out. But a great championship all the way around. But who stole the show here? Mike Cope, Race Cars, and Thomas Merrill. That HP Tuners, the Bridge Hall supported car, we are so proud. What a championship. What a blessing for us to call it. Jonathan Green.
Unbelievable. Thomas Merrill then with a fairy tale end to his 2022 season. As you rightly point out, Bridge Hall, HP Tuners, Cope Race Cars, the winners and champions. What a way to do it. Connor Zilic for Silver Hair Racing takes 2nd place, and Annunziata in 3rd place, a brilliant run by him. Nathan Hearn, the champion of Australia, and absolutely a brilliant display here in America in his debut. Tyler Casera, hard charging all day long, takes 5th in the Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution car. Cameron Lawrence for Franklin Road Apparel takes 6th. Josh Sarjay for BC Race Cars just ahead of Misha Goikberg in 8th position. Lostowski for Hawk Performance in 9th. And Brent Cruz, after what has been a tough weekend for the 14-year-old multiple winner for Nitro Motorsports, rounds out his season in the top 10. Elias Anderson, Rhett Barker, Borchetta, Slater, Skeen, Boris Said Jr. in 16th position. Not a bad run to be finishing behind Mike Skeen. Darren Mott, Bender, Prochuk, and Tom Sheehan rounding out our top 20 on what was an historic Trans Am race here at COTA. Sabato, Powell, Austin Green, Fine, Perrant, Birdwell, Abate 27, Sutherland, and that battle between Sutherland and Holden going all the way in the West Coast, and we'll go through who's where at the end of it. But Ricky Lee 30th, but all great stuff. We'll give you all the results, but tune in because we're going to hear from our new champion in a moment as he gets out, and you can see that there is a sort of body language of disbelief almost as he shakes hands with Connor Zilic after what was a brilliant race. Well, let's savor the moment as we head down to Bart Ferme and Thomas Merrill. Can't believe his luck. He is our new champion. Let's go down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Thomas, I'm having a hard time talking. I'm so excited because I think I can unofficially say you tied Rafa Matos for the points. Rafa Matos won 2 races this year. You won 3, making you the champion in 2022. How does that feel, Thomas?
Wow. That's great. Thank you, Bill. Oh, thank you, HP Tuners. Thank you, Mike Hope Racing. What a season. Holy cow. I can't say enough about the people around me and this team and what we fought through this year to be here. And thanks, buddy. I've wanted to win this thing for so long. It's not sinking in yet, man. That's so cool. Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest, it's like we're scripting a movie right here with everything that was happening, and I know you hate to see competitors go out like that. It was such a points battle, and to be honest, I feel like we got it. We almost counted you out in some of the pre-show. We were thinking this was going to be a Rafa show and he would run away with it, but unbelievable. And we talked even before the preseason, and you said, I want to win a TA2 championship. And right now, I can't say officially, but unofficially, you, sir, have won a TA2 championship.
I don't blame you for counting me out there. I'll tell you what, it was low pressure for most of the race. I'm thinking, hey, let's just go out and win this race. We're sitting pretty, but there's nothing we can do about Rafa. But when I saw Rafa stopped on track, then it actually became high pressure. So it was...
Hey, Coke team, get in here.
Yeah, come over here, folks.
Come on.
Hey, with full credit to Connor Zilic, man. What a driver. That kid, oh my gosh. That was one of the hardest races of my life. And the kid's, what, 16 years old? I mean, that's the future right there. Yeah, buddy. Yes.
And how crazy is it? It seems like all year you've been fighting with these young guns and the talent that's coming up in TA2. How cool.
Great job.
Hey, Perella.
So happy.
A new TA2 champion unofficially. How cool is that?
On a tiebreaker, no less, I hear.
On a tiebreaker, 259 points to 259 points. Rafa Matos won 2 races. Thomas Merrill won 3. Crazy way to win a championship, Thomas.
Yeah, the camera should be showing these folks right here.
Bowser.
What?
Coach, get in here. Hey, Mike Cope. Mike Cope, jump in here.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
My brother.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I love you, man. That's fucking awesome. Thank you.
You're the man.
Cope, jump in here. Jump in here. I think it was Tony Buffamonte was your last championship. I know that you've brought in Thomas for the last couple of years, and you've really seen a lot of talent. You've been fighting hard for this. We've been talking almost between each race. And how does this feel?
It feels amazing. I did one of these myself in NASCAR a long, long time ago in the All-Pro Series by a point. And this guy right here is the guy that did it. All those guys over here in the shop, they're the people that do it, make it all happen. I just kind of orchestrate the circus, you know. And but this guy right here is a damn wheel man, and we're doing this for a long time together.
Thanks.
Hey, Cope, how about a group hug in here? Come on now. Let's have a championship group hug. Get in there, Merrill. Well, Thomas, I know this kind of just came to you, but any closing thoughts before we send it back?
How about Trans Am racing, huh? Oh my gosh. I love racing in this series. I can't wait for Sebring. It's going to be awesome.
I love it. Well, Thomas, congratulations. I'm going to send it back up to you, Jonathan, in the booth. What a race. We're about to have quite a celebration. TA2 national champions, West Coast champions, young guns. We've got a lot to declare here. So, Jonathan, back to you in the booth.
Thanks very much, Ben. Yeah, and I think Thomas Merrill summed it up. How about Trans Am racing? A championship, the longest running continuous road racing championship in North America, does it in style in 2022. The racing today is as good as it was back in the Donahue era, back in the Pony Wars, back when they say the golden age of Trans Am was. Well, I am begging to differ. I say the golden age is today in 2022, and I've just been proved right by two fantastic runs by Thomas Merrill and Connor Zilic to put on a show that will be remembered for many years to come. A deserved champion. Our thoughts obviously go out to Rafa Matos, who had such bad luck, but has had 2 titles and will be back to take on Merrill again, and the Mighty Cope team, I'm sure. What a weekend. What a way for Trans Am to finish 2022 at the Mighty Cota. We'll take a short break. SVRA and the Mission Foods SpeedTour continues very soon.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, 3-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
to record for Jonathan, please. Sorry, they said they were ready.
My mic's on.
Lol for Libby. Lol for Libby. Yeah, I think Noah has to make sure he switches it off of the streaming. Lol for anyone in VT. We are ready to record a line for Johnny. And have you switched it so it's not going out on the stream? Noah always does some things to make sure it's right on the stream.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where we are enjoying a wonderful day of Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour, the final race of the year as they come up to the Mission Foods Turn 1 and the cars come out. We are looking at Group 1B as they grid up and get ready for their helmet race. And another good field of entries for this one. And this is the highlight of their year for sure, no doubt about it. And the 1B boys looking to make a bit of a splash here as we get ready. Now, Formula 1B doesn't mean much to anybody watching on, so let me explain. Formula V racing is really what this is all about, and it offers one of the most competitive and affordable forms of open-wheel racing anywhere in the world, and has really gone unchanged since the 60s. Formula Vs rely on engines, transmissions and suspension parts found in the VW Beetle. And if you know anything about the VW Beetle, it is affordable, and that is why it became such a popular form of racing. Get the old Beetle engine, get the bits and bobs, the transmission, the suspension, and away you go. Wrap it round in a basic steel tube frame with a fiberglass body, and Bob is your uncle, as they say. So Formula V, that's what it's all about, and we have got some great racing to come because it always throws up really close, tight, and fun racing. Lots of different chassis out there, but pretty much the same engine and setup. And these guys will go hell-bent for that you can be assured. So, let's have a look at who we've got in action here. Elliot Barron is lining up in position 1 with an 11:36 in the 1B FV, standing for Formula V. And every one of these cars that you will be seeing is exactly that. So it's a bit of a celebration for Formula V, this group. And that's why we've kept it on its own, and we've got a full mark of cars that come from the early 60s through the early 70s. And as you can see, it's also a display of how the cars changed from the early 60s to the mid-70s. But really, when it comes to these small displacement cars, single-seaters like this, I've seen races all over the world for Formula Ford, Formula V, you name it. It doesn't really matter what the body shape is. The engines are pretty much the same. There's no real aerodynamic gain from the body itself. So you just get out-and-out good racing. As you can see, thin tyres, usually road-running tyres. They don't run slicks, so the tyres last forever as well. And so it's just a great form of going racing, cheaply and well. And it has been that way since the mid-60s. And now here in 2022, it's great to put on a good show of racing with these Formula V cars. They love racing here at a Formula 1 circuit. It gives them a chance to get as modern as they possibly can on what is quite literally the world's most modern track in many ways, certainly in Formula 1 terms. Yes, there are tracks that have come after it, but in the 10 years that COTA has been running Formula 1 and MotoGP, NASCAR, IndyCar, you name it, there's no question that everybody wants to come here. It has become, amongst the drivers and the fans, one of the most popular destinations in the world. So they're forming up now and starting to grid up now for the rolling start. The pace car will come into the pits, which it does, and that means we are going to be ready for racing. Watch out for Elliot Barron in that 63 Kellison Formula V. Watch out for Elliot Barron as well. So the Barons, in fact, there's I think 3 Barons in this race alone. So here we go. 1B, their helmet race then, as they line up 2 by 2 to head up the hill. In a moment, they'll launch off the line and head up that huge hill up towards Big Red, which this weekend is known as the Mission Foods Turn 1. Away we go then, and the field already starting to spread out, but it is the 23 who leads them into the first corner. Good start from Braddock. And a nice clean start, like to see that, but already at the front, a three-way battle starting to appear as they come under the bridge and into the S's for the first time. Now you'll start to see the suspension work hard. And this is where people can get it wrong when the tyres aren't maybe up to full temperature yet. Through comes the 96. That is John Strand in the Lynx B from 1969. One of the older cars out there. Bit of a breeze coming from that giant Texas flag as they all snake through turns 9 and over to 10. That blind crest at 10. I remember talking to Kevin Schwantz, who designed the circuit. He wanted 10 to be steeper and almost more death-defying, as it were, in terms of being a blind crest anyway. But it's still pretty hard in your mouth stuff as you come over there. And there's our first look at the 113 of Hunter Barron in the Kelson Mach 1 from 1969. And like I said, Hunter Barron, Heather Barron, and Elliot Barron all out there together. So family racing, and that seems to be one of the benchmarks of SVRA, is that we get a lot of families involved. If dad's going, well, the daughters want in, and so do the sons, and it's often a full family affair. So it's starting to spread out now. 25 of Zachary Whitston in the Lynx B, leading the way, but it's side-by-side stuff. I say leading the way, but you blink for a second and it's changed the lead. And round the outside, but it'll become the inside. Is the number 16 looking for position, can't quite do it, into 15. Excuse me, that's the 15, excuse me, of Devin Butcher in the Lynx B from 1972, pushing his way through. And it looks like we might have a safety car out already, because we've got a car, yes, and there is the caution. So already under caution, we hadn't got a lap in the books. So we pause for a moment for the action anyway, as we go under safety here in our Group 1B for Formula V. And there is the safety car, the Honda Civic. And if you're wondering why we use the Honda Civic as our pace car, of course, Tony Perella Holdings also owns the FR and F4 Championship, which puts the Honda Civic engine in the back of both the F4 car and the FR car. So Honda, a big part of Tony Perella's holdings, as it were. And it's the 23 of Elliot Barron. That's the fourth one. Elliot O. Barron and Elliot J. Barron. There you go. And he, in that Pegasus number 23, leads the way at the moment. Barron, Boucher, and Barron. Whitson, Hughes, Barron, and Stranid, McDowell, and the other Barron, the 114 of Heather Barron. Not quite sure what the reason the safety car is out at the moment. We'll soon find out, I'm sure, as we go through this slowdown lap, or caution lap. Didn't see anything major out of the corner of my eye either, but you never know. And it could be as simple as a car just stopping on track and not able to get going again. I can see a safety truck not far away as the cars pass through it, and I think that's where the incident is. Yes, it is, and that's the reason we're under caution. So it's just out of 7, I believe. Yes. So on the exit of 7, we have a safety truck on track where a car looks as though it's gone off track for a moment. Let's see if I can get it back and running again. So the 23 of Elliot J. Barron, and the reason I'm using his full name is that there are 2 out there. That's the 85 of Madison Knox there in that lovely painted Auto Dynamics Mark II 2 Formula V. And that's the number 85, currently circulating just outside that top 15 at the moment. Good strong field of entries for Formula V. I saw them all parked out in the paddock, in the parking lot. There's so many cars here this weekend who want to come here to COTA that we've literally filled the support paddock with Trans Am. We filled the entire Formula One paddock with SVRA and a few Trans Am cars, and these cars having to prepare themselves literally on the other side of the paddock, just behind the main grandstand. But they were all gathered together. We can see Austin in the background and the airport just in front of it, as Austin continues to grow exponentially. And it wasn't a racing town back in 2012, but it's certainly become one. And now Historics getting their time, and that silver number 23 of Elliot J. Barron. A glimpse there of the 96, that's John Stranad. And that caution is because of an incident at turn 7, where we have one of the safety trucks on track or just off the corner of the track. And I think one of those cars maybe gone into the barriers there, so they're extracting him from there. Williamson in the 103, currently in 11th. That's John Williamson in the Coldwell D13, green, white and yellow car. And watch out for him in the 103. Just ahead of Baron Fuller in the 32. And that's Cassandra Barron Fuller. So the Barons, like I said, Elliot J. Barron, Cassandra Barron Fuller, Hunter Barron, Elliot O. Barron, Elliot J. Barron, and Heather Barron. My word, what a family affair. Now, they do take the green flag, and that was a bit of a surprise, I think, to the leader, the number 23. He thought they were going to do another lap, but we're under green. And immediately, and quick off the mark, Boucher takes the lead away from Barron. Into turn 1 goes the number 14. That's Dave McDowell in the Zeitler ZRD 06 from 1969. Just a 6-lap race, this. And so, can the 23 regain his position after not getting the restart he wanted at all? Now you can hear them clinging onto the track as the sun starts to pelt down on them and the track heats up, but the screeching of the wheels trying to give them as much grip as possible as they push these cars to the very limit. And that's where the incident has gone and been cleared away, I'm glad to say. But we are green and running halfway through this race. So we've still got plenty of running to go from the race. And the number 9 is Simon Hughes in his Lynx B from 1969. Coming through in the number 9. Bit of a lock up there. There's the 23. He's lost a lot of places, but now has come back roaring. Excellent stuff by him. So Barron takes up the front of the pack yet again, but there's 5 cars all involved in that front battle.
Yeah, and watch out for this Formula V. Sorry, Jonathan, I'm just joining in, but drafting is such an important part of this. As you see him ducking out there behind Hunter, or in front of Hunter Barron, because they're just drafting. And sometimes it's, look at this group of, 5 cars coming in here. That's Elliot Barron there in that 23, like you were talking about. Simon Hughes in that number 9. These drivers all from Texas, 2 or 3 different teams, but they always put on a great show. I love this Formula V field here.
Now, I just saw Cassandra Barron Fuller. Is that another Barron?
Yeah, there's many Barons here. They just keep coming.
That's amazing.
You can hear the tires, these bias ply tires, just squealing, just trying to hold some kind of adhesion to the ground. You know, no downforce. These cars are really difficult to drive. This is probably one of the most fun groups to run in.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, the reason this is such a popular form of racing and has been through the 60s and early 70s is that you got basically a cheap engine in the VW engine, but also the suspension and transmission and so forth. So it was a good way of going racing.
Yeah, if there is an inexpensive way to go racing, this is probably it. But look at this battle right here. Devin Boucher.
Yeah, Boucher, okay.
No, it's Boucher.
Okay,
I was
Boucher.
saying it your way. Yeah, he's from Texas, so he would be really offended by Boucher.
Yes, he would. But I'll tell you what, Hunter Barron takes that lead away from him in the 113 there. They're Barron racing on the side. The Red Baron in full flight here at COTA.
And these two are really good friends, having the time of their life, and they'll do things with each other on track that they might not do with somebody they don't know. So look for some really good, clean, close racing between Devin and Hunter.
And they are pulling away at the front too, these two. Yeah,
but
earlier in this race, before you came in here, it was the 23, that led. Elliot J. Barron had led, but at the restart, lost a lot of ground and is now down in 5th place.
Yeah, but he'll figure something out. He always figures out a way to get up there and maybe pass his son Hunter. And where is the other Elliot Barron? Is he out there?
Yeah, there's two. There's two Elliot Barrons
There's
out there.
Elliot
O and J.
Yeah.
Not to be put together.
So there's a father and 2 sons out there. There's some daughters. It's all over the place. There's Elliot O. Barron in the number 110. Look at them just sliding through, giving these brakes all that they can, because it's just the front and rear ends of Volkswagen Beetles from back in the day.
This is a huge circuit for them. This is great. So side-by-side action, a little bit of drifting about to happen. As back to the lead goes the 15 of Devin Butcher. Butcher in a 72 Lynx B. And there's another look at the 23 of Elliot J. Barron.
Now, Elliot is wearing our gold helmet there. I'm not sure if that's from last year. Maybe to put on a little bit of pressure. You can see a little bit of oil as he's shifting. Not sure if the valve guides are coming a little bit loose there or not. I mean, that's pretty common in these cars, and they're built to the nth degree. But look out for that number 9 of Simon Hughes to move up. Simon Hughes is usually really fast. When he sees the white flag, it seems like he can find another little bit of speed in that car.
Yeah, you're right. I hadn't spotted that gold helmet. Yes, that's definitely one of those, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like Devin is ahead of Hunter as they come into turn 20, the Andretti turn. And then Elliot Barron has dropped back quite a bit. Elliot J. Barron.
Still nothing between the leaders, though. And we're running out of laps for them on track. They get a very small 6-lap race, but it's enough to create some good racing for sure.
I don't think 6 laps feels small in these cars.
No, I bet it's a workout. The 14 is Dave McDowell in the Zeitler ZRD06. Takes a look at his mirrors and he'll see that the 49 of Stephen Hild in the RCA Formula V is right behind him in the white and green.
It's a pretty car. Look at that, some of the old style.
Yeah.
That's a Caldwell D13, a really famous Formula V car.
John Williamson at the wheel.
As they come through the Bell Helmets S's section here, as they're racing for a Bell helmet. And right now, Hunter and Devin are having quite a fight up front to see who goes home with that Bell helmet. And knowing them, if they go out to dinner together, one of them will probably be wearing it just to rub it into the other one that he won the championship this year.
Well, there's our first glimpse at Heather Brown in the 114 in the Lynx B, all red car.
1969 Lynx B. Heather's very quick driver. And all of them wrench on their own cars and each other's cars and the customers' cars. They usually bring about 10 to 12. The Barons bring about 10 to 12 different race cars with them. And Elliot O. Barron is kind of the driver coach in this group of Formula Vs with the SVRA group out here in Texas. SVRA is the great vintage racing club right out here of Central Texas, and the Barons, that's kind of their home club, but they were with us at NOLA, they were with us at Chattanooga, at Indy, and here.
We just saw a quick glimpse there of Cassandra Barron Fuller, and I guess that's the married name, Cassandra Barron, her original name.
She's in a 63 Autodynamics FV.
Yeah. We're on the penultimate lap here, and we've got a good race for the race win. It's spread out after that, 4 seconds between the 110 in third position of Elliot O. Barron in the Kellison Formula V. But it's Boucher versus Barron for the win here.
Wouldn't you love to see Hamilton or Verstappen
Yeah.
racing in one of these to see how they do?
I bet you they'd love it too.
I think so, yeah.
In all honesty.
It is.
That's Dave McDowell? No, is that? No, that's Dave McMasters. David McMasters in the Zinc Formula V.
Lots of red cars out there.
Well, we've got the Red Barons out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Great shot of the amphitheater there. I've seen many a great concert.
Look at this. Here's the lead as they come into the shade. Devin Boucher is right ahead of Hunter Barron, and Hunter, I would say, would tell you he might be in the catbird seat. You might want to start the last lap just drafting behind somebody so you can make that move, and Devin's having to drive in his mirrors, trying not to make a mistake here. And this is for the helmet. This is to quiet Elliot J. Barron, who's out there bragging wearing his helmet. I'm sure he wears it to family dinners.
Well, the question is, where do you make the move? Now, in normal, most racing here, I would say that it would be at 11, but with these tiny cars on this huge track, it could be anywhere, couldn't it? And you can see they're starting to get a bit leery.
I think strategically, he's going to want to make that pass at turn 12 and then try to hold it off.
Yeah.
Or to quote a Texan, strategery.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's a new word. It's not in the Urban Dictionary yet, but it will be.
Look at them using all of the track. These cars are very difficult to drive. If you want to get good at driving quick, race for a season in a Formula V, and anything else you get into will feel really easy.
Yeah, exactly. Coming down to 11, this is an overtake position, but he's done a good job of holding him off as Boucher. But now this is where surely the 113 of Barron, Hunter Barron, is now hunting down Boucher for the win here, and more importantly, the gold helmet.
Can Hunter, the Red Baron, hunt Devin here as they're side by side, Jonathan, coming into 12?
Great. Well, I said 12 is the obvious, and they are side by side, but who's going to break late? They're looking at each other. Mm-hmm. Who wants it bad? Lean forward, guys. It might help. Well, they're neck and neck still as they turn into 12, and they're side by side. Absolutely superb. But somehow, some way, Hunter gets through in the 113 and leads into the stadium section, and that always bodes well.
I didn't think he had it at the turn there at turn 12. I didn't think he had it, but somehow he had it side by side. Devin and Hunter, really good, clean racing. But now look for Devin at turn 19 or 20.
And you can still hear the wheels squealing as they come out of 15 and into the complex under the tower for the last time.
Look at the camber on those rear wheels. That's crazy.
Well, he's still got another chance to have another go. Has the 113.
I think he's going to look at 20.
Here we go. It might be even 19. Left side by side again into 19 now. Oh, there's one more overtake, or has it? Or is there? From the drone, you can't tell, but I think the leader's kept it in. So who's going to win this one? Last corner. Out of Andretti they come, and they're side by side again. It's a run to the checkered flag.
It's the second line.
Oh!
That might have been the best race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Formula V never disappoints here at Circuit of the Americas. I don't know.
Yeah, Boucher got it.
0.040. That's like no. Like, I can't even clap that fast.
Blink your eyes, you'll see it.
Look at that. I don't even know if they know who won.
No, I don't think they do, but it is the 15 of David McMasters. Of Devin Boucher. Excuse me.
Oh, my goodness. And that is good reconciliation for Devin. Last year, he was disappointed with his finish, thought that somebody had done him wrong. So I think we're about to crown him the gold helmet. So good job, Devin, keeping your head down. Keeping Hunter Barron behind you is very difficult, especially coming into the last lap like that. And, man, Formula V is so much fun to watch.
No question about it. So that concludes 1B. Great racing all the way through that one. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas here in what has turned out to be an absolutely glorious November day here as the Texas flag waves over. And as you can see to the right there, the famous tower, which you can go up and you can see. Now you can walk up, it's 410 steps, or you can take the elevator. But it's up to you. We've had marriages up there. I've seen a Red Bull jumper go off there, base jumper. And I've also seen Scott Borchetta go good around here, and he always does. There is the mighty Scott Borchetta in his absolutely resplendent 1969 Corvette.
Thumbs up there from Scott Borchetta, who just got off the podium with me in TA2 Masters, finishing the top 10. Really good finish from him. Then we got Todd Treffert here in this tribute car to a Le Mans winning car, and that is a 1974 Porsche 911 with a big turbo in it. And look at that, he got the notes to wear white gloves, giving us the thumbs up. Peter Kloot, always one of our fastest Group 6 Corvette drivers, going to give Scott Borchetta a good run for his money, a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. And I love the Lone Star flag, the American flag flying over here at Circuit of the Americas. It really adds a lot, Jonathan.
It's about the size of a football pitch as well. Or football field. Joey De Silva racing here too in this one.
That's Jody O'Donnell. So happy to have Jody O'Donnell back with us in Vintage Racing. He took some time off. Jody O'Donnell, always one of our fastest drivers here with some great competition. One of the best videos we have on our website, YouTube channel with SVRA is Jody O'Donnell and Scott Borchetta going at it here about 3 years ago. Jody O'Donnell, an ex-NFL player.
Is he really?
Yeah. As you talk about football pitch, but you're talking about soccer. Well, Dave Kanicki in that beautiful black Alice. Dave Kanicki from the Pacific Northwest. And then we go to our Group 12. Jerry Robinson is back with us here in that 2010 Dodge Viper. Jerry Robinson, we hadn't seen him in a while, really missed him, sporting those Forge Line wheels. So, Jerry, great to have you back. And then that other Viper next to him was Andrew Threat. What a great name for a driver.
Huge group this. I was looking to the second page. It's a massive group as they come out of the pit lane. Covering the 2 pages I was just looking at all the way down.
40.
A lot of entries, 40 plus.
So I'm going to try to go through this grid because we only have one pace car, one pace lap. In position 1, sporting the 1 because he's last year's champion, and I think he wrapped up this year's championship, so he doesn't have to repaint the car. Scott Borchetta now running for a gold bell helmet. Followed by Todd Treffert second, Peter Kloot third, Jody O'Donnell fourth, Dave Kanicki fifth, Jerry Robinson sixth, Andrew Threat, Ryan Kloot, Wade Cole, and Michael Donahue is the top 10. Then in that beautiful 63 Jaguar E-Type is Scott Hawley, Jim Guthrie, who we just saw in the TA2 race, Paul Toombs, Joe Rabot, AC DeAugustine in a beautiful Cobra, JP Griffith, Scott Brady, Carl Jannon, Mark McCallier in a 71 Chevrolet Corvette. Welcome back, Mark. And then John Cloud, that's the top 20. Charles Jones, I met him this weekend, 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 302, red and white. John Bergendahl, I think you have a story about him later on, 1965 Ford Mustang Fastback. George Wright, 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Steven Seitz, got bested by Charles Jones, Steven. 1965 Ford Mustang. Vincent Dean, 65 Shelby Cobra. Eric Ritchie, 67 Chevrolet Corvette. John Scott in 27th in a 71 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. 28th is Mark Hannafin in a 70 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, beautiful car. 29th is Michael Fling in a 74 911 RSR from Porsche. John Furstand is a 69 Boss 302. 31 is a Mark Arnold, 67 Chevrolet Camaro. John Martino in a 65 Chevrolet Corvette. Joseph P. Conti, maybe my favorite car in this field, 1968 AMC Javelin in 33rd. Peter Dolan, 65 Shelby GT350, the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Biddle in a historic Trans Am 1968 Ford Mustang Tunnel Port. Sam LeCompte is 36 in a Chevrolet Corvette. Paolo Salvatore in a 1966 Ford Mustang. Jose Nemechek, Joe Nemechek in a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette. Jim Sandberg, yeah. Somebody put it as Jose, but that is Joe Nemechek. Jim Sandberg is in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette from the Lone Star State. Look for him to move up through the field. And Gene Hassel, 68 Ford Mustang. This is going to be some fantastic rock music in a rock music town of Austin here.
Well, the man who's leading the field is from the other music town, Scott Borchetta, and he knows a fair few bits about music, I've been told. Hence the reason he's got some beautiful cars out there, and he's been a perennial sponsor of that Nashville event. And once again, one of the corners named after his company, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Stadium section. Let's see if Scott Borchetta can walk the walk and talk the talk, but he certainly did it in TA2. A brilliant race once again from Scott, finishing his season on a high. Really impressed with him. Yeah, I mentioned John Bergendahl because he showed us his car, and then he was so proud because he just repainted it, just redone it. He spent a year on it in that Mustang, that Ford 1965, and he said, wait a minute, you can't go yet, and undid the hood, lifted up, and the immaculate engine he showed us was just fab. Loved it.
Yeah, these cars are some of these drivers' greatest treasure.
Yeah, no question. Well, they're lining up, and we're going to get ready to go. The pace car comes in, and here we go. Group 6 and 12A. Big bore production sport cars and sedans through 1972, led by Scott Borchetta in the purple and white to the right. But he's going to have some competition from another Corvette right behind him as they accelerate away and up the hill.
Some big bore Corvettes right behind him. So let's see if Scott Borchetta can hold on. Todd Treffert to the outside, Peter Kloot to the inside there, and then there's Jody O'Donnell and Kulicki going through. Everybody going through smooth. Look at those 3 Vipers, the Mopar guys. Where's the Mopar people? Leave some.
Whoa, big accident. 2 cars involved, and both of them going off track. One stuck in the middle there, but 2 cars coming together accidentally, unsighted, I think, not through fighting each other, and I think it was just an unsighted coming through 2-2. One of them still going, or at least crawling along, but not a good scene, and it is parked up, and it is one of the Corvettes. I don't know which one yet.
That's Kloot, Peter Kloot, and I think Jody O'Donnell in that 4.6 black. That is unfortunate. Jody O'Donnell just fixed that car and came out here. This is the first time I've seen him back out here racing. Hopefully that was just a glancing blow and didn't do any damage, but that does take him out of contention here. As we look now, Todd Treffert may be the only hope over some of these cars to maybe possibly beat Scott Borchetta. Yeah, that was definitely Jody O'Donnell because we saw Kunicki there coming through with that black Alice Chevrolet Corvette. So that's unfortunate for 2 friends, Peter Kloot and Jody O'Donnell. And that's just crazy because Jody O'Donnell and Peter Kloot's son got into it 3 or 4 years ago at Turn 2. So Turn 2 has not been nice to Jody O'Donnell and the Kloots.
That's unfortunate, yeah. Field already spreading out, and I'm wondering whether we'll have a safety car as here comes another of the Corvettes. Alice, looks like.
Yeah, that's Kunicki from the Pacific Northwest. He races with us quite a bit at Portland International Raceway. I think he'd consider that to be his home track. Really great race car driver. So it's great to have him out here with us. Dave Kunicki, 1969. And look at that, Jerry Robinson's been overtaken because that's the number 15 of Wade Cole, started 9th, and here's that caution. Just couldn't get those cars cleared in time.
We knew it was coming. He's in that Dodge Viper from, what, 2002? So we're under caution here. We've had a lot of cautions here, but it is the last race of the season. I've got a feeling that everybody's trying to push on and try to get a finish on a high for their season. But we were underway for a while there. So they all grouped together again underneath the tower at 18. Under caution. And Scott Borchetta now has to wait for another restart, but he's been immaculate. He went through a run of, what, 27 wins in a row, something like that, maybe 28, but look at him waving now to his pit crew. But, yeah, he's had an astounding run in this car.
Yeah, he really has, and that's just kind of unbelievable. Shows the talent that Dylan Hellman and his whole crew at Borchetta Racing out of Nashville, Tennessee, really put a lot of effort into these cars. But Todd Treffert, man, once he figures out the spooling and this turbo, he's really going to give these front runners a run for their money.
Yeah, you know, you could argue that Scott Borchetta, because of his time, I mean, he started off in historics. That's how he got his, cut his teeth in racing. And his time in that Corvette has actually honed his skills for TA2, without a doubt, in my opinion anyway, because he gets so much track time.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that more people in the TA2 paddock haven't figured that out and bought themselves like a little B sedan or some kind of little momentum car to come out here and run, or an IGT car to run these weekends just to get more track time. But look for Todd Trefford to try to make a move here. And then right there in 4th place is Paul Toombs in that beautiful, what I call the Shannon Ivy Camaro. That was Shannon Ivy's, basically built it to Penske Camaro specs. And now Paul Toombs is out here in 4th place doing really well.
So Borchetta from Trafford and Cole. Toombs is 4th. Robinson. We're under caution here as the sun.
Where did Kanicki go?
I don't know. He disappeared.
Kanicki must have
Well,
come
he's down to
into the
12th officially. That was the lap before, though. So I'm not sure if that's 100% at this point. Under caution. That was the lap before, after the first lap, but we got put under caution after that. Trefford's definitely in the 41 in 2nd place. And then the number 15, that Viper of Wade Cole. 2002 Dodge Viper, the blue and white one you see there in 3rd position. 7A is Paul Toombs. He just went through shot there in the 67 Chevrolet Camaro SS, that white colored with the blue stripe. So hoping these boys and girls will roll into action fairly quickly. Kanuki, yeah, officially down in 12th, but we'll keep a lookout for him because he seems to have dropped down the back a bit. It's a huge field. You really see it from the drone, don't you? It's a massive field. Really impressive.
Taking up 2 pages of grid sheets in our grid. We love seeing that. And there are some just beautiful cars. And like we were talking about, how these cars become some of these drivers' most valued treasures, and the time and effort that they put into the restoration of these cars. Like we're looking at there, that Camaro. Jerry Robinson, I think he has a fresh repaint there. Scott Hawley with that E-Type. Michael Donahue in that Corvette. AC to Augustine and that Cobra. Just some really cool cars. There's McCallier there from Texas.
John Cloud also out there in that Boss 302 from 1970. He, of course, helping Adam Andretti and Wally Dollenbach. Dollenbach couldn't be. He got snowed in, did poor old Wally. Final first snow. My sister lives in Colorado. She told me that they got their first snow as well. But poor old Wally couldn't get out. Jake couldn't help him get out the snow. So the Dollenbachs watching at home. Love to you all. But Adam Andretti getting a chance to run for John Cloud in that historic Trans Am car today, and handling it pretty well too, up in the top 6 at one point, but sadly having mechanical, and came and joined us in the commentary booth. My thanks to Adam Andretti and to Willie T. Ribbs, 2 greats of the Trans Am era, coming in here from 2 different eras, I may add, but great to see them both and enjoying their time here in the booth.
Well, we saw the record go by. Shouldn't take too long. You can see James Rogerson in the pace car is still got his lights on, but he's going kind of slow just to give them the time that they need to clear the track so that we can get back to racing. Because knowing Scott Borchetta, he does not want to win this way. He wants to win under green flag racing.
It's a long caution, though, never easy, and I would have thought you get pretty hot pretty quickly at this sort of pace, because people forget that a racing car is the most efficient for both the car, the mechanics of the car, and the cooling of the car, and the driver, I may add, at speed. It's when you're going slow like this that you get hot and bothered.
Yeah, and you kind of get out of your rhythm. You know, it's hard to, like, get into racing and then just be taken out of it, and now you're following around a little Honda Civic and just trying to stay at it, looking at your mirrors, checking out your cooling. And this is when noises and rattles can really get into your head.
I got some good trivia for you. Peter Dolan in that Shelby GT350 65. That was one of the first pony cars priced at $4,547.
Nice. You know what? Hey,
I'd
Peter,
love it. I bet it's
Peter,
worth a bit more now.
I'll give you double that.
Go on then.
I'll give you double that cash right now.
Yep.
Out of my checking account. I'll have to call my wife, and she won't be happy. But once we resell it at auction, she'll be real happy.
Yeah,
because they've definitely more than doubled in price.
Yeah, if you say you've got a Shelby somewhere in the garage, you're doing all right.
Even those Dodge Omni Shelbys are worth a lot of money. Remember those in the 80s when Lee Iacocca got Carroll Shelby to put his name on some of those Dodges? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, if we're getting the calls wrong or if you just want to roast us a little bit, feel free. Jonathan's a little bit more sensitive than I, but you can let him fly. We're going to have some fun here as we announce these gold helmet races. If we get something wrong, if we call it a Chevrolet Mustang, just yell at us, all caps, and we'll know that you're yelling.
I love the way if we get something wrong. I like that. That's nice. That gives you, it gives you a chance there. That's very generous. So we're under caution at the moment, and we're waiting for the racing to begin, or restart anyway. We only had a lap under green, and it is the Borchetta car leading the way from Trefford and Kiel at the moment. And like you said, Scott Borchetta, if you don't know the name, Scott Borchetta has been part of Trans Am now for many a year. Started off in historics and then went into TA2. I first came across him when we did this during COVID, when we did the sim racing. He was absolutely one of the most keen guys on the sim. He went through about 3 mainframe computers, blowing them all up in trying to learn the tracks, and he certainly did more laps on the sim than anybody else out there. And then I also got a chance to see his collection of cars, which was massively impressive. And of course, made his money in the music business and continues to run Big Machine Records as well as Big Machine Vodka, and they've now gone into bourbon. If you look at the program and you look into the latest SVRA quarterly, you'll see the bourbon sponsored ads, and his hero, if you like, was one of the Unzers, and he has dedicated one of his bourbons to the Unzer family, and yeah, he continues to be one of the big fans of the race. And Al Unser Jr. here this weekend, funnily enough, looking after one of the Formula 4 cars of Mac Clark. And my thanks also to Al Unser Jr. for being with me in the booth a couple of times during this Trans Am season. And I hope we're going to go racing again very soon, because we're now coming through the stadium section that is the Big Machine Vodka Coolers stadium section. So it all winds up perfectly there as I segue through. So we should be restarting very soon.
Yeah, so I've got some friends of a boy from New York has joined us again, so welcome back. And he says, long drive for Peter to travel from Canada to get taken out at turn 2. I agree with that.
That's a, yeah, fair point. We are going to go racing, though, and they can see they're starting to get closer. The pace car comes in past our commentary position, and as they come out of Andretti, we will be getting ready to go racing. Scott Borchetta leads the way. Treffert in the Porsche right behind him. Then comes the Viper of Cole. Toombs is in 4th, then Robinson and Threat, and away they go then. And that growling Corvette, the number 1 of Scott Borchetta, leads them up the hill, takes a nice high and wide line. That's the safest through there if you can take it. Through goes the 32 of Threat. Then the 76 also right behind him. Brady there in 12th position. But Scott Borchetta, look at that. As you see from the drone there, he's already pulled 5 lengths away from the second place man in the number 41 Porsche. So a great restart from Borchetta.
Jerry Robinson there in that beautiful Dodge Viper. We were talking about Carroll Shelby earlier. Carroll Shelby famously kind of helped design and develop those cars back in the Mopar days, but I believe Jerry Robinson was the president of the Mopar Club, and he always says Mopar or no car. So where are my Mopar fans out there?
Yeah, plenty, I'm sure.
I met one of our fans a couple weeks ago at Chattanooga, one of our regular commenters, and who it was now. So if you're listening, remind me who it was.
Did he roast you on site, or?
No, he was nice in person. You know, it's hard to do that in person. He was nice in person.
Halfway through this race, so we hope to get some good racing from our Group 6 and Group 12A for the gold helmet here. SVRA at its finest here in the sunshine of Austin, Texas.
There he is, Abel Fox. Says checking in from Knoxville, Tennessee. See? Feel free to roast us, Abel Fox.
We just got a question. What is a helmet race? And we explained this earlier, but let's explain it again. It's the gold helmet, the SVRA gold helmet.
Probably the most coveted racing trophy. There's a lot of coveted trophies in vintage racing, but racing trophies in vintage racing. This is the Vintage Racing National Championship, sponsored by Bell Helmets. They give each driver in their class their own gold helmet, not made of real gold because it's a safety helmet that you can wear for the next 10 years. But it has the year and what race you would have won at Circuit of the Americas. Beautiful black and gold helmet. We've seen a couple of the drivers wearing it. A lot of them display it proudly. Dave Handy, you follow him around on Facebook. He took pictures in his for like a whole month. Anywhere he went, he had his gold helmet on him around town. So it was really cool. It's probably the most sought-after trophy in vintage racing, I would say, especially in America.
Nice shot of the Jaguar coming towards us up the hill.
Look at that. That's just art in motion.
It is art in motion,
Beautiful
isn't it?
E-Type Jaguar.
Yeah, that's my dad's favorite car. The number 63. And at the wheel of that, Scott Holley.
That was the car that made Enzo Ferrari so mad because he thought somebody else made a more beautiful car than his Ferraris.
Yeah, the E-Type's had a history. It was once a Bond car back in the 60s. It just sounds great that we're right in the middle. We're just off turn 20, but they come past us here, and then they roar past us also behind as they go through 18 and 19. So we get a double stereo effect of the car noises. So it's just great to be here.
You know what's neat about those S's? You can see how difficult they are because they get increasing and decreasing radiuses as you go.
Well,
so
just
once
as
you
get
feel
into
like you're into a rhythm, you're like, oh wait, this is the long S. I forgot about this one. And it's really fun to watch, and I don't, we say this about a lot of the circuits that we go to, but I've never had a driver tell me, oh, I've got COTA locked down. I understand COTA because it changes drastically no matter the weather conditions.
Yeah, and everybody I ask say that the S is the key to the lap here because, like you say, just when you're getting into the flow through 2, 3, 4, tightens right up on itself. You have to slow down, drop a gear, and then it flows back uphill again. But if you lose that drive at 4 or 5, you never get it back. And so you lose the whole rhythm of the rest of the lap, and it can be massive to your lap time. And that goes from Formula 1 all the way down to Formula V, let's say. But it's just one of those circuits, brilliantly designed, as it celebrates its 10th year this year. Ryan Kloot.
Having the better time than his dad out there right now. His dad got taken out early on in the race. Where are you guys watching from? If you're leaving us some comments, tell us where you're watching from. It looks like Abel Fox has left us a picture of the gold helmet in the thumbnail, so if you want to see what they look like, thank you, Abel Fox, for doing that. I love our commenters and our fans out there because sometimes they give us some really great information. There's also a spoiler there from Scott S., so I'm not going to announce that, but if you want to know who won the Xfinity race, look at Scott S.'s comments. I believe that's Mark McCallier there. I've got a great story about him. He let me try to borrow his suit jacket last year for the Trans Am banquet. Now, if you know Mark McCallier, you know he's about probably 50 or 60 years old, but built like an action figure. And I'm not really built like that, so his suit jacket didn't fit me very well.
I thought you looked resplendent last year, mate.
No, he's got it going on in that department.
Okay, fair enough. John Bergendahl, just got a quick glimpse of him in that Ford Fastback Mustang from 1965. I mentioned him earlier. I think it's going to be white flag after this, which means that Borchetto now has a 2-second lead over Treffert in second place.
Ray Molachek is saying he wishes he was here. Well, we do too, Ray.
There's Vincent Dean and a Shelby Cobra from 65. Yeah, we do wish you were here.
Brian Kloot races in NASCAR Canada. We've got the UK watching us, Toronto, Canada, Long Island, New York. But ironically, the boy from New York is from Canada, and somebody else is watching from Long Island, New York.
I'll take a tea, please.
Look at that. Man,
Cal Janin just going through shot there in the 68 Ford Mustang.
All these cars are so beautiful. Very difficult to drive these Group 6, Group 12 cars.
Yeah, but I know you always say that the MG's your favorite, but I know when I first started doing this with you, Group 6 was you were a big fan.
Yeah, I love Group 6. It seems to be the crowd favorite, Group 6 or historic Trans Am. These cars scare me. I've driven a few of them, and they're just way too much power for me. I don't process information fast enough to drive these fast cars. So I'm happy with my 90-mile-an-hour cars.
I know what you're saying. You have more fun in a Mini than you can do in a lot of things. 27 AP, that would be
the Eric Ritchie.
Yes.
1967 Chevrolet Corvette, red, white, and blue.
Correct. With the stars on the side of the hood. I like it.
So let's start a fight here in YouTube comments. What's your favorite generation of a vintage Corvette? Do you like the C2s, the C3s?
Is Tony Perella going to join in on this one?
Yeah, I tend to like the 69 Corvette. But what do you guys think?
Gloves are off.
I didn't say Chevrolet or Ford. I said, what's your favorite Corvette?
Well, I just got a reply from my comment. Tea will be served promptly. I like that.
Nice.
Thank you. The man from Long Island, so he knows the kind of tea I like.
And then another one says he has the Ted Lasso attitude towards tea. Means it's disgusting. Look at that.
We've got a lot
his
to
way
teach him.
through in that number 84. I was surprised to see Sandberg starting so far back, so he must have had a mechanical. He's usually one of our fastest drivers, so doing really well. Another Texan from the Lone Star State. He and his wife do a lot of those tours in vintage cars across the country on street roads and has a ton of fun doing that. It's really neat to keep up with him on Facebook.
Good view from the bridge there. If you are at the Circuit of the Americas and you want a good look at the cars, you get a double view, if you will. You can look at them come down the hill at 1 and into 2, and then you can swap round and look at them going away from you into 4, 5, and 6. It's a great place to do some viewing. A lot of photographers go up there.
I noticed that my Bell helmet signs got torn down during the TA2 race.
Somebody was ringing your bell.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom. John Cloud still going well in that 302.
I love that car.
Yeah, that is a beautifully prepared car. If you get a chance to look at it closely, it is lovely.
And the red and the blue Cobras there with the Aero Lane Chris Hines group out of the Phoenix area. There's some great Cobras. We've got 2 of those out here. We've got just so many cool cars. There's that yellow Camaro. Now that is my favorite iteration of the Camaro. That's my favorite generation, that split bumper Z28 right there. I love that. Hey, Bob Pengraff, our photographer from Portland's watching. He says, hi, Ben. Well, Bob Pengraff, I don't know what happened to your boy Kanicki, but he's fallen back.
Yeah, he was going good earlier on.
Okay, Biddle's out there in that Ford Mustang there, racing with that Porsche. Good to see him back out and running. And I like that Boss 302 body of the Mustang. But here is our leader, and look at this, just poetry in motion. He can make a he's one of the only drivers I've ever seen make a Group 6 Corvette look smooth.
Yeah, and you know what? He's already done a 100-mile race where he was in the thick of it throughout it in the top 10, fighting with kids and youngsters, and Boris said Jr. at one point. I mean, he's been right in the action all morning long, and he's still throwing it around here in his Group 6 car.
Yeah, most of the drivers in Group 6 with these big Corvettes, they kind of look like they're almost assaulting the cars when they're driving them and really throwing them around, but he tends to kind of make love to that car and just kind of eases it into places, and it makes for some really good driving. They always say smooth is fast, and right now he has definitely learned how to drive that car very smooth.
Well, this smooth operator has taken a 3.6-second lead over Treffert now in the final lap. So he's easing to victory.
Reference?
Yes.
To Sade?
Yeah, I just thought I'd chat that one out for Sade.
That. Because we've got Big Machine Records man right here. Scott Borchetta winning the race. Another gold helmet for Scott. So Jonathan, take us away to the finish line.
Scott Borchetta then on his way to victory. And way ahead, as is often the case here in that 69 Corvette. Scott Borchetta just with a few corners to go now. Nicely hitting from the drone. You see him hitting the apexes perfectly. Keeps a nice straight line out of 18. Careful in 19, off camber into the exit of there, remember. But now with the ability to go wide as you like in 19, it's not so precarious. Then into Andretti he'll come, and he's got a good strong lead, and Scott Borchetta will come to the line and take the checkered flag yet again in that Corvette. He waves to the crowd as well he might, Well done to the man from Nashville, Tennessee. And it's one man in a big machine who does it.
Look at that, waving. Gets to keep that number 1 on the car.
Will he get the helmet?
And, I've been to his race shop, and he proudly displays all the trophies and ribbons and these helmets that he's won. He will get the helmet. I believe Todd Treffert will also get a helmet because he's in 6 RSR. Looks like Robinson might get our Threat. No, Threat is going to get the gold helmet there. What a great name. So, Jonathan, take us away.
All right, Borchetta, Treffert, and Threat, the top 3. Cole in 4th position. Toombs and Augustin in 5th position. But that's how it finished in our group 6 and 12A. My thanks, as always, to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break here from the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour. Join us after this.
Smash it! One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour. Jonathan Green here, and I'm delighted to be joined by a guest. And you remember me talking about Rob Davenport and his lovely Datsun chasing Mr. Perella around the circuit, trying to see if he can get his entry money back. Well, he's joined me here in the booth. I don't know if that counts as making hay or if we're paying much, but thanks for coming in, Rob. First of all, how's your weekend been?
Is great. My racing is over, and so I have no stress. I have no anxiety. I just get to chill out and hang out with you.
Has historic racing ever been stressful for you?
You know, it is stressful. All these drivers get very nervous before they go out on these racetracks. And
I'll bet. Yeah,
I have to tell you, but once you get in the car, once you get going, those nerves go away, and it's all focus and concentration. But before the race, every driver out there is very nervous. I guarantee you.
How long have you been part of SVRA now? Because I know you've been a sort of stalwart of it and really enjoy it.
Well, I began racing with my father in 2004. He was vintage racing an Alpha GTV, a B sedan car that normally would be competing in this next race. But and that's the year I started. I started with him in 2004. He taught me how to race a car, and then he died later that year, which was so tragic. And so I continued to race that Alpha I still race the car. So for 18 years now, 19 years, I've been
Wow.
racing that Alpha. I don't have it this weekend. I raced my dad's old Datsun B210, and we had 2 cars here this weekend. I don't know if you saw them.
I did, yeah. Well, briefly, I passed you in the morning and said, you said I've got the other one here.
We
Tell
have
about that.
We have the Davenport Datsun B210 and the Kearney Datsun B210. So back in the day, in the 70s, in the mid-70s, everyone knows B sedan. Everyone knows the Datsun 510s, the Alpha GTVs, but you know, we kind of overlooked the C sedan class. And the C sedan class, that was the Mini Coopers and the little Alpha GTA Juniors, and then the Datsun 1200s. And then the B210s came along.
Yeah.
The B210s came along in 74, and they won national championships in 74, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row. And my dad won 77, 78, 79. And in those same years, Kearney finished 2nd, 3rd, and 2nd, respectively. And we have the cars now.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that is awesome. And
so you didn't always have the cars?
No,
like
it took
you had
me
to find them?
It took me 35 years to find my dad's old car. And, you know, it was amazing that that car turned up in Connecticut. So they were team cars.
How do you go searching for one?
What's that?
It's treasure hunting. Watching how these guys it is the same as you'd see in like National Treasure. They take a clue and then it falls away, and then somebody else says, well, I've heard of a red Datsun.
And each time the value
barn.
goes up when somebody says someone's sniffing around.
It is like treasure hunting sometimes for these guys, and just happened with us in B sedan also with Dave Nicholas in that 2002, the BMW that he races. He raced in the Camel GT series. It sat in the barn for 40 years, and he never knew where it went, and then he found it.
Well, my only advice is don't buy a car without telling your wife first.
And I know your wife. I wouldn't want to upset her in any way, shape, or form.
I bought that Datsun and didn't really tell her. Told her after the fact, and I think I was in the doghouse for a week.
Yeah,
but Lori has been so supportive of my racing over the years, and I couldn't do it without her support. And speaking of Lori,
you've got it all back there with that line.
It's been 33 years, and you just reunited with Lori today, Jonathan.
I'm so delighted. It's a dream come true in many ways, because we kind of, over the internet and over texts and various sort of Christmas calls, worked out who you were, first of all, or who you were racing with, and the fact that I was involved in this in a different way. And yeah, Laurie and I go way back, and it's so funny to finally meet up again after all these years.
So for the viewers, Laurie and Jonathan and I all went to SMU. I got out in 89. I think you got out in 89. 88. Okay. Yep. And Laurie in 90. And you and Laurie were friends in college.
Let's rephrase it. It sounds like you guys went to prison at SMU.
Yeah, well, and it was. I tell you, it was tough. I'll tell you, if you've ever been to the campus there, the food was awful. Football team was, we didn't have one. I was on the soccer team. It was terrible. Ben, I can't tell you how tough it was.
Hey, there's my buddy Tom Benjamin in the number 35 Alpha. So these Alphas are special to me, and I've raced against Tom Benjamin for my entire racing career. What a great driver. What a great car. Always very fast.
You guys have had some great battles.
Oh, we have. And I'll tell you, Chris Rader has a beautiful Alpha. You can see it right in front of this Datsun. These Datsun 510s have gotten really fast over the years.
Yeah.
The guys on the West Coast, Dave Ribello and Troy Ermish, boy, they've put packages together with engine combinations and Ermish's car building skills and support skills. These Datsun 510s today in B sedan are really the pick of the litter.
Yeah, really crazy. And Troy Ermish, the talent that he has as a driver, but just developing these cars. But Debbie Briscoe, one of our B sedan drivers, is cheering for last year's SVRA Driver of the Year, Lisa Hansen, who's up there in the front like she always is in that Porsche. One of our best drivers in vintage racing. And I know you race against her quite a bit.
Well, I just see the back of her car, and it disappears. Lisa Hansen is maybe one of the most talented drivers at this entire circuit this weekend. She is that good. And I remember when she was racing against my dad back in the early 2000s. But she's always been fast, and every year she's gotten faster and faster. And, I mean, everyone roots for Lisa Hansen because she's just so good. There's Chris Rader's Alpha. Boy, he's gotten really fast over the years. These are 2-liter Alphas. They put out about 205 horsepower. The Datsun.
And a 2-liter?
Yeah, these 2-liters are putting out about 200 north of 200 horsepower. And no one's ever going to tell you exactly how much horsepower they have. But I think the Datsun 510s are really have the most horsepower these days. The BMW 2002s have come on strong, too.
There's another one of our female drivers. That's Sharon Edelman. We also have Don Meyer in this one. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along, there are no women's tees in motorsports. It's equal playing field, and Lisa Hansen is mopping the floor of everybody out there.
And that Ginetta, that goes back a bit, doesn't it? That's a lovely little car.
I love those things.
These are some of my favorite cars to watch because, you know, they look like regular cars. We know what the Datsun 510 is. There's the BMW 635.
Questa and Stuck on the side of it, too. Two great names of German racing and Swiss racing.
That's the only car like it in the U.S. I just spoke to this gentleman today. He's got a beautiful BMW 635 car. So the Porsches and all the Alphas and the BMW 2002s. This is one of my favorite races to not only participate in, but watch. And what a privilege it is to be here today with you guys.
11 different manufacturers in this group. And we've got air-cooled rear-engine, rear-wheel drive cars. We've got front-engine, rear-wheel drive cars. A lot of different cars. Then there's that tiny little Ginetta out there, which you never think of a Porsche 911 as being a big car, but when you see that car behind that Ginetta, it makes it look huge, like a Cadillac.
And this is such a wide track. These cars are, you can put 4 and 5 cars wide in some areas on the back straightaway. Now, I don't recommend that, but this is a very safe racetrack. You know, I was talking to my crew last night about how much, there's so much runoff here that anyone looking to go racing should come down and race COTA. Not only is it the only permanent Formula One track in the United States, but it's a very safe place to race.
Yeah.
You're not going to run into walls. There's a lot of runoff, and the facilities are just second to none. It's a really great weekend.
Well, we've got about a minute before they all head out. I just want to give a shout out to Charlie Lamb. I saw the Schnitzer on Dieter Questa and the Hans Stuck car, and I knew Charlie very well. He passed away a few years ago, but the Schnitzer BMWs used to basically rule the roost around the world, and it's great to have a car with the Schnitzer colours on it, and as an homage, if you were, to that great team from Germany.
I'm going to run through the grid here so we can get back to some good images. So starting in first, where she usually is, Lisa Hansen, 1969 911S. John DeFord is second, 1973 Porsche 9146. So this is the group we were talking about, that in group 3-4. Where are the 9146s? They're in group 8. Thomas Schluter is in a 72 Datsun 240Z. Nicholas Clements, 911S. Luke Oxner in a Datsun 510 from 69. Donnie Cluck, 71 510. Rob Bellevue, Datsun 240Z. Ron Hawley in that 2004 Lexus Group 12. That's our first Group 12 car. Tom Benjamin, one of my favorite drivers. Beautiful 1969 Alfa Romeo GTV. Chris Rader in that red 66 GTV. Brandon White in the 71 510. That's 11th place. Bassam Al-Haddad in a 1971 Porsche 911 that's white, number 13. Matthew Getzinger, Group 8, 1965 Porsche 911. Andrew Mute, 1985 BMW M635 CSI. He's also Rapid Terrier on Instagram, has a really cool Instagram page. Sharon Edelman in that Ginetta G4R from 1965. Now, Sharon, Graham, and Owen are all racing here. So it's a father, mother, son all racing here this weekend really fast. Then Dawn Myers, who's here with her father and brother this weekend in a 1969 Porsche 911. Monty Hine in a 68 Datsun 510. Carter Fournier in a 69 Porsche 911. Blake Lukey in a Porsche 911. Sorry, Blake, if I got your name wrong. Lisa Weinberger, so that's the fourth female I can think of in this group, right? 72 Toyota Celica, which was actually a Janet Guthrie car. Alex Rourke in a 65 Lotus Elan. Jose Iturbe in a Porsche 911T. Sorry, Jose. Charles Mute in 1985 Jaguar XJS. Samuel Parton, Alfa Romeo GTV. Louis Corella in a Datsun 240Z. Donald Morales in a Datsun 510. Norm Murdoch, 27th, in a Ford Capri, and he has mentioned you, Jonathan. He loves how much you love his Ford Capri. Milton Grant in a Mazda Miata. We just saw Milton win the Masters and the championship in GT and Trans Am. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on YouTube, we have a vintage driver here. Mr. Davenport is free to answer any questions. So if you've ever wanted to live the dream and drive some of these cars on some of the most iconic tracks, ask away.
Well, I wanted to ask Rob what his love for the Japanese marques are. I know what mine is because me and me and Ben have talked about it many times. I love where they fit into American racing. You have this surge of European cars like the Alphas and the Jaguars coming over back after the war, and it was kind of like these tiny cars started to make menacing inroads into American racing, who thought they had it all done with their big V8s and suddenly found themselves chasing MGs. And so then, in the middle of all that, the Japanese said, well, hang on a minute. We'll have reliable cars and muscle cars. Is that the same passion? Why you like them?
Well, the reason I like him is because I watched him as a little kid, win national championships in Road Atlanta. So the little Datsun B210 came along, and it just was the fast car in C sedan.
Yeah.
The Alpha GTA Junior couldn't keep up. The little Mini Cooper couldn't keep up.
Would that have been the Paul Newman days, or was that just before that?
Well, yeah, Paul Newman was racing in his B sedan car, I think it was, or C production car, what he was running back then. But these were C sedan cars. These were the little 1,300cc cars back in the day, and the Datsun B210 just became the car of choice, and it won like 6 years in a row, and so I was a kid from ages 7 to 13 watching those cars. But these are the big brothers. The Datsun 510s are the big brother to the little B210. Yep. I drive the little brother's car, as I call it, the B210. But like I said, this is one of my favorite fields. These cars really run tight. You're going to see some incredibly close racing today between a few of these Alphas, a few of these Datsuns, and watch Lisa Hansen take off. It's going to be interesting to see if that 914.6 can keep up with her.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, exactly. You spread it out nicely there, because you've got such a really good crossover here. You've got your Porsches, you've got your European entries, you've got your Alphas, then you've got your Datsuns and your 210s, your 510s, and it's just a really nice bunch. And you're right, it's going to get some great close racing, I hope. And there's that Schnitzer BMW and the BMW colors.
What's your favorite? Jonathan, what's your favorite? Because my favorite right there is that green Jaguar. I love that thing.
Well, as Pink Floyd once said, love to drive in a Jaguar. But I don't know. I still quite like that Schnitzer BMW, just for the shape of that particular BMW.
And they're father-son. The Jaguar and the BMW. So there you go.
All right. Well,
how about you?
And my Ford Capri, of course.
Well, obviously, I would have to go with the Alpha GTV. I have one. I've been in this race before a few years ago. These Alpha GTVs with Tom Benjamin and Chris Rader, they're going around here at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's pretty fast. I think I was around here at 2:44, 2:45 in my Alpha, so I've got some work to do. But you're going to see some really good racing between Tom Benjamin and Chris Rader here in a minute. And I think we're going to see some really strong racing between those two Datsun 510s up front as well.
Jeremy Clarkson said that the Alfa Romeo GTV, one of the top cars, the best car, sports cars of its time, and it's number 29 in the top 100 cars in 2001. There you go.
Debbie Briscoe's voting for BMW. But Jonathan, take us away for this start.
All right, here we go then. Once again, we come out of Andretti for our next group race, which is Group 8 and 12B. Delighted to be joined by Rob Davenport and, of course, Ben Sissels as we take a look at the group cars from Group 8 and Group 12B. Up the hill they come, and it's a drag race between the 57 and the 110. We said it was going to be a real dogfight to the top, and it is turning out that way, but the Porsche goes wide. And everybody somehow gets through, including the Schnitzer BMW, as they all head down the hill. What a gaggle we've got in there in the midfield, but already stretching the legs out front. The Porsche pulling away through the S's.
Yeah, Lisa Hansen doing what she does best, just trying to gap the field and make sure she gets through turn 1 and turn 2 cleanly, and then just kind of lets the race come to her. But your Alphas back there, you were pointing those out, Rod. Looks like they're having a good battle as well.
Rader got a good start. He got Benjamin in turn 2, it looked like, and he's taking him through the S's. Benjamin will get right back on his tail, of course. It's always close racing between these Alphas and these Datsuns. This is going to get really exciting.
Look at that snake as they go through. It's almost single file from about turn 3 to about turn 10, unless you're really, really brave, which hopefully we don't see too much bravery today in these races.
The 81 of Nicholas Clements in that 911S from 1967, that car.
Now it's a drag race down the straightaway. That's where the Datsun 510 power really kicks in. If that's a Rebello-built motor or Ermish car, it's going to be lightning quick. Yep. But I'm really impressed with Rader right now. He's in that red Alpha chasing that Datsun, and Rader's really putting on a show. He's gotten really fast over the years. Look at him go in deep there.
Nicholas Clements there in that white Porsche, but look out for that Datsun 240Z of Thomas Schluter. Those cars have some torque, and there's a lot of first, second gear racing here, and that torque really comes in handy. Look at that little move there, and this going in 3 cars in the space of 1, making for some great vintage racing.
Hold on to it. Stay on the inside.
Yep.
Stay on the inside. It's going to get close.
Oh, and he just brakes at the last moment, just dabs the brakes to make sure he makes the inside, makes the apex, and that's great racing through 17 and now into 18. But it's nip and tuck as they come out of 18 now towards 19. The drone giving us a really good run at showing how they race each other on this particular circuit. I love that shot.
And something we need to explain to everybody about vintage racing. See this last group of 3 cars back there? Sometimes those drivers are having the most fun on track. Like, that's what I love about vintage racing. I am not a fast driver. Sometimes I'm having the best time back there in 35th between 33rd and 36th, you know, and that's the great thing about this. It's not just about the leaders. It's more about the preservation, the celebration of these cars, hanging out with friends, and just testing yourself. Look at the body work on this Datsun here. That fender flare's coming off.
Yeah, they might have had a little contact. I can't tell, but it's close. Look at this.
That's Tom Benjamin right behind him in that yellow Datsun 510. And totally different what I'd call aero packages from the 2002 to the 510 to the Alpha. The 510 looks more like a Volvo, where the Alphas and the BMWs have a little bit more airflow and curvature to them, like a little more design work.
But look how steady that Alpha is. Oh, he's lifting his right front wheel. Look at that. He is a good driver. Benjamin's always been on the charge. He's going to do everything he can to catch Rader, but Rader these last few years has really gotten fast. And look at Lisa Hansen. She's still in the lead, it appears.
Yep, heading down towards turn 11, or Bobby Pin as they now call it, after Bobby Epstein, the owner of the Circuit of the Americas.
We were talking about that Japanese-British car thing. So this Datsun, this white Datsun here, was based on the MGB GT.
That's right.
And Datsun just said, well, hey, let's just make that car reliable. And then they just took off, you know, and that's kind of the key to, like, the Honda Civic was based on the Mini Cooper with the transverse mounted engine, and they just kind of took off from there.
Here comes some 240Z power, it looks like, by Benjamin.
Yeah,
He's
he
got
did. He
the
blasted
legs
by,
on him.
didn't he? What's the surface like there? They've done a lot of repaving. What's the track like now? Is it clean? Is it good to race on? Obviously, it's wide. You mentioned that.
It is
it's a fun racetrack and safe.
It is so incredibly smooth. This is one of the smoothest tracks. So much wonderful curbing that doesn't really bother or upset the car. I just think this is one of the best surfaces in America as it relates to a racing surface. It's very smooth and has a lot of grip. Just works really well for all these cars.
Look at the rally helmet of Bassam Al-Haddad there in a Porsche 911. I think he's done some rally driving. He's got that little microphone piece that comes across his mouth there.
Well, that'll be good to hear because they spent a lot of time repaving a lot of the circuit in the last couple of years just after COVID, which is not an easy thing to do when you think about it. It was closed, Circuit of the Americas, as was everything else, but they kept the doors open, did the repaving that MotoGP demanded, really, because it was very bumpy through weather and other issues, and just use of 10 years of hard use and hard weathering here in Texas, and they have done a lot of repaving, so they'll be pleased to hear that, Rob, but it's good to know. That the track is literally back to its full fitness.
And Ben, you were mentioning it's not always about winning. It's sometimes just so much fun having a race within a race.
Yep.
You find 2 or 3 other cars that are equal speed, and you go back and forth, and you swap places, and you respect each other's position in line. You watch your mirrors, but boy, it can be a lot of fun even if you're running back in 15th or 16th or 17th position. If you've got a few guys to run with you, or gals, it's a lot of fun. Uh-oh, we got someone
that's one of the Datsons pulling off.
But notice how he's doing that, and we asked drivers to do this at drivers meeting, to pull off in a safe area so that we can stay green flag racing. It looks like we're going to be able to stay green because he should be in a safe area there off the line. But we've got Don Meyer here, Sharon Edelman. Look at how little that Jannetta looks against the 911. And the 911 would not be considered a big car.
Little Jannetta company from Leeds in England producing. We've had, actually, they were GT4 champions in Trans Am a couple of years ago, the modern versions anyway.
Yeah, they've always made fantastic race cars. A little boutique company, but always some of the best cars, especially in vintage racing.
Yeah, us garagistas, as Mr. Enzo of Ferrari once called us, we did a pretty good job.
Now here's where you get the top speed of your car. This back straightaway, you're going to catch fifth gear down here, and you're going to run it all the way to where it's probably redlining at 7,000, 8,000, 9,000
Is it just
RPMs.
screaming and vibrating?
It is just screaming. Once you get it in fifth and you're on it for, 7, 10 seconds, whatever it is, it's really an amazing feeling. I mean, right now, there's Mayor Primo. Now, that car has a brand new motor. This is one of the fastest Alpha guys in the country. He is simply breaking in a motor. He's not out here to win. He has won a gold helmet before. He's one of the fastest Alpha guys. Roman Tucker builds these cars. Roman Tucker is one of the best Alpha mechanics and car builders and engine builders in the country. And if you get a chance to look at this car someday, it is really a hot setup. That is a really fast car. And let me tell you, Mayor is a really fast driver. He's not wanting to go over 6,000 or 7,000 RPMs right now. It's a brand new motor. He's going to run the Enduro and break it in further. He'll be back next year competing for a gold helmet, I guarantee you.
Yeah, really fast driver and really well-prepared cars. I love the look of those Alfa Romeos.
The Fat Fender Alfa Romeo is maybe my favorite car. My car's not a Fat Fender car. I just think it's more aggressive looking. It's more Trans Am looking. It's more European looking. Some people like the normal look of the Alfa. I love them both, of course, but there's something aggressive about that Fat Fender look.
So Debbie Briscoe, one of our Pacific Northwest racers, is inviting you out to race with her in the Pacific Northwest. I suggest the Ridge. Beautiful track. Go on out there. But Rob is from what I call Louisville, but if you're from Louisville, you call it Lowell.
Louisville.
You make 3 syllables,
Louisville.
one syllable. How do you say Louisville?
I am not from Louisville.
Okay, there you go. Nice. But do your friends that are from there, do they just say Lowell?
Louisville. I don't like that pronunciation. Louisville. Louisville. No, it's however you want to say it. I say Louisville.
That's good.
It's a lovely city.
Yes, it is. That's it.
We're saying bye to Jesse, our registrar, flying home to be with her kids, to win some baseball games. See you, Jesse.
See you, Jesse.
And I love that Janet Guthrie Toyota. What is that, a Celica or a Corolla? Toyota Celica 1972.
So here's a perfect example, a race within a race. Look at these 3 cars go at it. They're all having fun together. They're being safe. Nice pass there. Oh, we're going to try it on the outside. It's going to work.
Yeah, look at that.
What a move.
Nice.
But now, afterwards, they're going to go have a beer together and talk about these great times they had on the track at, places that, when I describe this to my friends, it's like, imagine being able to go play at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
A baseball game with your friends at Yankee Stadium and wear Mickey Mantle's jerseys and play where the greats played. And that's exactly what vintage racing is. You get to drive the cars that some of your favorite drivers drove at the tracks that they drive at. And it's the only sport or hobby I can think of that actually does something like that.
It's very exciting. I mean, it's very exciting. I think this is one of the most wonderful sports any automobile enthusiast could get involved in, and I hope more and more people continue to have interest and get involved in vintage racing.
Tom Walkinshaw's car's getting in trouble. That Jaguar.
That's that
smoking
James
up
Bond
a bit.
smoke screen. He pulled the red button and, just hope he doesn't hit the ejector seat. That's Charles Mute in that 1985 Jaguar XJS tribute car set up to model the cars from that day, the 1985 Jaguars. And that's a beautiful car. Have you seen that up close?
I have. That car's paddock near us. It's also with the M635 CSI, and it's with the 190 Mercedes.
Yeah.
I love the variety of that team.
Doug Radix, man, he's
I
an
love the
actual
variety of
body
that team.
man. Yeah, and so his cars always come in looking like Concours show cars because he does his own body work on that Mercedes 190. But yeah, it does look really neat to look at them side by side like that. And that 193, that's a beautiful car. That's Jose Iturbe, 1972.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that car before. Well done. Nice livery. Beautiful car.
Well, it turned out to be a beautiful day here in Texas, little old Elroy, Texas, as we like to call it. As you can see, there's plenty of fields all around it. This is where Austin, one of the fastest growing cities in the world right now, Elon Musk's new factory just to the right there of the airport. And as you can see, Austin in the distance, and it's grown exponentially. The tech companies have arrived from California, and I'm sure that in a few years' time, those fields that you see out there will be covered in houses. Ones that you can't afford.
I think I really do love the look of these Alphas, though. They're just, you can tell that they put some thought into the design of these.
So this long right-hand sweeper has about 3 different apexes, and the goal here is to get that car in 4th gear and just stay on it flat out and catch each one, maybe stay to the middle of the track, but just catch that apex at the end and put your car to the right for that fast left-hander there, 19. And then, of course, maybe one of the most important turns is
19.
Turn 19 or 20, that last turn there coming onto the front straightaway. And
the triple apex you're talking about, that was designed on the Turkish Grand Prix, the original triple apex that is actually turn 9 in Turkey. Sadly not used anymore, but I've been to that race or been to that race circuit just outside Istanbul, and that's like a lot of the corners here, as you know, the Beckett section through turns 3, 4, and 5. So
I like the Alfa Romeo logos on the headlights of this car.
Yeah.
And the the Italian flag on the taillights. Did you see that?
I did not see the taillights.
That's what it appeared to be.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
He's got Italian flag taillights and Alfa Romeo headlights.
So you can see there, I got to brag on the Circuit of the Americas safety crew, man. The hustle that they put in. We've had a couple of Trans Am cars go into the wall this weekend, and they're out there pulling out the Armco, and the hustle that they put into this so that we can get back on track. You can see that car. They do hot pulls. The big Circuit of the Americas truck actually blocks the vintage car from being hit by other traffic in case that happens. Keep the driver safe. I want to give a big shout out to them as we look here at Lisa Hansen, who just has got this thing.
Now that's how you take the S's, folks. She's done this more than one time. Look at that right front off the ground. She is smooth and has about a 7-second lead on the second place car.
Yeah, that is art in motion, isn't it? She really is wheeling that nicely, getting on the 3 wheels there, but not getting outrageously muscle-like with the steering wheel. Just nice and smooth.
No, she is real smooth. And I've watched her in car. I've put GoPros in her car, and she's so easy on the equipment. Just a really good driver.
Good race coming into some traffic, though. That's Clements in the middle of this lot.
These are all races
for position. For podium, too. This is the battle for 3rd overall.
Which one of these cars has the advantage at Circuit of the Americas, do you think?
Whichever one has the most horsepower. Right here. We've got lap 6 of 7. We'll look at the 240Z pulling out in front, but that Datsun 510's got power behind there, so this is anyone's ball game right here.
Into the anchors on turn 12. Heavy braking through here. Right now, Defford's still holding on in this battle. The 81 of Clements just behind him. Tricky section 13, 14, and then this is a really weird corner for me because like that line that you're taking in,
oh boy,
you want to come to the inside, but this is the best line around the outside and in. Whoa.
There goes the Datsun.
Yeah, those little inside moves, if somebody takes the different line like that, sometimes that can be really
totally
treacherous.
Yep. Now you see those apexes you were talking about, literally 1, 2, and then there's another one, sort of 3, but you can go wider there.
There's a lot of over and under opportunities at this racetrack.
Yep.
Let someone dive bomb you on the inside. Just be patient, go deep, and then come under them and get on the gas earlier than they do.
Yep.
Well, the white flag is out on the 110, something that it said through the SVRA radios quite a bit.
Yeah. So just one more lap to go then, 4.
I love that hill into Mission Foods Turn 1 goes right into the camera position because you can't really tell from up there about how steep that hill is, but if you ever stand at turn 20 and look down at it, it looks like it's straight up and down, but it really makes for a good camera shot as all the cars come up the hill. And now she knows she's got a big lead. I'm sure a Curie team and Aaron is talking to her on the radio and saying, hey, don't worry about it. You know, if you come upon slower traffic, just make the right move because she's got the lead, and usually the drivers can see. Circuit of the Americas safety crew's real good at putting out the blue flags.
Rob, we got a question. We did have it. We asked everybody to ask questions of you, but one is asking a racing question. Do these guys heel and toe?
Some might. I would think that some might. I do not, but some might. I think some of the more experienced drivers, some of the drivers running up front do.
I know Doc Bundy does because I've seen that. And Lisa Hansen does a little too. I gave her a foot camera at one of the races at Mid-Ohio. Greg Wold, who we saw won in the Mini, he does some really good foot dances. So, yeah, some of the up-front drivers, I'd say, really do heel and toe it.
I was most impressed with Greg Wold and his Mini Cooper. I have never seen a Mini Cooper go that fast. That's a C sedan car. That's a 1300cc. He just killed it today. Here's Lisa Hansen. She's going to take the win, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. By a country mile, too. She's now extended that lead to over 9 seconds, almost 10 seconds over Schluttner as they come down to the final few corners here. It's been a great display, but there's still a battle on for third. It's not over by any means, as the 81 of Clements still pushing on for that third, if not second place.
So we're watching Lisa Hansen, our 2021 SVRA Driver of the Year, and very well deserved. So congratulations, Lisa.
Now we see the gaps, though. It is quite a few gaps there between second, third, and fourth, but they should finish that way. I can't see anything untoward happening as we look from high above. But, yeah, you can see the gap that Lisa Hansen has put on the rest of the field. It's been an absolutely superb display of racing by Lisa Hansen. Right from the get-go, she took the lead. Had a little bit of fisticuffs at the first corner, but after that it was all plain sailing. And she takes the finish and wins here in our Group 8 and 12B. Second is Schluttler in the 77, and Clements comes across the line in the 81. In third position, Oxner in fourth, and Defford in fifth. Well, as you said, a lot of fun, close racing, Rob.
Yeah, my friend Chris Rader got second in B sedan in his Alpha. I tell you that. Luke Oxner in that 510, just too much power. Obviously a very good driver, had a great race today. Congratulations to him to win B sedan. He'll get a gold helmet, right?
I think so, yeah.
So gold helmets all round. My thanks to Rob Davenport. We might give him a gold helmet after his good work today and doing a great job, almost beating Tony Perella at the line there. Or did you?
My goal, I started last in that race today.
All right.
I passed 23 cars in 5 laps, and I told myself my goal was to catch Tony.
Well, you did.
And all I needed was another half a lap.
Really? Oh,
I was
awesome.
right. You saw how close I was getting to him, and I just ran out of laps. I just needed another half a lap, or at least 1 lap. I would have passed him.
I got a feeling this story will continue into the night now here in Austin. My thanks to Rob Davenport, obviously Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break here from the Mission Foods SpeedTour here in Austin. Join us after this. Welcome back to the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Jonathan Green and Ben Sissel bringing you the action, and this is a group we don't often get to see here in SVR8. This is our Group 5A 7 and 11, Group 5 Sports Car 2000, Group 7 World Championship makes on slicks under 2-litre sports cars, as raced after 1972 in Can Am, and as raced after 1967. Even the center seat Can-Am races from SCCA and ASR and BSR. So quite a smorgasbord of different cars here as they approach going out, and I'm looking forward to this one actually. Just saw a quick glimpse of Gary Gould in that Frisbee 1981 GB2, a very distinctive looking car. Also the Spider coming out there from 1978. The famous Audi R8 coming out. And a really beautiful sight from up above. This are Group 5A 7 and 11, the final weekend for the gold helmet here. And the breeze has picked up. We started with a rather muggy and misty morning, low cloud cover that's finally been blown away from the sun here, the beautiful November sun of Texas. And we celebrate what has been a fantastic 10 years of the Circuit of the Americas. It seems only yesterday in 2012 that Fernando Alonso in a Ferrari took the first lap here at COTA. I was sitting right in this very seat as he came out of the last turn here, now the Andretti turn, and here we are 10 years later. It seems like a bit of a dream to see what they have done here for motor racing in this town of Austin. It's fast becoming a real racing town too. Companies like Essence, Long and Winding Road, and many others. Track days here, a lot of them. Cars and Coffee, you name it. It's growing quickly, fast. And of course, World Championship events, NASCAR, IndyCar have been here. WEC has been here. Formula One, of course. MotoGP, Moto America, you name it. This is the venue they all want to race.
Have you gone through the grid real quick?
Nope, go for it.
All right, so let's go through this. Joel Quadracci in first in a 2013 Oreca 03. Don Yount in a 2007 Oreca Challenge car. James Cope in a 2012 Elan DP02. Gary Gould in a Frisbee 1981 GB2. Jack Donnellan in a 2007 Lola B0790. Benjamin Myers, our first Group 5. 2001 Car Beer CS2. Those are the sports racers. Robert Hemke in a 1971 Group 7 Lola T212. Really fast driver, so look for him to move up. Peter S. Cookie, Group 5 Swift DB2. Andrew Myers, Car Beer CS2. Now, we talked about Don Meyer, Todd Treffert, Bill Treffert. Then we've got Andrew Myers and Benjamin Myers are all in here. So that's mother is Don, 2 sons. Then Don's brother Todd, and then Don and Todd's dad, Bill, all racing. So that's our biggest racing family here this weekend. How cool is that?
That's really cool.
Leverton in a 2004 Car Beer CS2. Ralph Lamacchia in a Car Beer CS2. Phil Degrapont. John Quadracci, Rex Gunning, Marvin Hodges, Glenn Javidian Jr., Randy Alexander, and Matthew Getzinger round out our 18 cars in our Group 5A, 7, and 11. As we're coming up into the green flag, and I hear that there's already a car off, so hopefully we can go to green. Hopefully he's off in a safe place.
Well, the safety car has stayed out, so unfortunately we won't be starting this lap. As you can see, it's car number 20 by the looks of it, and that is Don Yount in that Lola B07. There you go.
No, that's the Oreca.
Oh, that is an Oreca. You're right.
The wheel's off. I bet you they didn't tighten the wheel nut on there, so you can see Don there taking his helmet off. And then one person that I didn't mention because he's not on my grid sheet, you can see Travis Engen there in that beautiful Audi R8 LMP prototype with the lights on.
Yeah, he's not on my... I looked down the list when I called him out as he came out the pits and then looked for him and I couldn't find him. But it's Travis Engen, is it, at the wheel?
Yeah. And there's Phil Degrapont, I believe from New Orleans, in a TOJ 206-24 Spider. And how do you say that German company? Warfeister?
Warfmeister. Hang on, where are you?
Right,
Warsteiner. Oh, Warsteiner. Yes, sorry. Yeah, the beer.
Yeah.
It's a German beer, my friend. Yeah.
We're hearing this from our producers who are all the way over in the Isle of Man. That's where we got the so thank you for that. We're hearing that in our ears. He got it right.
Well, Warsteiner's, yeah, well, that's a good beer.
Must be an alcoholic over there in the Isle of Man. He knew it right away.
Not much to do on the Isle of Man. You know your beers there, for sure.
So we're having a good time here at Circuit of the Americas, and that's what vintage racing is all about. Like, when people ask me what my real job is with SVRA, I tell them camp counselor, hotel concierge. You know, a lot of these drivers, the men and women that come out with us, are here on vacation, and we want to make sure that they have an absolutely fantastic event. If we're selling anything, it's an experience. So come out here, come race with us, come out here, buy some tickets, have fun, bring your kids. 12 and under are free. This is a really fun weekend with some really cool cars as we see the Frisbee car there, that big blue car on the right in about 4th position.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
It is.
Hotel concierge. You haven't done the White Lotus by any chance?
No, I haven't. And then talking to Travis Engen, that is the most winning Audi in Audi's history. Travis Engen's car, not the car that it's based on. That car, because Travis has been racing that car for a long time. He races probably 15 to 20 events a year, wins in it all the time, and so Audi has proclaimed that to be the most winning Audi in Audi's history.
Well, and also in the sort of time it was at speed as a car of the period, it won everything from IMSA to Le Mans. I mean, it was, when you see who drove it, from McNish to JJ Leto, you name it, they're all there on the side of the car, so it's well worth a look.
And it's such a part of Audi's history that Audi keeps in very close contact with that car.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heritage in that car.
Oh, no question.
Joel Quadracci, I got to brag on him. We saw him and Mark Giroux. We were talking about that in that Formula B. Great race at Watkins Glen where they swap positions like 4 or 5 times a lap. But he owns Quad Graphics, one of the largest graphics and printing companies. Most of the magazines that you get or got came from Quad Graphics, huge printing company. So it's great to have him out here. We've got just titans of industry all over the place throughout our paddocks.
So we're under caution here. We want to go racing, but it is giving us a closer look at some of the cars as they're starting to group up again. We'll see if the pace car comes off this time around. We reckon we should be able to get a restart. And we'll be racing again here. Lights are out, are on the safety car, which means it's pulling in. And we'll be taking them through Andretti and on to the racetrack for real as Joe Quadracci leading the way. No, pace car's still out. It's carried on. Not to worry.
Kinky Streets. One of our fans, Kinky Streets, is saying that Warsteiner was once cheap in the USA. And then Scott S. is saying this is the wedges class, because if you look at some of these cars, they basically look like door stops. You know, they're just wedges, especially that Frisbee.
I don't think
there.
the designers of these beautiful race cars would appreciate that.
No, but I mean, it's like Pinewood Derby, you know, just make it the smallest, fastest car you basically can. And you can see on these S2000s how just they come up where the wheels are. It's more function over fashion. There's that Warsteiner car. But love having these cars out here. And some of the best racing, if you're wondering what class you want to race in, this S2000 class is definitely a driver's class. Based on the 2-liter Ford Pinto engines, they really, really close racing because it is a spec series of racing. The cars have to be built to a certain specification, which is where we get the word spec. And so there it's a driver's class. May the best driver win in that class. But look at this gas monkey garage of the Orica 2013-03 of Joel Quadracci.
Yeah, Quadracci in that Swift DB2. Swift Engineering was founded in 1983. And they went on to win the Formula Ford SCCA National Championship that year.
Yeah, we saw Bob Hatley win his class in a Swift today in the Formula Ford race.
And they've won 40 national and international racing championships since 1985. Hurry up waiting. That's the story of motor racing when you're not at speed. Hurry up waiting. All waiting to try and go. That must be the worst part, is to be out there and literally chugging away and not getting to go up to speed. There's that number 2 again.
Great shots here from our camera people. So thank you, camera people, drone operators. If you're watching, some fantastic shots from Greenlight and the whole crew here.
Yeah, Ron Lake, Rob and the boys, George of the pit lane, doing a great job.
This is a tough circuit to cover.
Yeah.
Doing a really good job. Robert Hemke there, I got to brag on him. That white with the red up the headlights, that Lola. He's a Formula Junior racer. He's got the Purple People Eater Minis. That's a Group 7 U2 71 Lola T212, but a really, really fast driver.
Yeah, you see what I was saying about the number 2. You can see on the side there, on the end plate, just the places that they've won at. And it's like a who's who of the Nürburgring, Watkins Glen, you name it. And then on the other side, it's the drivers who've driven up to those victories. Travis Engen then at the wheel.
Come through Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Stadium Complex. There's Robert Hemke from the Lone Star State.
In a Lola 2T. 212.
That's a car that like Brian Redmond would have competed against back in the day.
Yep, big time. Loves his Lolas and his Chevrons. So let's go racing, shall we? Here we go. Group 5A, 7 and 11, about to finally kick off after what was an extensive caution with one of the cars going out. But the pace car does come into the pit lane now. We thought it was the last lap before, but it didn't. And now we should be under racing conditions at the last corner. Out of Andretti they come then. And the roar down the main straight here at Cota. As the 48 leads the way, Joel Quadracci, or Quadracci, whichever you prefer.
Look at that Frisbee getting at it there. It's Gary Gould in the 1981 Frisbee GB2.
James Cope getting a good start too in the Elan DPO2. And through goes the 167 of John Quadracci, presumably brothers. He's in the Swift.
Maybe son.
Okay.
Sure. Look at how fast these cars now with this downforce and these big wings can take these S's. Coming from B sedan racing to this, it looks like they're in fast forward. And look at that car coming through there, the 21 of James Cope in that 2012 Elan DPO2, making a pass where we don't see passing very often here.
No, around the outside in the S's, that's really impressive. Very impressive indeed. And finally, we're underway here. Blip down into 11. And that number 4, Frisbee GP2. How it got its Frisbee name at a 1981.
Because if you threw it sideways, it would fly like crazy. Yeah. That's a boomerang. Yeah. But I think probably because it's just a big piece of plastic. You know, it looks like a Frisbee. There's Travis Engen coming through next to Gary Gould, making that pass in his Red Bull helmet. That car is really fun to watch go through the Bell Helmet S's because it looks like a slot car.
Yeah.
You know, it's basically a reverse airplane. There's so much downforce on that car, and when he gets the tires heated up in that thing, when it comes through the Bell helmets, it looks like it shouldn't be doing what it's doing. It looks like it's beyond the laws of physics.
Yeah, it's a beautiful design, an Audi-dominated world. Now, what's this car slowing coming into 16? One of the cars on the inside line, just trying to keep out the way of the passing traffic, but he's slowing right down. He's going to try and crawl to the pits. I don't know if there's something hanging off the back of that car or what, but anyway, he's coming to as slow as he can into the pits as another lap is completed.
Here's Travis Engen. I hope he has his tires warmed up because I hope to see him at speed through these S's, because you'll really see these two cars with their downforce. You're going to see the advantage that they have going through these S's. It really does look like these are slot cars as we come through, as they go through Mission Foods, turn 1 and turn 2. Now we're on the drone. Now look at how fast they can go right to left, and the G-forces these drivers are going through here. Look at that. That is amazing. It's a little bit faster than our Formula Vs were going through there.
Yeah, but as you say, stuck to the ground beautifully here. The Audi going through its paces. Quadracci, Cope, and Engen. That's your top three.
Now here's
Escuche, is that how you pronounce it?
Escookie.
Escookie.
I don't know if that's right, but that's how everybody in the paddock says it. But I've got, so Bullwinkle is giving us, so Frisbee developer was Brian Frissell. And so there's thus Frisbee.
Gotcha.
So thank you from Mike Cron and Bullwinkle, our experts out here watching us. You know, it's hard for us to know everything about all these cars. So
it's
please,
500. Let's face it.
if you have some expertise, please share us with it.
There's the number 9 of Andrew Myers. Carbier CS2, the 1996. And a nice view of them coming out of 11 and starting to spread out down that back straight.
And now here's that S2 battle with Robert Hemke mixed in.
Yeah, the Lola leading it. Battle for 7th place here.
Now these S2000 drivers, if they know each other well, they don't mind racing within a coat of paint of each other.
Right.
So Robert Hemke and that beautiful Lola probably wouldn't appreciate that, but look for these guys here to race really close to each other like they're doing right now.
Exactly, and the 20 goes through. Nicely done. Escucci, is that how you say it? I'll get
Peter
it right.
Escookie.
Escookie. I like it.
It's another Swift DB2. Carbier seems to be that iteration, that choice of that years of S2000. It seemed like Carbier was the choice for about 15 years in S2000, but a lot of different manufacturers competed in that group.
Yeah, and we probably got the most entered into this is Carbier in the CS2s, and it's great to have as many of them out there as this. But like you say, great battle between these two, if not three. He jigs to the inside. The 51 goes to the outside.
That's Benjamin Myers taking the lead there. Dawn Myers, his mom, we just saw her racing in that beautiful black Porsche 911. Todd Treffert, his uncle, was there. And then look at this, 3 wide going into Mission Foods, turn 2. And then another overtake there by Peter Escookie. And Benjamin Myers really having such a great time out there.
Well, as you say, we don't often get to see these guys on track in SVRA, but putting on a show for sure. Good racing. Love that mirror on the Lola. It looks so odd stuck up there, but you need it, don't you? It's too wide to have them on each side. You need something on the above.
Yeah, you never see anything. With that wedge shape, it needs to be up there real high to see over the tail. That's Ralph Lamacchia, my roommate's co-driver there. My roommate is our grid person, Tom Lemkuhl, and he drives in the Enduros, about to win a championship with Ralph Lamacchia. 1998 Carbier CS2. And where did Andrew Myers disappear to? Yeah,
Myers in the 51 rather than the, rather than the 29A, yeah?
Here's the Warsteiner.
And Castrol.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Warsteiner, yeah. And that is the colors of the beer, the black and the gold.
Is that still a beer?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Good one, too. Here comes your 66. That's Marvin Hodges in the 85 Lola.
Followed by John Quadracci in that 1985 Swift. They're getting to moving now.
Yeah, finally, after what was a long period of caution, they finally got them underway. Glad to say.
208's the best lap so far.
Yeah, that's fair pedaling. Coming straight down at us, it's the 66 and the 167. John Quadracki just behind Hodges as they come up the hill. And behind them, that's the car number 30. That's Rex Gunning, our first real look at him in the Lola T598.
And these cars, these S2000s, they basically have breakaway body panels. And when you see them without their clothes on, they look so different.
Yeah.
It's just a car designed, and then they almost like put the body work on there as like an afterthought of just trying to get the most aeroflow as they could in there with those wedge shapes. But it's really neat to see once they have their skin off. That's the 47 of Glenn Javidin Jr. or Javidin in a Duran JE1.
Javidin Jr. Yeah, that's a hard name in that Duran JE1. Turned out to be a beautiful day as we look high above the Dakota Circuit. And this is the final lap. And the 48 of Joel Quadracki has led the whole way. 070.
Randy Alexander, almost 007, but he went with 070 in the 2003 March Sports 2000. And here's our leader, Joel Quadracki. Now that the tires are heated up, you're going to really see how these cars track through the S's.
Yep, just going up the hill now for the last time, and he'll come into 10 now. Lights blazing now as he heads into 11 for the last time. Great paint scheme on that, I love it. Gas Monkey. Heading down towards turn 12. You know, it's a lot longer than the television cameras really give it credit in terms of if you actually drive the circuit of the Americas, it's a long, long straight, and it's even got a hill in the middle of it, really. Past all the RV park and all the rest of it. But our man Lake doing a good job of dialing in on the car itself as he comes through the stadium section.
Look at how that just stays planted. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So out of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler stadium section and into the final part of the circuit on the final lap. He's led all the way. Had to deal with a caution at the start, keep the tires going, and keep everything ship shape. And when he got a chance to stretch its legs, that's exactly what he did. He's going to have a 14-second lead, if not more, over the chasing pack. But Quadracki Joel does the business and takes victory here at the Circuit of the Americas in our Group 5A, 7 and 11. Travis Engen will follow him home in the Audi R8. And we're just waiting for him. There he is.
Ooh, it's close race
here. It is close. Cope just sniffing his tailpipe as they cross the line together almost. Cope in the 21 does take third. Donnellan will be in fourth position with Homke in fifth. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more from the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour. Stay with us.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, We answer with our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average. Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, and this is the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour live from COTA. And as you can see, that beautiful, giant Texas flag blowing in the wind, and that means we've got a good breeze up here because that is a heavy, big old flag, as they say here in Texas.
Let me test you right now. So if I did "The stars at night are big and bright,"
deep in the heart of Texas.
Nice. All right. So you're a pure Texan now.
Come on.
I love it. See? You fool people with that accent. But there's Joe Nemechek there in that number 8 car. Really fun to have Joe Nemechek. And in our timing and scoring, they're having a little fun calling him Jose Nemechek.
I don't know if it's a spelling mistake or they're just having some fun with Front Row Joe.
He was co-driving. I forget his name, but he raced in an Orica with us at Indy, and a Mexican driver. So he went and turned in Joe's name as Jose so they'd match. And so since then, we've gone with Jose Nemechek. So
that's funny.
Furniture Row. I'm looking for the number. That's Ed Savagian there, or Alan Savagian, sorry. Ed's dad. 2007 Chevrolet Fusion. Let's see if he's game face. He's trying to ignore the camera. Looking coy. Alan Savagian. The number 20, that's Claire Schwindeman, longtime friend of Alan Savagian, and what I would call a Tony Stewart Monte Carlo SS.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, yes, these are some NASCARs, some GT Sports, select sports cars and Trans Am cars from 73 to 99. Production-based contemporary cars raced from 99, and 5 years from today's date, the other cars are assigned. And yeah, it's interesting, this group of cars, because some of them look more modern than others, obviously. But it's a nice grouping. You've even got some truck cars there. There's the number 69 back there.
So this is Scott Dolphy. Just reminded me, I owe Scott some camera footage from our Chattanooga Motor Car Festival a few weeks ago. So Scott, I'm going to send that to you. But Scott Dolphy, another one of our NFL players, former NFL player that still wanted to keep competing. So he moved over and raced with us in SVRA, trying to beat Joe Nemechek, Front Row Joe. And there's the Bud King of Beers. That beer is a lot easier for me to pronounce there. That's the, should be the number 8. I'm not seeing that. Are you seeing it? 8A, Corey Cochran, 1999 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And then here's Steve Beck in that Ford Thunderbird. Really pretty car, but look at this window on the right side. That was actually a design from the NASCAR team, and it gives them, he was telling me at Auto Club Speedway, gives them a little bit of an aero advantage. That was designed for a certain track. I forget which track it was, but gives him a big aero advantage because he's got that Lexan there that goes through, and because that's how that car was raced, he's able to keep it on there per the rules.
Ah, okay. Good knowledge. I like that.
Well, I'm not seeing this one on
That's
here.
Walter Reed in the 58. The 521's throwing you off. It's a
yeah, the
SAA,
521 is throwing me off. Okay, yeah.
58, yeah.
The thumbs up from him. Oh, looks like he's from Texas. Got the Texas patch on him. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, let us know if you have any knowledge of these cars or drivers. If you want us to say anything, if we get it wrong, if you want to yell at us, make sure you type in all caps. This is our last race of the weekend, so let's make it fun. Feel free to roast us all you want. You've always wanted to yell at your commentators watching motorsports. Well, here's your chance. Look at this. I mean, it looks like a movie set, this Circuit of the Americas with these clouds. You can see Austin there in the background. You said the Tesla factories right there.
Yeah, and that the Miro brothers, architects, local architects here in Austin, are responsible for both the main grandstand and the tower that you just saw there, and the amphitheater design. And they really did integrate it brilliantly. I've never seen, when you get a blank piece of paper, that's what you can do, and you get a good architecture in there.
I'm seeing some smoke coming out of Joe Nemechek's car that I don't regularly see, as we see our splitter there.
Smoking Joe, as well as front row Joe.
Splitting the car, yeah, Joe Camel. It's been a fantastic Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour here. Kind of sad that it's already over. It seemed like we just started. There's that number 69, a Samuel Lecomte.
I've always wanted to know, in truck racing, do they weigh the bed, weigh down the bed, put weight in the bed so the car isn't tail happy?
I don't know how they do that.
Don't know my truck racing, I'm afraid. I got a truck line, but.
What about lorry racing? Isn't that something you guys do over in the UK?
We do lorry racing, yeah. I used to do co-commentary with the world champion.
That's crazy. It's fun to watch, though. And lorry, for my fellow Americans, means semi-truck.
Lorry.
Without the trailer. How do you say it?
Lorry. L-O-R-R-Y. Lorry.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Kind of, but in a Tennessee
What did I
kind
say?
of fashion.
Lorry. Yeah.
Lorry, yeah.
That's
you
not the right
like
way?
You're talking about an old girlfriend or something.
Yeah. Lori Hinkleman and I. Yeah, I can see how you can say that. But I can't say it like you can say it. I've never been able to roll my R's. Look at this. Speaking of rolling their R's, they're trying to put some heat in the tires there. And this stock car class has really taken off because, especially with the new rules package in NASCAR this last year, a lot of these old stock cars came on the market for pennies on the dollar. Looks like we're doing a split start because we do. Oh, shoot. I got to go through the group real quick.
Go for it.
We got Joe Nemechek, or Jose Nemechek, front row Joe up front, a 2006 Toyota Camry. Scott Hawley in a 2000 Penske. Peter Clute in a 2014 Dodge Challenger. Edward Allen Savagian in a 2007 Chevrolet Fusion. Claire Schwindeman, 2006 Monte Carlo. Scott Dolphy, 2013 Ford Fusion. Corey Cochran, Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Steve Beck in that Ford Thunderbird. Then Walter Reed in that 2004 Howe ASA GTA. Salvador Santalucito in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Samuel Lecomte in that pickup truck. Matthew Butson, 2013 Ford Mustang, an ex-Trans Am racer. David Furstand in a 2015 Ford Mustang. Now we get into kind of the 10 GT class. John Blazard in the 16 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Alan Davison in a 2022 Ford Mustang. Billy Griffin, 2017 Ford Mustang, and he's our GT champion again this year in Trans Am. Jorge Madruga, 2020 Porsche GT4 Club car. Michael Zock in a 1996 Chevrolet Corvette. Jeff Lindstrom, John Cloud, Walter Brown in the Pink Panther. Harry Hinkle, Jonathan Ornstein. Oh, man, I'm not going to know. Budawin, Hollid. I'm sorry, man. Starting 25th. You're going to help me out with that one, Jonathan.
Hang on 1 second. I'm right there.
Starting 25th.
Budawin Hilajagias.
All right. We're going to go with that. Sounds good. Joey De Silva in a Toyota Supra, and Ray Cobbs. And Budawin, I'm sorry. I'm just going to butcher your name all day long, buddy.
Here we go, then. Our Group 10 helmet race here at COTA. The sound of NASCAR roaring into action here historically as the Monte Carlo leads them up the hill, but only for a second or so because it's the 8 of Joe Nemechek leading the way.
Now, I've heard from some of these drivers that Joe Nemechek in that car does have quite a bit of weight advantage than these NASCAR stock cars. But he also has the advantage of just being Joe Nemechek.
That's true. Now here's our second rolling start.
Now who's in the David Penterick car?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do recognize the car from Trans Am.
I bet you that's Matthew Butson.
There you go.
Well, Matthew Butson, you're in a great car.
And here they come, the second group through the S's, out of 2 and under the bridge.
Now look for that pink car of Walter Brown. You can't miss it. The Pink Panther coming through there. He had to start from the back with some mechanicals. fast driver, so look for him to move his way through as there comes Tony Stewart on front row Joe Nemechek, followed by Scott Dolphy, and there's Sam LeCompte there in the pickup truck, and Corey Cochran in the Dale Jr. car.
It's funny you mentioned Tony Stewart. He came here with the Haas team, of course. Remember, obviously a part owner in that team, and he came to the Formula One and was talking about NASCAR coming here, and he kind of almost planted the idea a few years ago that NASCAR would go great here, and he said he was going to talk to the powers that be, and sure enough, I don't know whether it was all his doing, but it certainly didn't do any harm, because he took one look at the track and said, you know what, I think there'd be a good NASCAR race here, and there is, very much so. There'll be another one next year.
Yeah, that was a fun race to watch, and our boy Justin Marks' team did really well there. Coda.
Yeah. Trackhouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the field already spreading out, and the two groups starting to catch each other. We usually start the faster group, but or do they start? Oh, we've got a stoppage here. Car number 6, that's Steve Beck, in trouble.
Now, whose car would that have been? Is that a Mark Martin car? Who is that?
Good question. You got me there. My NASCAR knowledge
right.
Historically isn't good.
Come on, where's my commenters on here on whose car would that number 6 Valvoline car be?
Well, I can tell you that Jose, or Joe Nemechek, leading the way from Schwendemann. Claire Schwendemann in second place, and Alan Savagian in third.
Great shots there of Scott Dolphy in that Crown Royal car, I believe.
And the 69 truck of LeCompte in fourth position. Here he comes through the S's. Taking a little bit more of an advantage than he should.
I guess if you're in a truck, you can go off-roading, right?
Yeah, those are the rules in Texas. Trucks get special dispensation.
Venting a little gas there. I'm not getting any commenters here answering the question of who's the number 6 car. I thought for sure they'd be on here. They haven't been yelling at us today either.
Well, that's good. Well, I can tell you Steve Beck was driving it, but unfortunately the full
Thunderbird. It is Mark Martin. I had
it
to
was
refresh.
A Mark Martin. You called it right. Good boy.
Well, I'd be kicked out of Tennessee if I didn't know my stock car.
That's true. Yes, that's very true. You can't go home if you didn't get that one. An 8-lap race in all, and front row Joe leading the way as he always does, ahead of Schwendemann and Savagian. Now, who is in the Mustang?
Matthew Butson is in the David Panterra car. And is that his new Ave Riley car, or is that last year's car? I think that's last year's car. But I've always loved that car, and I always loved David Panterra. Missed having you here this weekend, David, if you're watching.
Yep.
But there's Matthew Butson doing proud in your car as he makes a pass on Scott Dolphy. Matthew Butson, one of our young Trans Am drivers, and looking to make it up through the professional ranks. And he's out here probably turning some heads of some stock car drivers.
Yeah, doing a good job. There's a lot of people now, a lot of youngsters now trying historic racing to get themselves involved at the high end and the sharp end of professional motorsport. And it seems to be a good entry point because it's just, perhaps not as competitive. You've got drivers you can learn from and get experience with in a much calmer environment, if you will.
Everybody that you're racing against wants to make you a better race car driver here in this field. You get a lot of seat time, and these cars are difficult to drive. So if you can drive a difficult car really fast, you're going to get in some of these easy GT cars and be really quick.
Well, already Nemechek stretching the legs out front, and he's got over a 10-second lead now in that Camry, ahead of the Monte Carlo Chevrolet of Schwendemann, Claire Schwendemann. There's the 48.
Is that Borchetta?
Yeah, Scott Borchetta is out in that car. It's his third run today. He hasn't given up, has he?
No, that's his Group 10 car, 48 for Dan Gurney.
Yep. If you had any doubt how much Scott Borchetta loves this racing, I think you've got a fairly good example. He has done hundreds of miles around here this weekend.
Yeah, and he owns an Xfinity team who's going to be racing here, so he's doing some R&D also.
Yep.
And and we might not be too far away from Scott Borchetta in the hunt for a TA2 championship.
I think he won't stop until he's got one.
Yeah, the amount of work that he puts in, you know, he got on the podium this year. He's winning in Masters, but I think you're going to see him on the podium quite a bit next year.
Yeah, I agree.
And then I had some Corvette fans out there talking about some Corvettes, and here's another one of our Corvettes, the number 46, Michael Zock, 1996 Chevrolet Corvette.
Three laps gone then. And there you go. Just popping out over the crest. Silver car.
TA2 car. That should be Alan Davison. FPEC. Yeah, that's Alan Davison. Food Processing Equipment Company. Something that's cool about these paddocks is that some of the most interesting people in the world that are racing with us. Alan Davison is, if you've ever had a chicken nugget, it came from his food processing equipment. He makes food processing out of Arkansas and does all kinds of chicken food processing, but all kinds of pizza, just a little bit of everything. And chances are it came from his factory if you've had any kind of hamburger or chicken nuggets.
So could I ask, could I have them a little bit bigger? I'd like them bigger. Can he change the process a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
My kids eat dino nuggies. And the other day,
those are cracking.
They were eating them, and I said, you know, there's no dinosaur in those. And they looked at me like, duh,
Dad joke.
Yeah,
Dad joke.
But it's getting late in the day. I'm short on my meds, so dad jokes are coming out.
Halfway through this Group 10 race, this helmet race here for the gold helmet. And Joe Nemechek, as though he needs any more.
Now, this is Billy Griffin's new car.
New car, right?
He and Jeff Lindstrom were kind of developing this car with us at VIR a few weeks ago. I'm not sure if he's planning on running this next year in GT, but what a cool car that is. And I'm not used to seeing him in such a muted color car.
Yeah, I know.
Usually he's in those bright cars. And there's Walt Brown there in the Pink Panther, one of my favorite drivers in vintage racing.
Yeah, Griffin taking second in GT class today in the earlier race this morning in TA.
Won the championship.
But won the championship, exactly. And I think that's his second title.
Yeah.
Here's your Pink Panther. Can't miss that, can you?
No.
It's cool, though. Love it.
Walt Brown is always one of our most stylish drivers. Every year he does golf tournaments in some outrageous outfits. I love following him on Facebook. Just has a great time, Walt Brown.
Well, they really have spread out. And we'll take a look at Nemechek in the 8 and see how much he's checked out, because he really has.
All right, well,
we just passed our commentary position.
We got to start a fight here on YouTube. I keep looking over. Everybody's being so nice today. What was the best era of NASCAR, people? What was the best era of NASCAR? Let's
80s?
start a fight over here. I got into racing because of the movie Days of Thunder. A lot of people poo-poo on that movie Days of Thunder, but it's basically the whole reason I'm here.
Well, I got in because of Talladega Nights.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a documentary. That's a very realistic
That is a documentary,
race movie.
yeah. People think it's a humorous movie, but it's actually a documentary. Yeah, you're quite right.
So, what's the
Here's your
best
leader.
era?
I tell you what, Joe Nemechek's era was pretty darn good, and he's still out there, and I love it.
Yeah, I've been talking to Paul Menard raced with us in Trans Am, and he kind of said that era right before the car of tomorrow.
Yeah,
was
I
the
know what
best
you mean.
era. All right, so Remy L'Esperance is from 2000 to 2007. Remy, did I get your name right? Justin Bell drove a nice Corvette in Trans Am years back. Boy from New York says.
Yep.
Got some Joe fans here, but so far everybody's saying 2000 to 2007, but surely there's some more people on there. I also really liked the chrome bumper era, early Bill Elliott era of NASCAR, when the cars still looked like the cars they were based on.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that.
The Buicks and the Oldsmobiles and the Chevrolets and the Fords, the Mercurys.
So Butson's still in second place in that 24. How do you pronounce it? Verstappen? Verstappen in the 05.
That sounds
David
good.
Verstappen, yeah. The Corvette C5 from 2005.
Man,
Butson doing a good job.
Ortega did a really good job in the TA race today in the Corvette that looked just like that from Jose Chacron.
He smashed it up a bit at the end, breaking the suspension, but boy, was he flying in the early part of it. I mean, for a relative unknown to us anyway.
Now, did you get my joke? I said on air that it was weird to have an Ortega at the Mission Foods Austin SpeedTour because they're competing companies. I don't know if you caught that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's too cryptic for us. Come on, Ben. We have to get up early to beat you. Good work, though.
I thought that'd be funny.
And don't forget, he is our sponsor, so we won't mention his competition.
But I would know. He told me, because I said that last year, he and Ortega were on the podium together, and he goes, it doesn't matter, we make all of his chips anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he said,
he knows where he stands.
He's a client. So Juan was fine with me mentioning Ortega because he makes his chips.
There you go. I'll tell you what, if you haven't been at the top of that tower, it's well worth a visit, especially on a beautiful day like this. It's a little bit scary if you're scared of heights, but especially with the glass bottom, glass floor up there, so I'll warn you ahead of time.
I'm scared of width. So right now, I'm only hearing from a couple people, 2000 to 2007. Where's my 80s NASCAR fans?
Lock up. Yeah, I'm going to say, well, I'm right here. I said 80s.
I liked when they got out of the car and you could barely understand them. They were like, oh, man, that guy cut me off at turn 40. You know, like, to me.
That was pretty good.
Super country dudes. Like, I like that
super
era of NASCAR.
Country dudes. Is that an actual?
Back when they were, like, barely, right when they just got out of the bootlegging of moonshine and into stock car racing.
Well, that's where it all began, of course.
Now the NASCAR drivers are too media trained and they don't ever, like, start fights.
How about this? Boy from New York says end of the 60s with the Superbirds and Daytonas. That was cool.
Scott Borchetta brought his Superbird from Daytona to Indy with us. And it's on the cover of our magazine right now.
Borchetta currently in 6th position at the moment. We're seeing him right now. There he is, chasing down on Savagian as he locks up. Oh, a good little battle here. He locked up heavily there and definitely putting the hurt on him. It is Scott Borchetta as they head back down the back straight.
Yeah, and Scott S. is saying Tony Stewart loose on the exit.
Oh, we've got a parked up car here.
Oh, Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt's parked up. He's gone to the RV camp for an early break. Now Borchetta's got him into 12. Nicely done. Throw a few flames out just for fun.
The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers car coming through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers complex.
It's easy for you to say.
I like that he's gone to this. He was wearing a Bud Moore type historic Trans Am livery. Now he's running a little bit more American style, the blue and the white.
Yep. What year is that car as well? I'm just wondering.
I think that's their Meissen
215,
chassis.
yeah, it's the 215.
I think that's the Meissen chassis that he's been running in Group 10 with us. Just getting the laps. Always a student of racing, as Scott Borchetta, as he comes on the inside of Tony Stewart into turn 19.
So flat out, down the front straight, almost side by side for a second there, but who's got the legs? And it looks as though the Home Depot car is off and running. Here comes the Furniture Row car too. Borchetta going around the outside. Time running out though as these three go for it. This is good stuff. Borchetta's going to go around the outside at 2. You don't often see that. Nicely done. Keeps his foot in. That's good driving.
As they come through Bell Helmet's S section, you keep saying around the outside, I'm going to have Eminem songs in my head.
Okay.
Tony Stewart car there in the Home Depot. That's the number 20 of Claire Schwendeman, one of our great, really fast Corvette Group 6 drivers. Cool to see Claire out there. Dr. Claire Schwendeman, a neonatologist from Dallas, operates on premature babies.
Wow. Look at this.
These are two really close friends, Alan Savagian, Claire Schwendeman.
Yeah.
Racing out
and
there.
You can tell too, can't you?
Yeah, having a ball.
Time running out, the clock ticking down on our final race here at the Circuit of the Americas. As you can see, the staff just getting the car that was stuck on the middle of the back straight there out of the way, but it's not in harm's way and not a place where you'd worry too much.
So I'm getting some boy from New York says Richard Petty used to take chewing gum on his dash, 1 stick per 100 miles.
Wow.
How funny is that?
Well, got to chew on something. Get those nerves out.
And Dick
Better than chewing tobacco.
Dick Trickle used to smoke on cautions from JP's telling us that. JP's other.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And then Ward Burton, if you remember him, Scott S. is talking about the best interviews ever. It seems like he put like a bunch of marbles in his mouth and then just started talking.
Well, Schwennemann's got it to the 20 going, and still in 4th position at this point, but some 45 seconds off the lead, and we think this is the final lap. Nemechek doing a brilliant job. He's taking it to 15 seconds now, almost, over Verstappen, and here he is, the leader, coming down towards turn 11. And front row Joe has done it again.
Look at him. Hanging it out.
Hanging it out. There's a lot of rubber gone down today. A lot of racing here over the weekend.
You know, it's so great to have these stock car drivers come out. Joe is having probably more fun than anybody in the paddock. And I was talking to Bill Elliott, asking him, are you still having fun doing this? And he's like, man, I love coming here. I don't have to go sign autographs at McDonald's. I can just come here and race and have fun like it used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, see, I love that. They're just having fun, and they're talking to the fans and taking selfies, signing autographs, and razzing the other drivers. And then our drivers, who weren't professional race car drivers, love standing on the podium with some of these huge names and competing against them and going home and bragging to their coworkers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I remember when Bill Elliott came out and did a couple of Trans Am drives, everybody was startled to see him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't come to many races. He only came to when Chase won the Cup Series a couple of years ago. That was one of the few races he'd been to in a long, long time. So last few corners then for Joe Nemechek. He did totally check out, 14 seconds in the end, and he comes out of the last corner of Andretti, and another famous name, Joe Nemechek, takes the checkered flag by almost 15 seconds at the end there. Brilliant run by him. Second to the line, the 05 of Verstappen. David Verstappen in that 2005 Chevrolet Corvette C5, and Butson in the 24. That's not him. That's Matthew Butson in the Ford Mustang from 2013. Will be coming around that corner fairly soon to take his checkered flag as well for another good run. Borchetta getting up to 4th position ahead of Savagian in 5th. They had a good battle. Claire Schwendemann in 6th. Davison 7th. Dolphy in 8th. Zock and Lindstrom rounding out the top 10. But once again, that was pretty much a showboat show from Joe Nemechek. And, well, he might be getting a little older and a little wiser, but he's not getting any slower, is he? Lovely racing. My thanks once again to Ben Sissel. We're going to head to the gala dinner for Trans Am tonight to enjoy the prize giving of what has been a sensational 2022 year. We're back in racing in full mode after what has been a fallow couple of years. We kept going, but it was not easy during the COVID period. And as the sun starts to set down here, we're getting ready to round it out for what has been another great weekend of racing for SVRA and Trans Am. They'll be back to do it all again. Go and check the Go Trans Am website and the SVRA Speed Tour for what is a packed schedule for 2023. Going to all the iconic venues yet again. My thanks to all those who participated. Rob Davenport, of course, Willie T. Ribbs, Adam Andretti, and of course Ben Sissel, ever present. But it's been a great weekend, and what a great shot to end on. A wonderful weekend here at the Circuit of the Americas. Until next time, from me, Jonathan Green, and for all of us here at Green Light Television, I hope you've enjoyed watching us on the live stream. We'll be back with more great racing from the United States of America and the home of world champions, the Circuit of the Americas. Until next time, bye-bye for now.
Bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.